This is the concluding part, part 18, of Peregrine Pickle, chapter 81. Her ladyship having thus concluded her story, to the entertainment of the company and the admiration of Peregrine, who expressed his astonishment at the variety of adventures she had undergone, which was such as he thought sufficient to destroy the most hardy and robust constitution, and therefore infinitely more than enough to overwhelm one of her delicate frame. One of the gentlemen present roundly taxed her with want of candour in suppressing some circumstances of her life which he thought essential in the consideration of her character. She reddened at this peremptory charge, which had an evident effect upon the countenances of the whole audience, when the accuser proceeded to explain his imputation, by observing that in the course of her narration she had omitted to mention 1,000 acts of uncommon charity, of which he himself knew her to be guilty, and that she had concealed a great many advantageous proposals of marriage, which she might have accepted before she was engaged. The company were agreeably undeceived by this explanation, which her ladyship acknowledged in very polite terms, as a compliment equally genteel and unexpected. And our hero, after having testified the sense he had of her complaisance and condescension, in regaling him with a mark of her confidence and esteem, took his leave, and went home in a state of confusion and perplexity. For from the circumstances of the tale he had heard, he plainly perceived that her ladyship's heart was too delicate to receive such incense as he, in the capacity of an admirer, could at present pay, because, though he had in some measure abridged the empire of Emilia in his own breast, it was not in his power to restrain it so effectually but that it would interfere with any other sovereign whom his thoughts should adopt; and unless Lady could engross his whole love, time, and attention, he foresaw that it would be impossible for him to support the passion which he might have the good fortune to inspire. He was, moreover, deterred from declaring his love by the fate of her former admirers, who seemed to have been wound up to a degree of enthusiasm that looked more like the effect of enchantment than the inspiration of human attractions, an ecstasy of passion which he durst not venture to undergo. He therefore resolved to combat with the impressions he had already received, and, if possible, cultivate her friendship without soliciting her affection. But before he could fix upon this determination, he desired to know the footing on which he stood in her opinion, and by the intelligence of Crabtree, obtained in the usual manner, understood that her sentiments of him were very favourable, though without the least tincture of love. He would have been transported with joy had her thoughts of him been of a more tender texture, though his reason was better pleased with the information he received, in consequence of which he mustered up the ideas of his first passion, and set them in opposition to those of this new and dangerous attachment, by which means he kept the balance in equilibrio, and his bosom tolerably quiet. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 82. He persuades Cadwallader to assume the character of a magician, in which he acquires a great share of reputation by his responses to 3 females of distinction, who severally consult the researches of his art. His heart being thus, as it were, suspended between 2 objects that lessened the force of each other's attraction, he took this opportunity of enjoying some respite, and for the present detached his sentiments from both, resolving to indulge himself in the exercise of that practical satire which was so agreeable and peculiar to his disposition. In this laudable determination he was confirmed by the repeated suggestions of his friend Cadwallader, who taxed him with letting his talents rust in indolence, and stimulated his natural vivacity with a succession of fresh discoveries in the world of scandal. Peregrine was now seized with a strange whim, and when he communicated the conceit to Cadwallader, it in a moment acquired his approbation. This notion he imparted in a proposal to subject the town to their ridicule by giving responses in the character of a professed conjurer, to be personated by the old misanthrope, whose aspect was extremely well calculated for the purpose. The plan was immediately adjusted in all its parts, an apartment hired in an house accommodated with a public stair, so that people might have free ingress and egress without being exposed to observation. And this tenement being furnished with the apparatus of a magician, such as globes, telescopes, a magic lantern, a skeleton, a dried monkey, together with the skins of an alligator, otter, and snake, the conjurer himself took possession of his castle, after having distributed printed advertisements containing the particulars of his undertaking. These bills soon operated according to the wish of the projectors. As the price of the oracle was fixed at half a guinea, the public naturally concluded that the author was no common fortune-teller, and the very next day Peregrine found some ladies of his quality acquaintance infected with the desire of making an experiment upon the skill of this new conjurer, who pretended to be just arrived from the Mogul's empire, where he had learned the art from a Brahman philosopher. Our young gentleman affected to talk of the pretensions of this sage with ridicule and contempt, and with seeming reluctance undertook to attend them to his apartment, observing that it would be a very easy matter to detect the fellow's ignorance, and no more than common justice to chastise him for his presumption. Though he could easily perceive a great fund of credulity in the company, they affected to espouse his opinion, and under the notion of a frolic, agreed that one particular lady should endeavour to baffle his art by appearing before him in the dress of her woman, who should at the same time personate her mistress, and be treated as such by our adventurer, who promised to squire them to the place. These measures being concerted, and the appointment fixed for the next audience day, Peregrine furnished his friend with the necessary information, and when the hour of assignation arrived, conducted his charge to this oraculous seer. They were admitted by our hero's valet de chambre, whose visage being naturally meagre and swarthy, was adorned with artificial whiskers, so that he became the Persian dress which he wore, and seemed a very proper master of the ceremonies to an oriental necromancer. Having crossed his arms upon his breast, with an inclination of the head, he stalked in solemn silence before them into the penetralia of the temple, where they found the conjurer sitting at a table provided with pen, ink, and paper, divers books and mathematical instruments, and a long white wand lying across the whole. He was habited in a black gown and fur cap. His countenance, over and above a double proportion of philosophic gravity, which he had assumed for the occasion, was improved by a thick beard, white as snow, that reached to his middle, and upon each shoulder sat a prodigious large black cat, which had been tutored for the purpose. Such a figure, which would have startled Peregrine himself had he not been concerned in the mystery, could not fail to make an impression upon those whom he accompanied. The fictitious chambermaid, in spite of all her natural pertness and vivacity, changed colour when she entered the room, while the pretended lady, whose intellects were not quite so enlightened, began to tremble in every joint, and ejaculate petitions to heaven for her safety. Their conductor, advancing to the table, presented his offering, and pointing to the maid, told him that lady desired to know what would be her destiny in point of marriage. The philosopher, without lifting up his eyes to view the person in whose behalf he was consulted, turned his ear to one of the sable familiars that purred upon his shoulder, and taking up the pen, wrote upon a detached slip of paper these words, which Peregrine, at the desire of the ladies, repeated aloud: "Her destiny will in great measure depend upon what happened to her about 9 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd day of last December." This sentence was no sooner pronounced than the counterfeit lady screamed and ran out into the antechamber, exclaiming, "Christ have mercy upon us! Sure he is the devil incarnate." Her mistress, who followed her with great consternation, insisted upon knowing the transaction to which the response alluded; and Mistress Abigail, after some recollection, gave her to understand that she had an admirer, who on the very hour and day mentioned by the cunning man had addressed himself to her in a serious proposal of marriage. This explanation, however, was more ingenious than candid, for the admirer was no other than the identical Mr. Pickle himself, who was a mere dragon among the chambermaids, and in his previous information communicated to his associate had given an account of this assignation with which he had been favoured by the damsel in question. Our hero, seeing his company very much affected with this circumstance of the wizard's art, which had almost frighted both mistress and maid into hysteric fits, pretended to laugh them out of their fears, by observing that there was nothing extraordinary in this instance of his knowledge, which might have been acquired by some of those secret emissaries whom such impostors are obliged to employ for intelligence, or imparted by the lover himself, who had perhaps come to consult him about the success of his amour. Encouraged by this observation, or rather prompted by an insatiable curiosity, which was proof against all sorts of apprehension, the disguised lady returned to the magician's own apartment, and assuming the air of a pert chambermaid, Mr. Conjurer, said she, now you have satisfied my mistress, will you be so good as to tell me if ever I shall be married? The sage, without the least hesitation, favoured her with an answer in the following words: You cannot be married before you are a widow, and whether or not that will ever be the case is a question which my art cannot resolve, because my foreknowledge exceeds not the term of 30 years. This reply, which at once cut her off from the pleasing prospect of seeing herself independent in the enjoyment of youth and fortune, in a moment clouded her aspect. All her good humour was overcast, and she went away without further inquiry, muttering in the rancour of her chagrin that he was a silly impertinent fellow, and a mere quack in his profession. Notwithstanding the prejudice of this resentment, her conviction soon recurred, and when the report of his answers was made to those confederates by whom she had been deputed to make trial of his skill, they were universally persuaded that his art was altogether supernatural, though each affected to treat it with contempt, resolving in her own breast to have recourse to him in private. In the meantime, the maid, though laid under the most peremptory injunctions of secrecy, was so full of the circumstance which related to her own conduct, that she extolled his prescience in whispers to all her acquaintance, assuring them that he had told her all the particulars of her life, so that his fame was almost instantaneously conveyed through 1,000 different channels to all parts of the town. And the very next time he assumed the chair, his doors were besieged by curious people of all sects and denominations. Being an old practitioner in this art, Cadwallader knew it would be impossible for him to support his reputation in the promiscuous exercise of fortune-telling, because every person that should come to consult him would expect a sample of his skill relating to things past, and it could not be supposed that he was acquainted with the private concerns of every individual who might apply to him for that purpose. He therefore ordered his minister, whom he distinguished by the name of Hadji Rock, to signify to all those who demanded entrance that his price was 1/2 guinea, and that all such as were not disposed to gratify him with that consideration would do well to leave the passage free for the rest. This declaration succeeded to his wish, for this congregation consisted chiefly of footmen, chambermaids, prentices, and the lower class of tradesmen, who could not afford to purchase prescience at such a price; so that after fruitless offers of shillings and half-crowns, they dropped off one by one, and left the field open for customers of an higher rank. The first person of this species who appeared was dressed like the wife of a substantial tradesman, but this disguise could not screen her from the penetration of the conjurer, who at first sight knew her to be one of the ladies of whose coming he had been apprised by Peregrine, on the supposition that their curiosity was rather inflamed than allayed by the intelligence they had received from his first client. This lady approached the philosopher with that intrepidity of countenance so conspicuous in matrons of her dignified sphere, and in a soft voice asked with a simper of what complexion her next child would be. The necromancer, who was perfectly well acquainted with her private history, forthwith delivered his response in the following question, written in the usual form: How long has Pompey the Black been dismissed from your ladyship's service? endued as she was with a great share of that fortitude which is distinguished by the appellation of effrontery, her face exhibited some signs of shame and confusion at the receipt of this oracular interrogation, by which she was convinced of his extraordinary intelligence, and accosting him in a very serious tone, "Doctor," said she, "I perceive you are a person of great abilities in the art you profess, and therefore, without pretending to dissemble, I will own you have touched the true string of my apprehensions. I am persuaded I need not be more particular in my inquiries. Here is a purse of money. Take it, and deliver me from a most alarming and uneasy suspense." So saying, she deposited her offering upon the table, and waited for his answer with a face of fearful expectation, while he was employed in writing this sentence for her perusal: "Though I see into the womb of time, the prospect is not perfectly distinct. The seeds of future events lie mingled and confused, so that I am under the necessity of assisting my divination in some cases by analogy and human intelligence, and cannot possibly satisfy your present doubts, unless you will condescend to make me privy to all those occurrences which you think might have interfered with the cause of your apprehension." The lady, having read the declaration, affected a small emotion of shyness and repugnance, and seating herself upon a settee, after having cautiously informed herself of the privacy of the apartment, gave such a detail of the succession of her lovers as amazed, while it entertained, the necromancer, as well as his friend Pickle, who from a closet in which he had concealed himself overheard every syllable of her confession. Cadwallader listened to her story with a look of infinite importance and sagacity, and after a short pause told her that he would not pretend to give a categorical answer until he should have deliberated maturely upon the various circumstances of the affair, but if she would take the trouble of honouring him with another visit on his next public day, he hoped he should be able to give her full satisfaction. Conscious of the importance of her doubts, she could not help commending his caution, and took her leave, with a promise of returning at the appointed time. Then, the conjurer being joined by his associate, they gave a loose to their mirth, which having indulged, they began to concert measures for inflicting some disgraceful punishment on the shameless and insatiate termagant, who had so impudently avowed her own prostitution. They were interrupted, however, in their conference by the arrival of a new guest, who being announced by Hadji, our hero retreated to his lurking place, and Cadwallader resumed his mysterious appearance. This new client, though she hid her face in a mask, could not conceal herself from the knowledge of the conjurer, who by her voice recognised her to be an unmarried lady of his own acquaintance. She had, within a small compass of time, made herself remarkable for 2 adventures which had not at all succeeded to her expectation. Being very much addicted to play, she had, at a certain rout, indulged that passion to such excess as not only got the better of her justice, but also of her circumspection, so that she was unfortunately detected in her endeavours to appropriate to herself what was not lawfully her due. This small slip was attended with another indiscretion, which had likewise an unlucky effect upon her reputation. She had been favoured with the addresses of one of those hopeful heirs who swarm and swagger about town under the denomination of bucks, and in the confidence of his honour consented to be one of a partie that made an excursion as far as Windsor, thinking herself secured from scandal by the company of another young lady who had also condescended to trust her person to the protection of her admirer. The two gallants, in the course of this expedition, were said to use the most perfidious means to intoxicate the passions of their mistresses by mixing drugs with their wine, which inflamed their constitutions to such a degree that they fell an easy sacrifice to the appetites of their conductors, who upon their return to town were so base and inhuman as to boast among their companions of the exploit they had achieved. Thus the story was circulated with 1,000 additional circumstances, to the prejudice of the sufferers, one of whom had thought proper to withdraw into the country until the scandal raised at her expense should subside, while the other, who was not so easily put out of countenance, resolved to outface the report as a treacherous aspersion invented by her lover as an excuse for his own inconstancy, and actually appeared in public as usual, till she found herself neglected by the greater part of her acquaintance. In consequence of this disgrace, which she knew not whether to impute to the card affair or to the last faux pas she had committed, she now came to consult the conjurer, and signified her errand by asking whether the cause of her present disquiet was of the town or of the country. Cadwallader, at once perceiving her allusion, answered her question in these terms: "This honest world will forgive a young gamester for indiscretion at play, but a favour granted to a babbling coxcomb is an unpardonable offence." This response she received with equal astonishment and chagrin, and fully convinced of the necromancer's omniscience, implored his advice touching the retrieval of her reputation, upon which he counselled her to wed with the first opportunity. She seemed so well pleased with his admonition that she gratified him with a double fee, and dropping a low curtsy, retired. Our undertakers now thought it high time to silence the oracle for the day, and Hadji was accordingly ordered to exclude all comers, while Peregrine and his friend renewed the deliberations which had been interrupted, and settled a plan of operations for the next occasion. Meanwhile it was resolved that Hadji should not only exercise his own talents, but also employ inferior agents, in procuring general intelligence for the support of their scheme; that the expense of this ministry should be defrayed from the profits of their profession, and the remainder be distributed to poor families in distress. End of chapter 82. Part 1 of chapter 83 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 83, Part 1. Peregrine and his friend Cadwallader proceed in the exercise of the mystery of fortune-telling, in the course of which they achieve various adventures. These preliminaries being adjusted, our hero forthwith repaired to a card assembly which was frequented by some of the most notable gossips in town, and having artfully turned the conversation upon the subject of the fortune teller, whose talents he pretended to ridicule, incensed their itch of knowing secrets to such a degree of impatience that their curiosity became flagrant, and he took it for granted that all or some of them would visit Albumazar on his very first visiting day. While Peregrine was thus engaged, his associate made his appearance in another convocation of fashionable people, where he soon had the pleasure of hearing the conjurer brought upon the carpet by an elderly gentlewoman remarkable for her inquisitive disposition, who, addressing herself to Cadwallader, asked, by the help of the finger alphabet, if he knew anything of the magician that made such a noise in town. The misanthrope answered as usual in a surly tone, "By your question, you must either take me for a pimp or an idiot. What, in the name of nonsense, should I know of such a rascal, unless I were to court his acquaintance with a view to feast my own spleen, in seeing him fool the whole nation out of their money? Though I suppose his chief profits arise from his practice in quality of pander. All fortune tellers are bawds, and for that reason are so much followed by people of fashion. This fellow, I warrant, has got sundry convenient apartments for the benefit of procreation, for it is not to be supposed that those who visit him on the pretence of consulting his supernatural art can be such fools, such drivellers, as to believe that he can actually prognosticate future events." The company, according to his expectation, imputed his remarks to the rancour of his disposition, which could not bear to think that any person upon earth was wiser than himself, and his ears were regaled with 1,000 instances of the conjurer's wonderful prescience, for which he was altogether indebted to fiction, some of these specimens being communicated to him by way of appeal to his opinion. "They are," said he, "mere phantoms of ignorance and credulity, swelled up in the repetition, like those unsubstantial bubbles which the boys blow up in soapsuds with a tobacco pipe. And this will ever be the case in the propagation of all extraordinary intelligence. The imagination naturally magnifies every object that falls under its cognizance, especially those that concern the passions of fear and admiration. And when the occurrence comes to be rehearsed, the vanity of the relator exaggerates every circumstance in order to enhance the importance of the communication. Thus, an incident which is but barely uncommon often gains such accession in its progress through the fancies and mouths of those who represent it, that the original fact cannot possibly be distinguished. This observation might be proved and illustrated by 1,000 undeniable examples, out of which I shall only select one instance for the entertainment and edification of the company. A very honest gentleman, remarkable for the gravity of his deportment, was one day in a certain coffee house accosted by one of his particular friends, who, taking him by the hand, expressed uncommon satisfaction in seeing him abroad and in good health, after the dangerous and portentous malady he had undergone. Surprised at this salutation, The gentleman replied, it was true he had been a little out of order overnight, but there was nothing at all extraordinary in his indisposition. Jesu, not extraordinary, cried the other, when you vomited 3 black crows. This strange exclamation the grave gentleman at first mistook for raillery, though his friend was no joker. But perceiving in him all the marks of sincerity and astonishment, he suddenly changed his opinion, and after a short reverie, taking him aside, expressed himself in these words: Sir, it is not unknown to you that I am at present engaged in a treaty of marriage, which would have been settled long ago, had it not been retarded by the repeated machinations of a certain person, who professed himself my rival. Now, I am fully persuaded that this affair of the 3 crows is a story of his invention, calculated to prejudice me in the opinion of the lady, who, to be sure, would not choose to marry a man who has a rookery in his bowels. And therefore I must insist upon knowing your author of this scandalous report, that I may be able to vindicate my character from the malicious aspersion. His friend, who thought the demand was very reasonable, told him without hesitation that he was made acquainted with the circumstance of his distemper by Mr. such a one, their common acquaintance. Upon which the person who conceived himself injured went immediately in quest of his supposed defamer, and having found him, Pray, sir, said he with a peremptory tone, who told you that I vomited 3 black crows? 3, answered the gentleman. I mentioned 2 only. Zounds, sir, cried the other, incensed at his indifference. You will find the 2 too many, if you refuse to discover the villainous source of such calumny. The gentleman, surprised at his heat, said he was sorry to find he had been the accidental instrument of giving him offence, but translated the blame, if any there was, from himself to a third person, to whose information he owed his knowledge of the report. The plaintiff, according to the direction he received, repaired to the house of the accused, and his indignation being inflamed at finding the story had already circulated among his acquaintance, he told him, with evident marks of displeasure, that he was come to pluck that same brace of crows which he said he had disgorged. The defendant, seeing him very much irritated, positively denied that he had mentioned a brace. One, indeed, said he, I own I took notice of, upon the authority of your own physician, who gave me an account of it this morning. By the Lord, cried the sufferer, in a rage which he could no longer contain, that rascal has been suborned by my rival to slander my character in this manner. But I'll be revenged, if there be either law or equity in England. He had scarce pronounced these words when the doctor happened to enter the room, when his exasperated patient, lifting up his cane, Sirrah, said he, if I live, I'll make that black crow the blackest circumstance of thy whole life and conversation. The physician, confounded at this address, assured him that he was utterly ignorant of his meaning, and when the other gentleman explained it, absolutely denied the charge, affirming he had said no more than that he had vomited a quantity of something as black as a crow. The landlord of the house acknowledged that he might have been mistaken, and thus the whole mystery was explained. The company seemed to relish the story of the three black crows, which they considered as an impromptu of Cadwallader's own invention; but granting it to be true, they unanimously declared that it could have no weight in invalidating the testimony of divers persons of honour, who had been witnesses of the magician's supernatural skill. On the next day of consultation, the necromancer being in the chair, and his friend behind the curtain, the outward door was scarce opened when a female visitant flounced in, and discovered to the magician the features of one of those inquisitive ladies whose curiosity he knew his confederate had aroused, in the manner above described. She addressed herself to him with a familiar air, observing that she had heard much of his great knowledge, and was come to be a witness of his art, which she desired him to display in declaring what he knew to be her ruling passion. Cadwallader, who was no stranger to her disposition, assumed the pen without hesitation, and furnished her with an answer importing that the love of money predominated, and scandal possessed the next place in her heart. Far from being offended at his freedom, she commended his frankness with a smile, and, satisfied of his uncommon talents, expressed a desire of being better acquainted with his person. Nay, she began to catechize him upon the private history of divers great families in which he happened to be well versed, and he, in a mysterious manner, dropped such artful hints of his knowledge that she was amazed at his capacity, and actually asked if his art was communicable. The conjurer replied in the affirmative, but at the same time gave her to understand that it was attainable by those only who were pure and undefiled in point of chastity and honour, or such as, by a long course of penitence, had weaned themselves from all attachments to the flesh. She not only disapproved, but seemed to doubt the truth of this assertion, telling him with a look of disdain that his art was not worth having if one could not use it for the benefit of one's pleasure. She had even penetration enough to take notice of an inconsistency in what he had advanced, and asked why he himself exercised his knowledge for hire, if he was so much detached from all worldly concerns. Come, come, doctor, added she, you are in the right to be cautious against impertinent curiosity, but perhaps I may make it worth your while to be communicative. These overtures were interrupted by a rap at the door, signifying the approach of another client, upon which the lady inquired for his private passage, through which she might retire without the risk of being seen. When she understood that he was deficient in that convenience, she withdrew into an empty room adjoining to the audience chamber, in order to conceal herself from the observation of the newcomer. This was no other than the innamorata, who came by appointment to receive the solution of her doubts; and the misanthrope, glad of an opportunity to expose her to the censure of such an indefatigable minister of fame as the person who, he knew, would listen from the next apartment, laid her under the necessity of refreshing his remembrance with a recapitulation of her former confession, which was almost finished when she was alarmed by a noise at the door, occasioned by two gentlemen, who attempted to enter by force. Terrified at this uproar, which disconcerted the magician himself, she ran for shelter into the place which was preoccupied by the other lady, who, hearing this disturbance, had closed the window shutters that she might have a better chance of remaining unknown. Here they ensconced themselves in the utmost consternation, while the necromancer, after some recollection, ordered Hadji to open the door and admit the rioters, who he hoped would be overawed by the authority of his appearance. The janitor had no sooner obeyed his instructions than in rushed a young libertine, who had been for some time upon the town, together with his tutor, who was a worn-out debauchee, well known to the magician. They were both in that degree of intoxication necessary to prepare such dispositions for what they commonly call frolics, and the sober part of mankind feel to be extravagant outrages against the laws of their country and the peace of their fellow subjects. Having staggered up to the table, the senior, who undertook to be spokesman, saluted Cadwallader with, "How dost do, old Capricorn? Thou seemst to be a most venerable pimp, and I doubt not hast abundance of discretion. Here is this young whoremaster, a true chip off the old venereal block, his father, and myself, come for comfortable cast of thy function. I don't mean that stale pretence of conjuring. Damn futurity. Let us live for the present, old Haley. Conjure me up a couple of hale wenches, and I warrant we shall get into the magic circle in a twinkling. What says Galileo? What says the Reverend Brahe? Here is a purse, you pimp. Hark how it chinks. This is sweeter than the music of the spheres. Our necromancer, perplexed at this rencounter, made no reply, but taking up his wand, waved it around his head in a very mysterious motion, with a view of intimidating these for'ard visitants, who, far from being awed by this sort of evolution, became more and more obstreperous, and even threatened to pull him by the beard if he would not immediately comply with their desire. Had he called his associate, or even Hadji, to his aid, he knew he could have soon calmed their turbulence, but being unwilling to run the risk of a discovery, or even of a riot, he bethought himself of chastising their insolence in another manner that would be less hazardous, and rather more effectual. In consequence of this suggestion, he pointed his wand towards the door of the apartment in which the ladies had taken sanctuary, and the two rakes, understanding the hint, rushed in without hesitation. The females, finding their place of retreat taken by assault, ran about the room in great consternation, and were immediately taken prisoners by the assailants, who, pulling them towards the windows, opened the shutters at the same instant of time when, strange to tell, one of the heroes discovered in the prize he had made the very wife of his bosom, and his companion perceived that he had stumbled in the dark upon his own mother. Their mutual astonishment was unspeakable at this éclaircissement, which produced an universal silence for the space of several minutes. During this pause, the ladies having recollected themselves, an expostulation was begun by the elder of the two, who roundly took her son to task for his disorderly life, which laid her under the disagreeable necessity of watching his motions and detecting him in such an infamous place. While the careful mother thus exercised her talent for reprehension, the hopeful young gentleman, with an hand in each fob, stood whistling an opera tune, without seeming to pay the most profound regard to his parents' reproof; and the other lady, in imitation of such a consummate pattern, began to open upon her husband, whom she bitterly reproached with his looseness and intemperance, demanding to know what he had to allege in alleviation of his present misconduct. The surprise occasioned by such an unexpected meeting had already in a great measure destroyed the effects of the wine he had so plentifully drank, and the first use he made of his recovered sobriety was to revolve within himself the motives that could possibly induce his wife to give him the rendezvous in this manner. As he had good reason to believe she was utterly void of jealousy, he naturally placed this rencontre to the account of another passion, and his chagrin was not at all impaired by the effrontery with which she now presumed to reprimand him. He listened to her, therefore, with a grave, or rather grim aspect, and to the question with which she concluded her rebuke, answered with great composure: "All that I have to allege, madam, is that the board has committed a mistake, in consequence of which we are both disappointed. And so, ladies, your humble servant." So saying, he retired with manifest confusion in his looks, and as he passed through the audience chamber, eyeing the conjurer askance, pronounced the epithet of "precious rascal" with great emphasis. Meanwhile, the junior, like a dutiful child, handed his mamma to her chair, and the other client, after having reviled the necromancer, because he could not foresee this event, went away in a state of mortification. End of Part 1 of Chapter 83. Part 2 of Chapter 83 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 83, Part 2. The coast being clear, Peregrine came forth from his den, and congratulated his friend upon the peaceful issue of the adventure which he had overheard. But that he might not be exposed to such inconvenience for the future, they resolved that a grate should be fixed in the middle of the outward door, through which the conjurer himself might reconnoitre all the visitants before their admission, so that to those whose appearance he might not like, Hadji should without opening give notice that his master was engaged. By this expedient, too, they provided against those difficulties which Cadwallader must have encountered in giving satisfaction to strangers whom he did not know. For the original intention of the founders was to confine the practice of their art to people of fashion only, most of whom were personally known to the counterfeit magician and his coadjutors. Indeed, these associates, Cadwallader in particular, notwithstanding his boasted insight into the characters of life, never imagined that his pretended skill would be consulted by any but the weaker minded of the female sex, incited by that spirit of curiosity which he knew was implanted in their nature. But in the course of his practice he found himself cultivated in his preternatural capacity by people of all sexes, complexions, and degrees of reputation, and had occasion to observe that when the passions are concerned, however cool, cautious, and deliberate the disposition may otherwise be, there is nothing so idle, frivolous, or absurd, to which they will not apply for encouragement and gratification. The last occurrence, according to the hopes and expectation of the confederates, was whispered about by the ladies concerned in such a manner that the whole affair was in a few days the universal topic of discourse, in which it was retailed with numberless embellishments, invented by the parties themselves, who had long indulged a pique at each other, and took this opportunity of enjoying their revenge. These incidents, while they regaled the spleen, at the same time augmented the renown of the conjurer, who was described on both sides as a very extraordinary person in his way, and the alteration in his door was no sooner performed than he had occasion to avail himself of it, against the intrusion of a great many, with whom he would have found it very difficult to support the fame he had acquired. Among those who appeared at his grate, he perceived a certain clergyman, whom he had long known an humble attendant on the grate, and with some the reputed minister of their pleasures. This Levite had disguised himself in a greatcoat, boots, and dress quite foreign to the habit worn by those of his function, and being admitted, attempted to impose himself as a country squire upon the conjurer, who, calling him by his name, desired him to sit down. This reception corresponding with the report he had heard touching our magician's art, the doctor said he would lay aside all dissimulation. After having professed an implicit belief that his supernatural knowledge did not proceed from any communication with evil spirits, but was the immediate gift of heaven, he declared the intention of his coming was to inquire into the health of a good friend and brother of his, who possessed a certain living in the country which he named, and as he was old and infirm, to know what space of time was allotted to him in this frail state of mortality, that he might have the melancholy satisfaction of attending him in his last moments, and assisting him in his preparations for eternity. The conjurer, who at once perceived the purport of this question, after a solemn pause, during which he seemed absorbed in contemplation, delivered this response to his consulter: "Though I foresee some occurrences, I do not pretend to be omniscient. I know not to what age that clergyman's life will extend, but so far I can penetrate into the womb of time as to discern that the incumbent will survive his intended successor." This dreadful sentence in a moment banished the blood from the face of the appalled consulter, who, hearing his own doom pronounced, began to tremble in every joint. He lifted up his eyes in the agony of fear, and saying, "The will of God be done," withdrew in silent despondence, his teeth chattering with terror and dismay. This client was succeeded by an old man about the age of 75, who, being resolved to purchase a lease, desired to be determined in the term of years by the necromancer's advice, observing that as he had no children of his own body, and had no regard for his heirs at law, the purchase would be made with a view to his own convenience only, and therefore, considering his age, He himself hesitated in the period of the lease between 30 and 80 years. The conjurer, upon due deliberation, advised him to double the last specified term, because he distinguished in his features something portending extreme old age and second childhood, and he ought to provide for that state of incapacity which otherwise would be attended with infinite misery and affliction. The superannuated wretch, thunderstruck with this prediction, held up his hands, and in the first transports of his apprehension exclaimed, "Lord, have mercy upon me! I have not wherewithal to purchase such a long lease, and I have long outlived all my friends. What then must become of me, sinner that I am, 120 years hence?" Cadwallader, who enjoyed his terror, under pretence of alleviating his concern, told him that what he had prognosticated did not deprive him of the means which he and every person had in their power to curtail a life of misfortune. And the old gentleman went away, seemingly comforted with the assurance that it would always be in his power to employ an halter for his own deliverance. Soon after the retreat of this elder, the magician was visited by one of those worthies known among the Romans by the appellation of Heredipetes, who had amassed a large fortune by a close attention to the immediate wants and weakness of raw, unexperienced heirs. This honourable usurer had sold an annuity upon the life of a young spendthrift, being thereto induced by the affirmation of his physician, who had assured him his patient's constitution was so rotten that he could not live 1 year to an end. He had nevertheless made shift to weather 18 months, and now seemed more vigorous and healthy than he had ever been known, for he was supposed to have nourished an hereditary pox from his cradle. Alarmed at this alteration, the fellow came to consult Cadwallader not only about the life of the annuitant, but also concerning the state of his health at the time of his purchasing the annuity, purposing to sue the physician for false intelligence, should the conjurer declare that the young man was sound, when the doctor pronounced him diseased. But this was a piece of satisfaction he did not obtain from the misanthrope, who, in order to punish his sordid disposition, gave him to understand that the physician had told him the truth, and nothing but the truth, and that the young gentleman was in a fair way of attaining a comfortable old age. "That is to say," cried the client, in the impatience of his mortification at this answer, "mating accidents; for, thank God, the annuitant does not lead the most regular life. Besides, I am credibly informed he is choleric and rash, so that he may be concerned in a duel. Then there are such things as riots in the street, in which a rake's skull may be casually cracked. He may be overturned in a coach, overset in the river, thrown from a vicious horse, overtaken with a cold, endangered by a surfeit. But what I place my chief confidence in is an hearty pox, a distemper which hath been fatal to his whole family. Not but that the issue of all these things is uncertain, and expedients might be found which would more effectually answer the purpose. I know they have arts in India, by which a man can secure his own interest in the salutation of a friendly shake by the hand, and I don't doubt that you, who have lived in that country, a master of the secret. To be sure, if you was inclined to communicate such a nostrum, there are abundance of people who would purchase it at a very high price. Cadwallader understood this insinuation, and was tempted to amuse him in such a manner as would tend to his disgrace and confusion. But considering that the case was of too criminal a nature to be tampered with, he withstood his desire of punishing this rapacious cormorant any other way than by telling him he would not impart the secret for his whole fortune 10 times doubled, so that the usurer retired, very much dissatisfied with the issue of his consultation. The next person who presented himself at this altar of intelligence was an author, who recommended himself to a gratis advice, by observing that a prophet and poet were known by the same appellation among the ancients, and that at this day both the one and the other spoke by inspiration. The conjurer refused to own this affinity, which, he said, formerly subsisted, because both species of the Vates were the children of fiction; but as he himself did not fall under that predicament, he begged leave to disown all connection with the family of the poets, and the poor author would have been dismissed without his errand, though he offered to leave an ode as security for the magician's fee, to be paid from the profits of his first third night, had not Cadwallader's curiosity prompted him to know the subject of this gentleman's enquiry. He therefore told him that, in consideration of his genius, he would for once satisfy him without a fee, and desired him to specify the doubts in which he wished to be resolved. The son of Parnassus, glad of this condescension, for which he thanked the necromancer, gave him to understand that he had some time before presented a play in manuscript to a certain great man, at the head of taste, who had not only read and approved the performance, but also undertaken to introduce and support it on the stage; that he, the author, was assured by this patron that the play was already, in consequence of his recommendation, accepted by one of the managers, who had faithfully promised to bring it to light, but that when he waited on this same manager to know when he intended to put his production in rehearsal, the man declared he had never seen or heard of the piece. "Now, Mr. Conjurer," said he, "I want to know whether or not my play has been presented, and if I have any sort of chance of seeing it acted this winter." Cadwallader, who had in his younger days sported among the theatrical muses, began to lose his temper at this question, which recalled the remembrance of his own disappointments, and dispatched the author with an abrupt answer, importing that the affairs of the stage were altogether without the sphere of his divination, being entirely regulated by the daemons of dissimulation, ignorance, and caprice. It would be an endless task to recount every individual response which our magician delivered in the course of his conjuration. He was consulted in all cases of law, physic, and trade, over and above the ordinary subjects of marriage and fornication. His advice and assistance were solicited by sharpers who desired to possess an infallible method of cheating unperceived, by fortune hunters who wanted to make prize of widows and heiresses, by debauchees who were disposed to lie with other men's wives, by coxcombs who longed for the death of their fathers, by wenches with child who wished themselves rid of their burthens, by merchants who had insured above value and thirsted after the news of a wreck, by underwriters who prayed for the gift of prescience, that they might venture money upon such ships only as should perform the voyage in safety, by Jews who wanted to foresee the fluctuations of stock, by usurers who advance money upon undecided causes, by clients who were dubious of the honesty of their counsel. In short, all matters of uncertain issue were appealed to this tribunal, and in point of calculation, de Moivre was utterly neglected. End of chapter 83. Chapter 84 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 84. The conjurer and his associate execute a plan of vengeance against certain infidels who pretend to despise their art, and Peregrine achieves an adventure with a young nobleman. By these means the whole variety of character undisguised passed as it were in review before the confederates, who by divers ingenious contrivances punished the most flagrant offenders with as much severity as the nature of their plan would allow. At length they projected a scheme for chastising a number of their own acquaintance, who had all along professed the utmost contempt for the talent of this conjurer, which they endeavoured to ridicule in all companies where his surprising art was the subject of discourse. Not that they had sense and discernment enough to perceive the absurdity of his pretensions, but affected a singularity of opinion, with a view of insulting the inferior understandings of those who were deceived by such an idle impostor. Peregrine, indeed, for obvious reasons, had always espoused their judgment in this case, and joined them in reviling the public character of his friend. But he knew how far the capacities of those virtuosi extended, and had frequently caught them in the fact of recounting their exploits against the conjurer, which were the productions of their own invention only. On these considerations his wrath was kindled against them, and he accordingly concerted measures with his coadjutor for overwhelming them with confusion and dismay. In the first place, a report was spread by his emissaries that the magician had undertaken to entertain their view with the appearance of any person whom his customers should desire to see, whether dead or at the distance of 1,000 leagues. This extraordinary proposal chancing to be the subject of conversation in a place where most of these infidels were assembled, they talked of it in the usual style, and some of them swore the fellow ought to be pilloried for his presumption. Our hero, seizing this favourable opportunity, acquiesced in their remarks, and observed with great vehemence that it would be a meritorious action to put the rascal to the proof, and then toss him in a blanket for non-performance. They were wonderfully pleased with this suggestion, and forthwith determined to try the experiment, though, as they understood the apparition would be produced to one only at a time, they could not immediately agree in the choice of the person who should stand the first brunt of the magician's skill. while each of them severally excused himself from this preference on various pretences, Peregrine readily undertook the post, expressing great confidence of the conjurer's incapacity to give him the least cause of apprehension. This point being settled, they detached one of their number to Crabtree, in order to bespeak and adjust the hour and terms of the operation, which he insisted on performing at his own apartment, where everything was prepared for the occasion. At the appointed time they went thither in a body to the number of 7, in full expectation of detecting the impostor, and were received with such gloomy formality as seemed to have an effect upon the countenances of some among them, though they were encouraged by the vivacity of Pickle, who affected a double share of petulance for the more effectual accomplishment of his purpose. Cadwallader made no reply to the interrogations they uttered, in the levity of their insolence, at the first entrance, but ordered Hadji to conduct them through the next room, that they might see there was no previous apparatus to affright their deputy with objects foreign to his undertaking. They found nothing but a couple of wax tapers burning on a table that stood with a chair by it in the middle of the apartment, and returned to the audience chamber, leaving Peregrine by himself, to encounter the phantom of that person whom they should, without his knowledge, desire the magician to conjure up to his view. All the doors being shut, and the company seated, a profound silence ensued, together with a face of dreadful expectation, encouraged by the blue flame of the candles, which were tipped with sulphur for that purpose, and heightened by the dismal sound of a large bell, which Hadji tolled in the antechamber. Cadwallader, having thus practised upon their ignorance and fear, desired them to name the person to be produced. After whispers among themselves, one of them took the pen, and writing the name of Commodore Trunnion upon a slip of paper, put it into the hands of the magician, who rose from his seat, and opening the door of his closet, displayed to their view a skull with thigh bones crossed, upon a table covered with black cloth. This melancholy spectacle made a remarkable impression upon the imaginations of the company, already prepossessed by the previous ceremony, and they began to survey one another with looks of consternation, while Cadwallader, shutting himself in the closet that was contiguous to the chamber in which his friend Peregrine was stationed, thrust the label with his uncle's name through a small chink in the partition, according to agreement, muttering all the time a sort of gibberish that increased the panic of his audience. Then, returning to his chair, the knell was knolled again, and Pickle called aloud, "Damn your mummery, why don't you dispatch?" This was a signal to Crabtree, who, thus certified of his having received the paper, stood up and waved his wand in the figure of an S. The motion being thrice performed, their ears were all of a sudden invaded by a terrible noise in the next room, accompanied with the voice of Peregrine, who exclaimed in a tone of horror and amazement, "God me heaven! My uncle Trunnion!" This ejaculation had such an effect upon the hearers that 2 of them swooned with fear, a third fell upon his knees and prayed aloud, while the other 3, in a transport of dismay and distraction, burst open the door and rushed into the haunted chamber, where they found the table and chair overturned, and Peregrine extended, in all appearance without sense or motion, upon the floor. they immediately began to chafe his temples, and the first symptom of his recovery which they perceived was an hollow groan, after which he pronounced these words: "Merciful powers, if I live, I saw the Commodore with his black patch in the very clothes he wore at my sister's wedding." This declaration completed their astonishment and terror. They observed a wildness in his looks, which he seemed to bend on something concealed from their view, and were infected by his appearance to such a pitch of superstition, that it would have been an easy matter to persuade them that the chair and table were apparitions of their forefathers. However, they conducted Peregrine into the council chamber, where the conjurer and Hadji were employed in ministering to those who had fainted. The patients having retrieved the use of their faculties, Cadwallader, assuming a double portion of severity in his aspect, asked if they were not ashamed of their former incredulity, declaring that he was ready to give them more convincing proofs of his art upon the spot, and would immediately recall 3 generations of their progenitors from the dead, if they were disposed to relish such company. Then, turning to one of them, whose great-grandfather had been hanged, "Are you," said he, "ambitious of seeing the first remarkable personage of your family? Say the word, and he shall appear." This youth, who had been the most insolent and obstreperous of the whole society, and was now depressed with the same proportion of fear, alarmed at the proposal, assured the magician he had no curiosity of that sort remaining, and that what he had already seen would, he hoped, have a good effect upon his future life and conversation. Every one of these heroes made an acknowledgment and profession of the same kind, some of which were attended with tears, and Hadji having provided chairs for the whole company, they departed exceedingly crestfallen. 2 of the number actually sickened with the agitation they had undergone, while our hero and his associate made themselves merry with the success of their enterprise. But this scheme of fortune-telling did not engross his whole attention. He still continued to maintain his appearance in the beau monde, and as his expense far exceeded his income, strove to contract intimacies with people of interest and power. He showed himself regularly at court, paid his respects to them in all places of public diversion, and frequently entered into their parties either of pleasure or cards. In the course of this cultivation he happened one evening, at a certain chocolate house, to overlook a match at piquet, in which he perceived a couple of sharpers making prey of a young nobleman, who had neither temper nor skill sufficient to cope with such antagonists. Our hero, being a professed enemy to all knights of industry, could not bear to see them cheat in public with such insolent audacity. Under pretence of communicating some business of importance, he begged the favour of speaking to the young gentleman in another corner of the room, and in a friendly manner cautioned him against the arts of his opponents. This hot-headed representative, far from thinking or owning himself obliged to Pickle for his good counsel, looked upon the advice as an insult upon his understanding, and replied with an air of ferocious displeasure, that he knew how to take care of his own concerns, and would not suffer either him or them to bubble him out of 1 shilling. Peregrine, offended at the association, as well as at the ingratitude and folly of this conceited coxcomb, expressed his resentment by telling him that he expected at least an acknowledgment for his candid intention, but he found his intellects too much warped by his vanity to perceive his own want of capacity and experience. Inflamed by this reproof, the young nobleman challenged him to play for £500, with many opprobrious, or at least contemptuous, terms of defiance, which provoked our hero to accept the proposal. After the other had disengaged himself from the old rooks, who were extremely mortified at the interruption, the two young champions sat down, and Fortune acting with uncommon impartiality, Pickle, by the superiority of his talents, in 2 hours won to the amount of as many £1,000, for which he was obliged to take his antagonist's note, the sharpers having previously secured his ready money. Frantic with his loss, the rash young man would have continued the game, and doubled stakes every time, so that Peregrine might have increased his acquisition to 10 times the sum he had gained, but he thought he had already sufficiently chastised the presumption of the challenger, and was unwilling to empower Fortune to ravish from him the fruits of his success. He therefore declined Milord's proposal, unless he would play for ready money, and his lordship having in vain tried his credit among the company, our adventurer withdrew, leaving him in an ecstasy of rage and disappointment. As the insolence of his behaviour had increased with his ill luck, and he had given vent to divers expressions which Peregrine took amiss, our young gentleman resolved to augment his punishment by teasing him with demands which could not, he knew, be immediately satisfied, and next day sent pipes to his father's house, with the note, which was drawn payable upon demand. The debtor, who had gone to bed half distracted with his misfortune, finding himself waked with such a disagreeable dun, lost all patience, cursed Pickle, threatened his messenger, blasphemed with horrible execrations, and made such a noise as reached the ears of his father, who, ordering his son to be called into his presence, examined him about the cause of that uproar which had disturbed the whole family. The young gentleman, after having essayed to amuse him with sundry equivocations, which served only to increase his suspicion and desire of knowing the truth, acknowledged that he had lost some money overnight at cards, to a gamester who had been so impertinent as to send a message demanding it that morning, though he had told the fellow that it would not suit him to pay it immediately. The father, who was a man of honour, reproached him with great severity for his profligate behaviour in general, and this scandalous debt in particular, which he believed to be some trifle. Then, giving him a bank-note for £500, commanded him to go and discharge it without loss of time. This well-principled heir took the money, but instead of waiting upon his creditor, he forthwith repaired to the gaming-house in hopes of retrieving his loss, and before he rose from the table, saw his note mortgaged for 7/8 of its value. Meanwhile, Pickle, incensed at the treatment which his servant had received, and informed of his lordship's second loss, which aggravated his resentment, determined to preserve no medium, and, taking out a writ the same day, put it immediately in execution upon the body of his debtor, just as he stepped into his chair at the door of White's chocolate house. The prisoner, being naturally fierce and haughty, attempted to draw upon the bailiffs, who disarmed him in a twinkling, and this effort served only to heighten his disgrace, which was witnessed by 1,000 people, most of whom laughed very heartily at the adventure of a lord's being arrested. Such a public transaction could not long escape the knowledge of his father, who that very day had the satisfaction to hear that his son was in a sponging house. In consequence of this information, he sent his steward to learn the particulars of the arrest, and was equally offended, surprised, and concerned when he understood the nature of the debt which he imagined his son had already discharged. Unwilling to pay such a considerable sum for a spendthrift whom he had but too much indulged, and who in less than 1 week might involve himself in such another difficulty, the old gentleman wrote a letter to Peregrine, representing what a hardship it would be upon him to forfeit such sums by the indiscretion of a son whose engagements he was not bound to fulfil, and desiring some mitigation in his demand, as it was not a debt contracted for value received, but incurred without subjecting him to the least damage or inconvenience. Our adventurer no sooner received this letter than he went in person to wait upon the author, to whom he, in a candid manner, related the particular circumstances of the match, together with the ingratitude and audacity of his son, which he owned had stimulated him to such measures as he otherwise would have scorned to take. The nobleman acknowledged that the revenge was hardly adequate to the provocation, and condemned the conduct of his son with such justice and integrity as disarmed Peregrine of his resentment, and disposed him to give an undoubted proof of his own disinterestedness, which he immediately exhibited by producing the note and tearing it to pieces, after having assured his lordship that the writ should be withdrawn, and the prisoner discharged before night. The Earl, who perfectly well understood the value of money, and was no stranger to the characters of mankind, stood amazed at this sacrifice, which Pickle protested was offered by his esteem for his lordship, and after having complimented him upon his generosity in a very uncommon strain of encomium, begged the favour of his acquaintance, and insisted upon his dining with him next day. The youth, proud of having met with such an opportunity to distinguish himself, in less than an hour performed every article of his promise, and in the morning was visited by the debtor, who came by the express order of his father to thank him for the obligation under which he was laid, and to ask pardon for the offence he had given. This condescension was very glorious for our hero, who graciously received his submission, and accompanied him to dinner, where he was caressed by the old Earl with marks of particular affection and esteem. Nor was his gratitude confined to exterior civility. He offered him the use of his interest at court, which was very powerful, and repeated his desire of serving him so pressingly that Peregrine thought he could not dispense with the opportunity of assisting his absent friend Godfrey, in whose behalf he begged the influence of his lordship. The Earl, pleased with this request, which was another proof of the young gentleman's benevolence, said he would not fail to pay the utmost regard to his recommendation, and in 6 weeks a captain's commission was actually signed for the brother of Emilia, who was very agreeably surprised at the intimation he received from the War Office, though he was utterly ignorant of the canal through which he obtained that promotion. End of chapter 84. Chapter 85 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 85. Peregrine is celebrated as a wit and patron, and proceeds to entertain himself at the expense of whom it did concern. In the meantime, Peregrine flourished in the gay scenes of life, and, as I have already observed, had divers opportunities of profiting in the way of marriage, had not his ambition been a little too inordinate, and his heart still biassed by a passion which all the levity of youth could not balance, nor all the pride of vanity overcome. Nor was our hero unmarked in the world of letters and taste. He had signalised himself in several poetic productions, by which he had acquired a good share of reputation. Not that the pieces were such as ought to have done much honour to his genius, but any tolerable performance from a person of his figure and supposed fortune will always be considered by the bulk of readers as an instance of astonishing capacity, though the very same production ushered into the world with the name of an author in less affluent circumstances would be justly disregarded and despised. So much is the opinion of most people influenced and overawed by ridiculous considerations. Be this as it will, our young gentleman was no sooner distinguished as an author than he was marked out as a patron by all the starving retainers to poetry. He was solemnized in odes, celebrated in epigrams, and fed with the milk of soft dedication. His vanity even relished this incense, and though his reason could not help despising those that offered it, not one of them was sent away unowned by his munificence. He began to think himself, in good earnest, that superior genius which their flattery had described. He cultivated acquaintance with the wits of fashion, and even composed in secret a number of bons mots, which he uttered in company as the impromptus of his imagination. In this practice, indeed, he imitated some of the most renowned geniuses of the age, who, if the truth were known, have laboured in secret with the sweat of their brows for many a repartee which they have vended as the immediate production of fancy and expression. He was so successful in this exercise of his talents that his fame actually came in competition with that great man who had long sat at the helm of wit, and in a dialogue that once happened between them on the subject of a corkscrew, wherein the altercation was discharged according to Bayes, slap for slap, dash for dash, our hero was judged to have the better of his lordship by some of the minor satellites that commonly surround and reflect the rays of such mighty luminaries. In a word, he dipped himself so far in these literary amusements that he took the management of the pit into his direction, putting himself at the head of those critics who call themselves the town, and in that capacity chastised several players who had been rendered insolent and refractory by unmerited success. As for the new productions of the stage, though generally uninspired and insipid, they always enjoyed the benefit of his influence and protection, because he never disliked the performance so much as he sympathised with the poor author, who stood behind the scenes in the most dreadful suspense, trembling, as it were, on the very brink of damnation. Yet, though he extended his generosity and compassion to the humble and needy, he never let slip one opportunity of mortifying villainy and arrogance. Had the executive power of the legislature been vested in him, he would have doubtless devised strange species of punishment for all offenders against humanity and decorum. But restricted as he was, he employed his invention in subjecting them to the ridicule and contempt of their fellow subjects. It was with this view he set on foot the scheme of conjuration, which was still happily carried on, and made use of the intelligence of his friend Cadwallader, though he sometimes converted this advantage to the purposes of gallantry, being, as the reader may have perceived, of a very amorous complexion. He not only acted the reformer, or rather the castigator, in the fashionable world, but also exercised his talents among the inferior class of people who chanced to incur his displeasure. One mischievous plan that entered our hero's imagination was suggested by two advertisements published in the same paper by persons who wanted to borrow certain sums of money, for which they promised to give undeniable security. Peregrine, from the style and manner of both, concluded they were written by attorneys, a species of people for whom he entertained his uncle's aversion. In order to amuse himself and some of his friends with their disappointment, he wrote a letter signed A.B. to each advertiser, according to the address specified in the newspaper, importing that if he would come with his writings to a certain coffee-house near the Temple, precisely at 6 o'clock in the evening, he would find a person sitting in the right-hand box next to the window, who would be glad to treat with him about the subject of his advertisement, and, should his security be liked, would accommodate him with the sum which he wanted to raise. Before the hour of this double appointment, Pickle, with his friend Cadwallader, and a few more gentlemen, to whom he had thought proper to communicate the plan, went to the coffee-house, and seated themselves near the place that was destined for their meeting. The hope of getting money had such an evident effect upon their punctuality that one of them arrived a considerable time before the hour, and having reconnoitred the room, took his station according to the direction he had received, fixing his eye upon a clock that stood before him, and asking of the barkeeper if it was not too slow. He had not remained in this posture many minutes when he was joined by a strange figure that waddled into the room with a bundle of papers in his bosom, and the sweat running over his nose. Seeing a man in the box to which he had been directed, he took it for granted he was the lender, and as soon as he could recover his breath, which was almost exhausted by the dispatch he had made, "Sir," said he, "I presume you are the gentleman I was to meet about that loan." Here he was interrupted by the other, who eagerly replied, "A.B., sir, I suppose?" "The same," cried the last comer. "I was afraid I should be too late, for I was detained beyond my expectation by a nobleman in the other end of the town that wants to mortgage a small trifle of his estate, about 1,000 a year, and my watch happens to be in the hands of the maker, having met with an accident a few nights ago which set it asleep. But howsomever, there's no time lost, and I hope this affair will be transacted to the satisfaction of us both. For my own part, I love to do good offices myself, and therefore I expect nothing but what is fair and honest of other people." His new friend was exceedingly comforted by this declaration, which he considered as a happy omen of his success, and the hope of fingering the cash operated visibly in his countenance, while he expressed his satisfaction at meeting with a person of such candour and humanity. "The pleasure," said he, "of dealing with an easy, conscientious man is, in my opinion, superior to that of touching all the money upon earth. For what joy can be compared with what a generous mind feels in befriending its fellow creatures? I was never so happy in my life as at one time in lending £500 to a worthy gentleman in distress, without insisting upon rigid security. Sir, one may easily distinguish an upright man by his countenance. For example, now, I think I could take your word for £10,000. The other with great joy protested that he was right in his conjecture, and returned the compliment 1,000-fold. By which means the expectation of both was wound up to a very interesting pitch, and both at the same instant began to produce their papers, in the untying of which their hands shook with transports of eagerness and impatience, while their eyes were so intent upon their work that they did not perceive the occupation of each other. At length, one of them, having got the start of the other, and unrolled several skins of musty parchment, directed his view to the employment of his friend, and seeing him fumbling at his bundle, asked if that was a blank bond and conveyance which he had brought along with him. The other, without lifting up his eyes, or desisting from his endeavours to loose the knot, which by this time he had applied to his teeth, answered this question in the negative, observing that the papers in his hand were the security which he proposed to give for the money. This reply converted the looks of the inquirer into a stare of infinite stolidity, accompanied with the word "None," which he pronounced in a tone of fear and astonishment. The other, alarmed at this note, cast his eyes towards the supposed lender, and was in a moment infected by his aspect. All the exultation of hope that sparkled in their eyes was now succeeded by disappointment and dismay, and while they gazed ruefully at each other, their features were gradually elongated, like the transient curls of a middle-row periwig. This emphatic silence was, however, broke by the last comer, who, in a faltering accent, desired the other to recollect the contents of his letter. "Of your letter?" cried the first, putting into his hand the advertisement he had received from Pickle, which he had no sooner perused than he produced his own for the satisfaction of the other party, so that another gloomy pause ensued, at the end of which each uttered a profound sigh, or rather groan, and, rising up, sneaked off without farther communication. He who seemed to be the most afflicted of the two, taking his departure with an exclamation of "Humbugged! Ecad!" Such were the amusements of our hero, though they did not engross his whole time, some part of which was dedicated to nocturnal riots and revels among a set of young noblemen who had denounced war against temperance, economy, and common sense, and were indeed the devoted sons of tumult, waste, and prodigality. Not that Peregrine relished those scenes which were a succession of absurd extravagance, devoid of all true spirit, taste, or enjoyment; but his vanity prompted him to mingle with those who were entitled the choice spirits of the age; and his disposition was so pliable as to adapt itself easily to the measures of his company, where he had not influence enough to act in the capacity of director. Their rendezvous was at a certain tavern, which might be properly styled the Temple of Excess, where they left the choice of their fare to the discretion of the landlord, that they might save themselves the pains of exercising their own reason; and in order to avoid the trouble of adjusting the bill, ordered the waiter to declare how much every individual must pay, without specifying the articles of the charge. This proportion generally amounted to 2 guineas per head for each dinner and supper, and frequently exceeded that sum, of which the landlord durst not abate without running the risk of having his nose slit for his moderation. But this was a puny expense compared with that which they often incurred by the damage done to the furniture and servants in the madness of their intoxication, as well as the loss they sustained at hazard, an amusement to which all of them had recourse in the progress of their debauches. This elegant diversion was introduced, encouraged, and promoted by a crew of rapacious sharpers, who had made themselves necessary companions to this hopeful generation by the talents of pimping and buffoonery. Though they were universally known, even by those they preyed upon, to have no other means of earning their livelihood than the most infamous and fraudulent practices, they were caressed and courted by these infatuated dupes, when a man of honour who would not join in their excesses would have been treated with the utmost indignity and contempt. Though Peregrine in his heart detested those abandoned courses, and was a professed enemy to the whole society of gamesters, whom he considered and always treated as the foes of humankind, he was insensibly accustomed to licentious riot, and even led imperceptibly into play by those cormorants, who are no less dangerous in the art of cheating than by their consummate skill in working upon the passions of unwary youth. They are, for the most part, naturally cool, phlegmatic, and crafty, and by a long habit of dissimulation have gained an absolute dominion over the hasty passions of the heart, so that they engage with manifest advantage over the impatience and impetuosity of a warm, undesigning temper, like that of our young gentleman, who, when he was heated with wine, misled by example, invited on one hand and defied on the other, forgot all his maxims of caution and sobriety, and plunging into the reigning folly of the place, had frequent occasions to moralize in the morning upon the loss of the preceding night. These penitential reflections were attended with many laudable resolutions of profiting by the experience which he had so dearly purchased. But he was one of those philosophers who always put off till another day the commencement of their reformation. End of chapter 85. Part 1 of Chapter 86 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 86. Part 1. Peregrine receives a letter from Hatchway, in consequence of which he repairs to the garrison, and performs the last offices to his aunt. He is visited by Mr. Gauntlet, who invites him to his marriage. In this circle of amusements our hero's time was parcelled out, and few young gentlemen of the age enjoyed life with greater relish, notwithstanding those intervening checks of reason, which served only to whet his appetite for a repetition of the pleasures she so prudently condemned, when he received the following letter, by which he was determined to visit his estate in the country.
Cousin Pickle, I hope you are in a better trim than your aunt, who hath been fast moored to her bed these 7 weeks, by several feet of under water logging in her hold and hollop, whereby I doubt her planks are rotted, so as she cannot choose but fall to pieces in a short time. I have done all in my power to keep her tight and easy, and free from sudden squalls that might overstrain her. And here have been the doctors, who have scuttled her lower deck, and let out 6 gallons of water. For my own part, I wonder how the devil it came there, for you know as how it was a liquor she never took in. But as for those fellows, the doctors, they are like unskilful carpenters, that in mending one leak make a couple, and so she fills again apace. But the worst sign of all is this here: she won't let a drop of Nance go betwixt the combings of her teeth, and has quite lost the rudder of her understanding, whereby she yaws woundily in her speech, palavering about some foreign part called the New Jerusalem, and wishing herself in a safe berth in the river Jordan. The parson, I must say, strives to keep her steady concerning the navigation of her soul, and talks very sensibly of charity and the poor, whereof she hath left a legacy of £200 in her will. And here has been Mr. Gamaliel, and your brother, my lord, demanding entrance at the gate in order to see her. But I would not suffer them to come aboard, and pointed my patereros, which made them sheer off. Your sister, Mistress Clover, keeps close watch upon her kinswoman, without ever turning in, and a kind-hearted young woman it is. I should be glad to see you at the garrison, if the wind of your inclination sits that way, and mayhap it may be a comfort to your aunt to behold you alongside of her, when her anchor is a peak. So no more at present, but rests your friend and humble servant to command, John Hatchway.
Next morning, after the receipt of this epistle, Peregrine, in order to manifest his regard to his aunt, as well as his friendship for honest Jack, set out on horseback for their habitation, attended by Pipes, who longed to see his old messmate. But before he reached the garrison, Mistress Hatchway had given up the ghost, in the 65th year of her age. The widower seemed to bear his loss with resignation, and behaved very decently upon the occasion, though he did not undergo those dangerous transports of sorrow which some tender-hearted husbands have felt at the departure of their wives. The lieutenant was naturally a philosopher, and so well disposed to acquiesce in the dispensations of Providence, that in this, as well as in every other emergency of his life, he firmly believed that everything which happened was for the best. Peregrine's task, therefore, was not so great in comforting him as in consoling his own sister, who with great poignancy and sincerity of grief lamented the death of the only relation with whom she had maintained any intimacy of correspondence. For her mother was as implacable as ever in her enmity against her and Peregrine, and rather more determined in her rancour. That which was originally a sudden transport of indignation being by this time settled into a confirmed inveteracy of hate. As for Gam, who was now dignified by the country people with the appellation of the young squire, he still acted in the capacity of minister to the caprice and vengeance of his mother, taking all opportunities of disturbing Julia's peace, slandering her reputation, and committing outrages against the tenants and domestics of her husband, who was a man of a quiet and timorous disposition. But the chief amusement of young Pickle in his later years was the chase, in which he acquired some renown by his intrepidity and remarkable figure, which improved every day in deformity, insomuch as to suggest a ludicrous scheme of revenge to a gentleman in the neighbourhood. Having been affronted by the insolence of Crockback, he clothed a large baboon that was in his possession in a dress that resembled the hunting equipage of Gam, and ordering the animal to be set astride and tied upon the back of his keenest hunter, turned them out one day after the hounds, the horse in a little time outstripping all the rest in the field. The rider was mistaken for Gam by the whole company, who saluted him as he passed with a hollo, observing that the squire had his usual good luck in being better mounted than his neighbours. Pickle, afterwards appearing in his own person, created great astonishment in the spectators, one of whom asked if he had split himself in twain, and pointed out his representative, who was by this time almost up with the hounds. Upon which the identical Gam went in pursuit of the impostor. When he overtook him, he was so much enraged at the counterfeit that he attacked the baboon, whip in hand, and in all probability would have sacrificed him to his resentment, had he not been prevented by the other fox hunters. They interposed in order to make up the difference betwixt two brothers of the sport, and were equally surprised and diverted when they distinguished the quality of Crookback's antagonist, which they rescued from his rage and reconveyed to its master. Peregrine, at the request of his friend Jack, took charge of his aunt's funeral, to which his parents were invited, though they did not think proper to appear, or pay the least regard to his solicitations, when he desired permission to wait upon them in person. Nevertheless, old Gamaliel, at the instigation of his wife, afterwards obtained an order from Doctors' Commons, obliging Hatchway to produce the will of his wife, on the supposition that she had bequeathed to him some part of the money which he knew was at her own disposal. But from this step he reaped no other satisfaction than that of finding himself altogether neglected by the testatrix, who had left all her effects to her husband, except £1,000 with her jewels to Julia's daughter, the benefaction mentioned in the lieutenant's letter, and some inconsiderable legacies to her favourite domestics. A few days after the interment of this good lady, our hero was agreeably surprised with a visit from his friend Godfrey, who had come to England in consequence of that promotion which he owed to his interest, though the soldier himself placed it to the credit of a certain courtier who had formerly promised to befriend him, and now, finding his advancement unowned, very modestly arrogated the merit of it to himself. He communicated his good fortune to Pickle, who complimented him upon it as an event of which he had no precognition, and at the same time told him that in consequence of his preferment his cousin at Windsor had consented to his being immediately united in the bands of wedlock with his lovely Sophie, that the wedding day was already fixed, and that nothing would be wanting to his happiness if Peregrine would honour the nuptials with his presence. Our hero accepted the invitation with great eagerness, when he learned that Emilia would be there in quality of bridesmaid, and now repeated what he had formerly written to his friend, namely, that he was not only willing, but extremely impatient, to atone for his mad behaviour to that young lady, by laying himself and his whole fortune at her feet. Godfrey thanked him for his honourable intention, and promised to use his influence, and that of Sophie, in his behalf, though he seemed dubious of their success, on account of his sister's delicacy, which could not pardon the least shadow of disrespect. He owned, indeed, he was not certain that she would appear in the same company with Pickle, but as she had made no stipulations on that score, he would interpret her silence in the most favourable manner, and keep her in ignorance of his design until she should find it too late to retract with any decency. End of Part 1 of Chapter 86. Part 2 of Chapter 86 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 86, Part 2. The hope of seeing and conversing with Emilia, and perhaps of being reconciled to her, after having suffered so much and so long from her displeasure, raised a tumult of ideas in his breast, and produced a strange inquietude of joy and perturbation. Gauntlet having stayed with him a few days, and signified the time appointed for his spousals, took his leave in order to prepare for the occasion, while Peregrine, with his friend Hatchway, made a tour among his acquaintance in the country, with a view of sounding their inclinations touching a project which he had lately conceived, of offering himself as a candidate for a certain borough in the neighbourhood, at the ensuing election for members of Parliament. This scheme, which was suggested to him by one of his quality patrons, would have succeeded according to his wish, had the election taken place immediately, but before that happened, his interest was overbalanced by some small accidents that will be recorded in the sequel. In the meantime he repaired to Windsor on the eve of his friend's marriage, and understood from Godfrey that it was with the utmost difficulty that he and Sophie could prevail upon his sister to be present at the wedding, when she was informed that her lover was invited, and that her consent had not been obtained until they had promised, on the part of Peregrine, that he should not renew the old topic, nor even speak to her in the style of a former acquaintance. Our young gentleman was nettled at this preliminary, to which, however, he said he would adhere, and so well did he think himself fortified with pride and resentment, that he resolved to behave towards her with such indifference as would, he hoped, mortify her vanity, and thereby punish her for the implacability of her disposition. Armed with these sentiments, he was next day introduced by Godfrey to the bride, who received him with her usual sweetness of temper and affability; and Emilia being present, he saluted her with a distant bow, which she acknowledged with a cold curtsy, and an aspect of ice. Though this deportment confirmed his displeasure, her beauty undermined his resolution. He thought her charms were infinitely improved since their last parting, and 1,000 fond images recurring to his imagination, he felt his whole soul dissolving into tenderness and love. In order to banish those dangerous ideas, he endeavoured to enter into a gay conversation with Sophie on the subject of the approaching ceremony, but his tongue performed its office awkwardly. His eyes were attracted towards Emilia, as if they had been subject to the power of fascination. In spite of all his efforts, a deep sigh escaped from his bosom, and his whole appearance indicated anxiety and confusion. The bridegroom, perceiving his condition, abridged the visit, and having conducted his companion to his own lodgings, expressed his concern at having been the innocent occasion of his uneasiness, by exposing him to the sight of Emilia, which he perceived had given him pain. Peregrine, who had by this time recollected the dictates of his pride, assured him that he was very much mistaken in the cause of his disorder, which was no other than a sudden qualm, to which he had been for some time subject; and to show him how philosophically he could bear the disdain of Emilia, which, with all deference to her conduct, he could not help thinking a little too severe, he desired, as the bridegroom had made preparation for a private ball in the evening, that he would provide him with an agreeable partner, in which case he would exhibit undoubted proofs of the tranquillity of his heart. "I was in hopes," answered Godfrey, "of being able, with the assistance of Sophie, to make up matters between you and my sister, and for that reason kept her unengaged to any other gentleman for the night. But since she was so peevishly obstinate, I shall take care to accommodate you with a very handsome young lady, whose partner will not be sorry to exchange her for Emilia." The thoughts of having an opportunity to coquette with another woman, under the eye of this implacable mistress, supported his spirits during the ceremony which put Gauntlet in possession of his heart's desire; and by means of this cordial he found himself so undisturbed at dinner, though he sat opposite to his fair enemy, that he was able to pass some occasional jokes upon the new married couple, with some appearance of mirth and good humour. Nor did Emily any otherwise seem affected by his presence than by excepting him from the participation of those genial regards which she distributed to the rest of the company. This easiness of behaviour on her side reinforced his resolution, by giving him pretence to call her sensibility in question, for he could not conceive how any woman of acute feelings could sit unmoved in presence of a man with whom she had such recent and intimate connection, not considering that she had much more reason to condemn his affectation of unconcern, and that her external deportment might, like his own, be an effort of pride and resentment. This contest in point of dissimulation continued till night, when the company was paired for dancing, and Peregrine began the ball by walking a minuet with the bride. Then he took out the young lady to whom he was recommended by Gauntlet, being very well pleased to see that her person was such as might have inspired even Emily herself with jealousy, though at the same time he perceived his mistress coupled with a gay young officer, whom, with all due deference to his own qualifications, he considered as no despicable rival. However, he himself first began hostilities by becoming all of a sudden particular with his partner, whom he forthwith assailed with flattering compliments, that soon introduced the subject of love, upon which he expatiated with great art and elocution, using not only the faculty of speech, but also the language of the eyes, in which he was a perfect connoisseur. This behaviour soon manifested itself to the whole assembly, the greatest part of whom believed that he was in good earnest captivated by the charms of his partner, while Emilia, penetrating into his design, turned his own artillery upon himself, by seeming to listen with pleasure to the addresses of his rival, who was no novice in the art of making love. She even affected uncommon vivacity, and giggled aloud at every whisper which he conveyed into her ear, insomuch that she in her turn afforded speculation to the company, who imagined the young soldier had made a conquest of the bridegroom's sister. Pickle himself began to cherish the same opinion, which gradually invaded his good humour, and at length filled his bosom with rage. He strove to suppress his indignation, and called every consideration of vanity and revenge to his aid. He endeavoured to wean his eyes from the fatal object that disturbed him, but they would not obey his direction and command. He wished himself deprived of all sensation when he heard her laugh, and saw her smile upon the officer, and in the course of country dancing, when he was obliged to join hands with her, the touch thrilled through all his nerves, and kindled a flame within him which he could not contain. In a word, his endeavours to conceal the situation of his thoughts were so violent, that his constitution could not endure the shock. The sweat ran down his forehead in a stream, the colour vanished from his cheeks, his knees began to totter, and his eyesight to fail, so that he must have fallen at his full length upon the floor, had not he retired very abruptly into another room, where he threw himself upon a couch and fainted. In this condition he was found by his friend, who, seeing him withdraw with such symptoms of disorder, followed him thither, and when he recovered the use of his faculties, pressed him to make use of a bed in that house, rather than expose himself in the night air by going home to his own lodgings. But not being able to prevail upon him to accept the offer, he wrapped him up in a cloak, and conducting him to the inn where he lodged, helped him to undress and go to bed, where he was immediately seized with a violent fit of the ague. Godfrey behaved with great tenderness, and would have actually bore him company all night, notwithstanding the circumstances of his own situation, had not his friend insisted upon his returning to the company, and making his apology to his partner for his sudden departure. This was a step absolutely necessary towards maintaining the quiet of the assembly, which he found in great consternation, occasioned by his absence, for some of the ladies, seeing the bridegroom follow the stranger in his retreat, the meaning of which they did not comprehend, began to be afraid of a quarrel. Emilia, upon pretence of that supposition, was so much alarmed that she could not stand, and was fain to have recourse to a smelling bottle. The bride, who understood the whole mystery, was the only person that acted with deliberation and composure. She imputed Emilia's disorder to the right cause, which was no other than concern for the condition of her lover, and assured the ladies there was nothing extraordinary in Mr. Pickle's going off, he being subject to fainting fits, by which he was often overtaken without any previous notice. The arrival of Gauntlet confirmed the truth of this declaration. He made an apology to the company in the name of his friend, who, he told them, was suddenly taken ill, and they returned to their diversion of dancing, with this variation: Emilia was so disordered and fatigued that she begged to be excused from continuing the exercise, and Peregrine's partner, being disengaged, was paired with the young officer for whom she was originally designed. Meanwhile the bride withdrew into another apartment with her sister, and expostulated with her upon her cruelty to Mr. Pickle, assuring her, from Godfrey's information, that he had undergone a severe fit on her account, which in all likelihood would have a dangerous effect upon his constitution. Though Emily was inflexible in her answers to the kind remonstrances of the gentle Sophie, her heart melting with the impressions of pity and love, and finding herself unable to perform the duty of her function in putting the bride to bed, she retired to her own chamber, and in secret sympathised with the distemper of her lover. In the morning, as early as decency would permit him to leave the arms of his dear wife, Captain Gauntlet made a visit to Peregrine, who had passed a very tedious and uneasy night, having been subject to short intervals of delirium, during which Pipes had found it very difficult to keep him fast belayed. He owned, indeed, to Godfrey that his imagination had been haunted by the ideas of Emilia and her officer, which tormented him to an unspeakable degree of anguish and distraction, and that he would rather suffer death than a repetition of such excruciating reflections. He was, however, comforted by his friend, who assured him that his sister's inclinations would in time prevail over all the endeavours of resentment and pride, illustrating this asseveration by an account of the manner in which she was affected by the knowledge of his disorder, and advising him to implore the mediation of Sophie in a letter which she should communicate to Emilia. This was an opportunity which our hero thought too favourable to be neglected. Calling for paper, he sat up in his bed, and in the first transports of his emotion wrote the following petition to Godfrey's amiable wife. End of Part 2 of Chapter 86. Part 3 of Chapter 86 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 86, Part 3. Dear Madam, the affliction of a contrite heart can never appeal to your benevolence in vain, and therefore I presume to approach you, in this season of delight, with the language of sorrow, requesting that you will espouse the cause of an unhappy lover, who mourns with unutterable anguish over his ruined hope, and intercede for my pardon with that divine creature, whom, in the intemperance and excess of passion, I have so mortally offended. Oh, good heaven, is my guilt inexpiable? Am I excluded from all hope of remission? Am I devoted to misery and despair? I have offered all the atonement which the most perfect and sincere penitence could suggest, and she rejects my humility and repentance. If her resentment would pursue me to the grave, let her signify her pleasure, and may I be branded with the name of villain, and remembered with infamy and detestation to all posterity, if I hesitate one moment in sacrificing a life which is odious to Emilia. Oh, madam, while I thus pour forth the effusions of my grief and distraction, I look around the apartment in which I lie, and every well-known object that salutes my view recalls to my remembrance that fond, that happy day on which the fair, the good, the tender-hearted Sophie became my advocate, though I was a stranger to her acquaintance, and effected a transporting reconciliation between me and that same enchanting beauty that is now so implacably incensed. If she is not satisfied with the pangs of remorse and disappointment, the transports of madness I have undergone, let her prescribe what farther penance she thinks I ought to endure, and when I decline her sentence, let me be the object of her eternal disdain. I commit myself, dear madam, dear Sophie, dear partner of my friend, to your kind interposition. I know you will manage my cause as a concern on which my happiness entirely depends, and I hope everything from your compassion and beneficence, while I fear everything from her rigour and barbarity. Yes, I call it barbarity, a savageness of delicacy altogether inconsistent with the tenderness of human nature. And may the most abject contempt be my portion, if I live under its scourge. But I begin to rave. I conjure you by your own humanity and sweetness of disposition, I conjure you by your love for the man whom heaven has decreed your protector, to employ your influence with that angel of wrath in behalf of your obliged and obedient servant, P. Pickle. This epistle was immediately transmitted by Godfrey to his wife, who perused it with marks of the most humane sympathy, and carrying it into her sister's chamber, "Here is something," said she, presenting the paper, "which I must recommend to your serious attention." Emilia, who immediately guessed the meaning of this address, absolutely refused to look upon it, or even to hear it read, till her brother, entering the apartment, reprimanded her sharply for her obstinacy and pride, accused her of folly and dissimulation, and entered so warmly into the interests of his friend that she thought him unkind in his remonstrances, and, bursting into a flood of tears, reproached him with partiality and want of affection. Godfrey, who entertained the most perfect love and veneration for his sister, asked pardon for having given offence, and, kissing the drops from her fair eyes, begged she would, for his sake, listen to the declaration of his friend. Thus solicited, she could not refuse to hear the letter, which, when he had repeated, She lamented her own fate in being the occasion of so much uneasiness, desired her brother to assure Mr. Pickle that she was not a voluntary enemy to his peace. On the contrary, she wished him all happiness, though she hoped he would not blame her for consulting her own, in avoiding any future explanation or connection with a person whose correspondence she found herself under a necessity to renounce. In vain did the new married couple exhaust their eloquence in attempting to prove that the reparation which our hero had offered was adequate to the injury she had sustained, that in reconciling herself to a penitent lover who subscribed to her own terms of submission, her honour would be acquitted by the most scrupulous and severe judges of decorum, and that her inflexibility would be justly ascribed to the pride and insensibility of her heart. She turned a deaf ear to all their arguments, exhortations, and entreaties, and threatened to leave the house immediately, if they would not promise to drop that subject of discourse. Godfrey, very much chagrined at the bad success of his endeavours, returned to his friend, and made as favourable a report of the affair as the nature of his conversation with Emilia would permit. But as he could not avoid mentioning her resolution in the close, Peregrine was obliged to drink again the bitter draught of disappointment, which put his passions into such a state of agitation as produced a short ecstasy of despair, in which he acted 1,000 extravagancies. This paroxysm, however, soon subsided into a settled reserve of gloomy resentment, which he in secret indulged, detaching himself as soon as possible from the company of the soldier, on pretence of retiring to rest. While he lay ruminating upon the circumstances of his present situation, his friend Pipes, who knew the causes of his anxiety, and firmly believed that Emilia loved his master in her heart, howsoever she might attempt to disguise her sentiments, I say, Thomas was taken with a conceit which he thought would set everything to rights, and therefore put it in execution without further delay. Laying aside his hat, he ran directly to the house of Sophie's father, and affecting an air of surprise and consternation, to which he had never before been subject, thundered at the door with such an alarming knock as in a moment brought the whole family into the hall. When he was admitted, he began to gape, stare, and pant at the same time, and made no reply when Godfrey asked what was the matter, till Mistress Gauntlet expressed her apprehensions about his master. When Pickle's name was mentioned, he seemed to make an effort to speak, and in a bellowing tone pronounced, "Brought himself up! Split my topsails!" So saying, he pointed to his own neck, and rose upon his tiptoes, by way of explaining the meaning of his words. Godfrey, without staying to ask another question, rushed out, and flew towards the inn with the utmost horror and concern, while Sophie, who did not rightly understand the language of the messenger, addressing herself to him a second time, said with great earnestness, "I hope no accident has happened to Mr. Pickle." "No accident at all," replied Tom. "He has only hanged himself for love." These words had scarce proceeded from his mouth when Emilia, who stood listening at the parlour door, shrieked aloud, and dropped down senseless upon the floor, while her sister, who was almost equally shocked at the intelligence, had recourse to the assistance of her maid, by whom she was supported from falling. Pipes, hearing Emily's voice, congratulated himself upon the success of his stratagem. He sprung to her assistance, and lifting her up into an easy chair, stood by her until he saw her recover from her swoon, and heard her call upon his master's name with all the frenzy of despairing love. Then he bent his course back to the inn, overjoyed at the opportunity of telling Peregrine what a confession he had extorted from his mistress, and extremely vain of this proof of his own sagacity. In the meantime, Godfrey, arriving at the house in which he supposed this fatal catastrophe had happened, ran upstairs to Peregrine's chamber, without staying to make any inquiry below, and finding the door locked, burst it open with one stroke of his foot. But what was his amazement, when upon entrance our hero, starting up from the bed, saluted him with a boisterous exclamation of "Zounds! Who's there?" He was struck dumb with astonishment, which also riveted him to the place where he stood, scarce crediting the testimony of his own senses, till Peregrine, with an air of discontent which denoted him displeased with his intrusion, dispelled his apprehension by a second address, saying, "I see you consider me as a friend, by your using me without ceremony." The soldier, thus convinced of the falsehood of the information he had received, began to imagine that Pickle had projected the plan which was executed by his servant, and looking upon it as a piece of unjustifiable finesse, which might be attended with very melancholy consequences to his sister or wife, he answered in a supercilious tone that Mr. Pickle must blame himself for the interruption of his repose, which was entirely owing to the sorry jest he had set on foot. Pickle, who was the child of passion, and more than half mad with impatience before this visit, hearing himself treated in such a cavalier manner, advanced close up to Godfrey's breast, and assuming a stern, or rather frantic countenance, "Harkye, sir," said he, "you are mistaken if you think I jest. I am in downright earnest, I assure you." Gauntlet was not a man to be browbeaten, seeing himself thus bearded by a person of whose conduct he had, he thought, reason to complain, put on his military look of defiance, and, erecting his chest, replied with an exalted voice, "Mr. Pickle, whether you was in jest or earnest, you must give me leave to tell you that the scheme was childish, unseasonable, and unkind, not to give it an harsher term." "Death, sir!" cried our adventurer, "you trifle with my disquiet. If there is any meaning in your insinuation, explain yourself, and then I shall know what answer it will befit me to give." "I came with very different sentiments," resumed the soldier, "but since you urge me to expostulation, and behave with such unprovoked loftiness of displeasure, I will, without circumlocution, tax you with having committed an outrage upon the peace of my family, in sending your fellow to alarm us with such an abrupt account of your having done violence upon yourself." Peregrine, confounded at this imputation, stood silent, with a most savage aspect of surprise, eager to know the circumstance to which his accuser alluded, and incensed to find it beyond the sphere of his comprehension. While these two irritated friends stood fronting each other with mutual indignation in their eyes and attitudes, they were joined by Pipes, who, without taking the least notice of the situation in which he found them, told his master that he might up with the top-gallant masts of his heart, and out with his rejoicing pendants, for as to Mistress Emily, he had clapped her helm a-weather, the vessel wore, and now she was upon the other tack, standing right into the harbour of his good will. Peregrine, who was not yet a connoisseur in the terms of his lackey, commanded him upon pain of his displeasure to be more explicit in his intelligence, and by dint of divers questions obtained a perfect knowledge of the scheme which had been put in execution for his service. This information perplexed him not a little. He would have chastised his servant upon the spot for his temerity, had he not plainly perceived that the fellow's intention was to promote his ease and satisfaction, and on the other hand, he knew not how to acquit himself of the suspicion which he saw Godfrey entertain of his being the projector of the plan, without condescending to an explanation which his present disposition could not brook. After some pause, however, turning to Pipes with a severe frown, "Rascal!" said he, "this is the second time I have suffered in the opinion of that lady by your ignorance and presumption. If ever you intermeddle in my affairs for the future without express order and direction, by all that's sacred, I will put you to death without mercy. Away, and let my horse be saddled this instant." Pipes having withdrawn in order to perform this piece of duty, our young gentleman, addressing himself again to the soldier, and laying his hand upon his breast, said with a solemnity of regard, "Captain Gauntlet, upon my honour, I am altogether innocent of that shallow device which you impute to my invention, and I don't think you do justice either to my intellects or honour in supposing me capable of such insolent absurdity. As for your sister, I have once in my life affronted her in the madness and impetuosity of desire, but I have made such acknowledgments and offered such atonement as few women of her sphere would have refused. Before God, I am determined to endure every torment of disappointment and despair, rather than prostrate myself again to the cruelty of her unjustifiable pride." So saying, he stalked suddenly downstairs, and took horse immediately, his spirits being supported by resentment, which prompted him to vow within himself that he would seek consolation for the disdain of Emilia in the possession of the first willing wench he should meet upon the road. While he set out for the garrison with these sentiments, Gauntlet, in a suspense between anger, shame, and concern, returned to the house of his father-in-law, where he found his sister still violently agitated from the news of Peregrine's death, the mystery of which he forthwith unravelled, recounting at the same time the particulars of the conversation which had happened at the inn, and describing the demeanour of Pickle with some expressions of asperity, which were neither agreeable to Emilia nor approved by the gentle Sophie, who tenderly chid him for allowing Peregrine to depart in terms of misunderstanding. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 87. Peregrine sets out for the garrison, and meets with a nymph of the road, whom he takes into keeping and metamorphoses into a fine lady. In the meantime, our hero jogged along in a profound reverie, which was disturbed by a beggar woman and her daughter, who solicited him for alms as he passed them on the road. The girl was about the age of 16, and, notwithstanding the wretched equipage in which she appeared, exhibited to his view a set of agreeable features, enlivened with the complexion of health and cheerfulness. The resolution I have already mentioned was still warm in his imagination, and he looked upon this young mendicant as a very proper object for the performance of his vow. He therefore entered into a conference with the mother, and for a small sum of money purchased her property in the wench, who did not require much courtship and entreaty before she consented to accompany him to any place that he should appoint for her habitation. This contract being settled to his satisfaction, he ordered Pipes to seat his acquisition behind him upon the crupper, and alighting at the first public house which they found upon the road, he wrote a letter to Hatchway, desiring him to receive this hedge innamorata, and direct her to be cleaned and clothed in a decent manner, with all expedition, so that she should be touchable upon his arrival, which on that account he would defer for the space of 1 day. This billet, together with the girl, he committed to the charge of Pipes, after having laid strong injunctions upon him to abstain from all attempts upon her chastity, and ordered him to make the best of his way to the garrison, while he himself crossed the country to a market town, where he proposed to spend the night. Tom, thus cautioned, proceeded with his charge, and being naturally taciturn, opened not his lips until he had performed the best half of his journey. But Thomas, notwithstanding his irony appearance, was in reality composed of flesh and blood. His desire being titillated by the contact of a buxom wench, whose right arm embraced his middle as he rode, his thoughts began to mutiny against his master, and he found it almost impossible to withstand the temptation of making love. Nevertheless, he wrestled with these rebellious suggestions with all the reason that Heaven had enabled him to exert, and that being totally overcome, his victorious passion suddenly broke out in this address: "Sblood, I believe master thinks I have no more stuff in my body than a dried haddock, to turn me adrift in the dark with such a spanker. D'ye think he don't, my dear?" To this question his fellow traveller replied, "Swanker, anan." And the lover resumed his suit, saying, "Oons, how you tickle my timber! Something shoots from your arm, through my stowage, to the very keelstone. And you got quicksilver in your hand." "Quicksilver?" said the lady. "Damn the silver that has crossed my hand this month. D'ye think if I had silver I shouldn't buy me a smock?" "Adzooks, ye baggage!" cried the lover. "You shouldn't want a smock, nor a petticoat neither, if you could have a kindness for a true-hearted sailor, as sound and strong as a 9-inch cable, that would keep all clear above board, and everything snug under the hatches." "Curse your gum," said the charmer. "What's your gay balls and your hatchets to me?" "Oh, do let us bring to a little," answered the wooer, whose appetite was by this time whetted to a most ravenous degree, "and I'll teach you to box the compass, my dear." "Ha, you strapper, what a jolly bitch you are!" "Bitch! exclaimed this modern Dulcinea, incensed at the opprobrious term. Such a bitch as your mother, you dog! Damn you, I've a good mind to box your jaws instead of your compass. I'll let you know as how I am meat for your master, you saucy blackguard. You are worse than a dog, you old flinty-faced, flea-bitten scrub. A dog wears his own coat, but you wear your master's. Such a torrent of disgraceful epithets from a person who had no clothes at all converted the gallant's love into choler, and he threatened to dismount and seize her to a tree, when she should have a taste of his cut-and-nine-tails athwart her quarters. But instead of being intimidated by his menaces, she set him at defiance, and held forth with such a flow of eloquence as would have entitled her to a considerable share of reputation, even among the nymphs of Billingsgate. For this young lady, over and above a natural genius for altercation, had her talents cultivated among the venerable society of weeders, podders, and hoppers, with whom she had associated from her tender years. No wonder, then, that she soon obtained a complete victory over Pipes, who, as the reader may have observed, was very little addicted to the exercise of speech. Indeed, he was utterly disconcerted by her volubility of tongue, and being altogether unfurnished with answers to the distinct periods of her discourse, very wisely chose to save himself the expense of breath and argument, by giving her a full swing of cable, so that she might bring herself up, while he rode onwards in silent composure, without taking any more notice of his fair fellow-traveller than if she had been his master's cloak-bag. In spite of all the dispatch he could make, it was late before he arrived at the garrison, where he delivered the letter and the lady to the lieutenant, who no sooner understood the intention of his friend than he ordered all the tubs in the house to be carried into the hall and filled with water. Tom, having provided himself with swabs and brushes, divested the fair stranger of her variegated drapery, which was immediately committed to the flames, and performed upon her soft and sleek person the ceremony of scrubbing, as it is practised on board of the king's ships of war. Yet the nymph herself did not submit to this purification without repining. She cursed the director, who was upon the spot, with many abusive allusions to his wooden leg, and as for Pipes, the operator, she employed her talons so effectually upon his face that the blood ran over his nose in sundry streams, and next morning, when those rivulets were dry, his countenance resembled the rough bark of a plum-tree plastered with gum. Nevertheless, he did his duty with great perseverance, cut off her hair close to the scalp, handled his brushes with dexterity, applied his swabs of different magnitude and texture as the case required, and lastly rinsed the whole body with a dozen pails of cold water discharged upon her head. These ablutions being executed, he dried her with towels, accommodated her with a clean shift, and acting the part of a valet de chambre, clothed her from head to foot in clean and decent apparel which had belonged to Mistress Hatchway, by which means her appearance was altered so much for the better, that when Peregrine arrived next day he could scarce believe his own eyes. He was for that reason extremely well pleased with his purchase, and now resolved to indulge a whim which seized him at the very instant of his arrival. He had, as I believe the reader will readily allow, made considerable progress in the study of character, from the highest rank to the most humble station of life, and found it diversified in the same manner through every degree of subordination and precedency. Nay, he moreover observed that the conversation of those who are dignified with the appellation of polite company is neither more edifying nor entertaining than that which is met with among the lower classes of mankind, and that the only essential difference in point of demeanour is the form of an education which the meanest capacity can acquire without much study or application. Possessed of this notion, he determined to take the young mendicant under his own tutorage and instruction, in consequence of which he hoped he should in a few weeks be able to produce her in company as an accomplished young lady of uncommon wit and an excellent understanding. This extravagant plan he forthwith began to execute with great eagerness and industry, and his endeavours succeeded even beyond his expectation. The obstacle in surmounting of which he found the greatest difficulty was an inveterate habit of swearing, which had been indulged from her infancy, and confirmed by the example of those among whom she had lived. However, she had the rudiments of good sense from nature, which taught her to listen to wholesome advice, and was so docile as to comprehend and retain the lessons which her governor recommended to her attention; insomuch that he ventured in a few days to present her at table among a set of country squires, to whom she was introduced as niece to the lieutenant. In that capacity she sat with becoming easiness of mien, for she was as void of the mauvaise honte as any duchess in the land, bowed very graciously to the compliments of the gentlemen, and though she said little or nothing, because she was previously cautioned on that score, she more than once gave way to laughter, and her mirth happened to be pretty well timed. In a word, she attracted the applause and admiration of the guests, who, after she was withdrawn, complimented Mr. Hatchway upon the beauty, breeding, and good humour of his kinswoman. But what contributed more than any other circumstance to her speedy improvement was some small insight into the primer which she had acquired at a day school during the life of her father, who was a day labourer in the country. Upon this foundation did Peregrine build a most elegant superstructure. He culled out choice sentences from Shakespeare, Otway, and Pope, and taught her to repeat them with an emphasis and theatrical cadence. He then instructed her in the names and epithets of the most celebrated players, which he directed her to pronounce occasionally, with an air of careless familiarity; and perceiving that her voice was naturally clear, he enriched it with remnants of opera tunes, to be hummed during a pause in conversation, which is generally supplied with the circulation of a pinch of snuff. By means of this cultivation she became a wonderful proficient in the polite graces of the age. She with great facility comprehended the scheme of whist, though cribbage was her favourite game, with which she had amused herself in her vacant hours from her first entrance into the profession of hopping; and brag soon grew familiar to her practice and conception. Thus prepared, she was exposed to the company of her own sex, being first of all visited by the parson's daughter, who could not avoid showing that civility to Mr. Hatchway's niece after she had made her public appearance at church. Mistress Clover, who had a great share of penetration, could not help entertaining some doubts about this same relation, whose name she had never heard the uncle mention during the whole term of her residence at the garrison. But as the young lady was treated in that character, she would not refuse her acquaintance, and after having seen her at the castle, actually invited Miss Hatchway to her house. In short, she made a progress through almost all the families in the neighbourhood, and by dint of her quotations, which by the by were not always judiciously used, she passed for a sprightly young lady of uncommon learning and taste. Peregrine having in this manner initiated her into the beau monde of the country, conducted her to London, where she was provided with private lodgings and a female attendant, and put her immediately under the tuition of his valet de chambre, who had orders to instruct her in dancing and the French language. He attended her to plays and concerts 3 or 4 times a week, and when our hero thought her sufficiently accustomed to the sight of great company, he squired her in person to a public assembly, and danced with her among all the gay ladies of fashion, not but that there was still an evident air of rusticity and awkwardness in her demeanour, which was interpreted into an agreeable wildness of spirit, superior to the forms of common breeding. He afterwards found means to make her acquainted with some distinguished patterns of her own sex, by whom she was admitted into the most elegant parties, and continued to make good her pretensions to gentility with great circumspection. But one evening, being at cards with a certain lady, whom she detected in the very fact of unfair conveyance, she taxed her roundly with the fraud, and brought upon herself such a torrent of sarcastic reproof as overbore all her maxims of caution, and burst open the floodgates of her own natural repartee, twanged off with the appellations of and which she repeated with great vehemence, in an attitude of manual defiance, to the terror of her antagonist, and the astonishment of all present. Nay, to such an unguarded pitch was she provoked, that, starting up, she snapped her fingers in testimony of disdain, and as she quitted the room, applied her hand to that part which was the last of her that disappeared, inviting the company to kiss it by one of its coarsest denominations. Peregrine was a little disconcerted at this oversight in her behaviour, which by the daimon of intelligence was in a moment conveyed to all the private companies in town, so that she was absolutely excluded from all polite communication, and Peregrine, for the present, disgraced among the modest part of his female acquaintance, many of whom not only forbade him their houses on account of the impudent insult he had committed upon their honour, as well as understanding, in palming a common trull upon them, as a young lady of birth and education, but also aspersed his family by affirming that she was actually his own cousin german, whom he had precipitately raised from the most abject state of humility and contempt. In revenge for this calumny, our young gentleman explained the whole mystery of her promotion, together with the motives that induced him to bring her into the fashionable world, and repeated among his companions the extravagant encomiums which had been bestowed upon her by the most discerning matrons of the age. Meanwhile, the Infanta herself, being rebuked by her benefactor for this instance of misbehaviour, promised faithfully to keep a stricter guard for the future over her conduct, and applied herself with great assiduity to the studies in which she was assisted by the Swiss, who gradually lost the freedom of his heart, while she was profiting by his instruction. In other words, she made a conquest of her preceptor, who, yielding to the instigations of the flesh, chose a proper opportunity to declare his passion, which was powerfully recommended by his personal qualifications; and his intentions being honourable, she listened to his proposals of espousing her in private. In consequence of this agreement, they made an elopement together, and being buckled at the Fleet, consummated their nuptials in private lodgings by the Seven Dials, from which her husband next morning sent a letter to our hero, begging forgiveness for the clandestine step he had taken, which he solemnly protested was not owing to any abatement in his inviolable regard for his master, whom he should always honour and esteem to his latest breath, but entirely to the irresistible charms of the young lady, to whom he was now so happy as to be joined in the silken bonds of marriage. Peregrine, though at first offended at his valet's presumption, was upon second thoughts reconciled to the event by which he was delivered from an encumbrance, for by this time he had performed his frolic, and begun to be tired of his acquisition. He reflected on the former fidelity of the Swiss, which had been manifested in a long course of service and attachment, and thinking it would be cruelly severe to abandon him to poverty and distress for one venial trespass, he resolved to pardon what he had done, and enable him in some shape to provide for the family which he had entailed upon himself. With these sentiments he sent a favourable answer to the delinquent, desiring to see him as soon as his passion should permit him to leave the arms of his spouse, for an hour or two; and Hadji, in obedience to this intimation, repaired immediately to the lodgings of his master, before whom he appeared with a most penitential aspect. Peregrine, though he could scarce help laughing at his rueful length of face, reprimanded him sharply for his disrespect and ingratitude in taking that by stealth which he might have had for the asking. The culprit assured him that next to the vengeance of God, his master's displeasure was that which of all evils he dreaded to incur, but that love had distracted his brain in such a manner as to banish every other consideration but that of gratifying his desire, and he owned that he should not have been able to preserve his fidelity and duty to his own father had they interfered with the interest of his passion. He then appealed to his master's own heart for the remission of his guilt, alluding to certain circumstances of our hero's conduct, which evinced the desperate effects of love. In short, he made such an apology as extorted a smile from his offended judge, who not only forgave his transgression, but also promised to put him in some fair way of earning a comfortable subsistence. The Swiss was so much affected with this instance of generosity that he fell upon his knees and kissed his hand, praying to heaven with great fervour to make him worthy of such goodness and condescension. His scheme, he said, was to open a coffee house and tavern in some creditable part of the town, in hopes of being favoured with the custom of a numerous acquaintance he had made among upper servants and reputable tradesmen, not doubting that his wife would be an ornament to his bar, and a careful manager of his affairs. Peregrine approved of the plan, towards the execution of which he made him and his wife a present of £500, together with a promise of erecting a weekly club among his friends, for the reputation and advantage of the house. Hadji was so transported with his good fortune that he ran to Pipes, who was in the room, and having hugged him with great cordiality, and made his obeisance to his master, hied him home to his bride to communicate his happiness, cutting capers and talking to himself all the way. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 88. He is visited by Pallet. Contracts an intimacy with a Newmarket nobleman, and is by the knowing ones taken in. This affair being settled, and our adventurer for the present free of all female connections, he returned to his former course of fast living among the bucks of the town, and performed innumerable exploits among whores, bullies, rooks, constables, and justices of the peace. In the midst of these occupations he was one morning visited by his old fellow-traveller Pallet, whose appearance gave him equal surprise and concern. Though the weather was severe, he was clothed in a thin summer dress which he had wore at Paris, and was now not only threadbare, but in some parts actually patched. His stockings, by a repetition of that practice known among economists by the term of coaxing, hung like pudding bags about his ankles. His shirt, though new washed, was of the saffron hue, and in divers places appeared through the crannies of his breeches. He had exchanged his own hair for a smoke-dried tie periwig, which all the flour in his drudging box had not been able to whiten. His eyes were sunk, his jaws lengthened beyond their usual extension, and he seemed 20 years older than he looked when he and our hero parted at Rotterdam. In spite of all these evidences of decay, he accosted him with a meagre affectation of content and good humour, struggled piteously to appear gay and unconcerned, professed his joy at seeing him in England, excused himself for having delayed so long to come and present his respects, alleging that since his return he had been a mere slave to the satisfaction of some persons of quality and taste, who had insisted upon his finishing some pieces with the utmost expedition. Peregrine received him with that compassion and complaisance which was natural to his disposition, inquired about the health of Mistress Pallet and his family, and asked if his friend the doctor was in town. The painter seemed to have resumed his resentment against that gentleman, of whom he spoke in contemptuous terms. "The doctor," said he, "is so much overshadowed with presumption and self-conceit that his merit has no relief. It does not rise. There is no keeping in the picture, my dear sir. All the same as if I were to represent the moon under a cloud. There will be nothing but a deep mass of shade, with a tiny little speck of light in the middle, which would only serve to make, as it were, the darkness visible. You understand me. Had he taken my advice, it might have been better for him, but he's bigoted to his own opinion. You must know, Mr. Pickle, upon our return to England, I counselled him to compose a little smart, clever ode upon my Cleopatra. As Gad shall judge me, I thought it would have been of some service in helping him out of obscurity. For you know, as Sir Richard observes, soon will that die which adds thy fame to mine. Let me then live, joined to a work of thine. By the by, there is a most picturesque contrast in these lines of thy and me, living and dying, and thine and mine. Ah, appies upon it! Dick, after all, was the man. Ecod, he rounded it off. But to return to this unhappy young man, would you believe it, he tossed up his nose at my friendly proposal, and gabbled something in Greek, which is not worth repeating. The case was this, my dear sir. He was out of humour at the neglect of the world. He thought the poets of the age were jealous of his genius, and strove to crush it accordingly, while the rest of mankind wanted taste sufficient to discern it. For my own part, I profess myself one of these. And as the clown in Billy Shakespeare says of the courtier's oath, had I sworn by the doctor's genius that the pancakes were not, they might have been for all that very good, yet shouldn't I have been forsworn. Let that be as it will. He retired from town in great dudgeon, and set up his rest near a hill in Derbyshire, with two tops, resembling Parnassus, and a well at the bottom, which he had christened Hip o' the Green. Egad, if he stays in that habitation, 'tis my opinion he'll soon grow green with the hip indeed. He'll be glad of an opportunity to return to the flesh-pots of Egypt, and pay his court to the slighted Queen Cleopatra. Ha! Well remembered by this light. You shall know, my good sir, that this same Egyptian princess has been courted by so many gallants of taste, that as I hope to live, I found myself in some sort of dilemma, because in parting with her to one, I should have disobliged all his rivals. Now a man would not choose to give offence to his friends. At least I lay it down as a maxim to avoid the smallest appearance of ingratitude. Perhaps I may be in the wrong, but every man has his way. For this reason I proposed to all the candidates that a lottery or raffle should be set on foot, by which every individual would have an equal chance for her good graces, and the prize be left to the decision of fortune. The scheme was mightily relished, and the terms being such a trifle as half a guinea, the whole town crowded into my house in order to subscribe. But there I was their humble servant. Gentlemen, you must have a little patience till my own particular friends are served. Among that number I do myself the honour to consider Mr. Pickle. Here is a copy of the proposals, and if the list should be adorned with his name, I hope, notwithstanding his merited success among the young ladies, he will for once be shunned by that little vixen called Miss Fortune. So saying, he bowed with 1,000 apish conges, and presented his paper to Peregrine, who, seeing the number of subscribers was limited to 100, said he thought him too moderate in his expectations, as he did not doubt that his picture would be a cheap purchase at 500, instead of £50, at which the price was fixed. To this unexpected remark Pallet answered that among the connoisseurs he would not pretend to appraise his picture, but that in valuing his works he was obliged to have an eye to the Gothic ignorance of the age in which he lived. Our adventurer saw at once into the nature of this raffle, which was no other than a begging shift to dispose of a paltry piece that he could not otherwise have sold for 20 shillings. However, far from shocking the poor man in distress by dropping the least hint of his conjecture, he desired to be favoured with 6 chances, if the circumstances of his plan would indulge him so far, and the painter, after some hesitation, condescended to comply with his request, out of pure friendship and veneration, though he observed that in doing so he must exclude some of his most intimate companions. Having received the money, he gave Pickle his address, desiring he would, with his convenience, visit the Princess, who he was sure would display her most engaging attractions in order to captivate his fancy, and took his leave, extremely well pleased with the success of his application. Though Peregrine was tempted with the curiosity of seeing this portrait, which he imagined must contain some analogy to the ridiculous oddity of the painter, he would not expose himself to the disagreeable alternative of applauding the performance, contrary to the dictates of conscience and common sense, or of condemning it, to the unspeakable mortification of the miserable author, and therefore never dreamt of returning the painter's visit, nor did he ever hear of the lottery's being drawn. About this time he was invited to spend a few weeks at the country seat of a certain nobleman, with whom he had contracted an acquaintance in the course of his debauches, which we have already described. His lordship being remarkable for his skill and success in horse racing, his house was continually filled with the connoisseurs and admirers of that sport, upon which the whole conversation turned, insomuch that Peregrine gradually imbibed some knowledge in horseflesh, and the diversions of the course, for the whole occupation of the day, exclusive of eating and drinking, consisted in viewing, managing, and exercising his lordship's stud. Our hero looked upon these amusements with an eye of taste as well as curiosity. He contemplated the animal as a beautiful and elegant part of the creation, and relished the surprising exertion of its speed with refined and classical delight. In a little time he became personally acquainted with every horse in the stable, and interested himself in the reputation of each, while he also gratified his appetite for knowledge in observing the methods of preparing their bodies and training them to the race. His landlord saw and encouraged his eagerness, from which he promised himself some advantage. He formed several private matches for his entertainment, and flattered his discernment by permitting him to be successful in the first bets he made. Thus was he artfully decoyed into a spirit of keenness and adventure, and disposed to depend upon his own judgment, in opposition to that of people who had made horse racing the sole study of their lives. He accompanied Milord to Newmarket, and entering at once into the genius of the place, was marked as fair game by all the knowing ones there assembled, many of whom found means to take him in spite of all the cautions and admonitions of his lordship, who wanted to reserve him for his own use. It is almost impossible for any man, let him be never so fearful or phlegmatic, to be an unconcerned spectator in this busy scene. The daimon of play hovers in the air like a pestilential vapour, tainting the minds of all present with infallible infection, which communicates from one person to another, like the circulation of a general panic. Peregrine was seized with this epidemic distemper to a violent degree, and after having lost a few loose hundreds in his progress through the various rookeries of the place, entered into partnership with his noble friend in a grand match, upon the issue of which he ventured no less than £3,000. Indeed, he would not have risked such a considerable sum, had not his own confidence been reinforced by the opinion and concurrence of his lordship, who hazarded an equal bet upon the same event. These two associates engaged themselves in the penalty of £6,000 to run one chaise and four against another 3 times round the course, and our adventurer had the satisfaction of seeing his antagonist distanced in the first and second heat. But all of a sudden one of the horses of his machine was knocked up, by which accident the victory was ravished almost from his very grasp, and he was obliged to endure the damage and the scorn. He was deeply affected with this misfortune, which he imputed to his own extravagance and temerity, but discovered no external signs of affliction, because his illustrious partner bore his loss with the most philosophic resignation, consoling himself, as well as Pickle, with the hope of making it up on some other occasion. Nevertheless, our young gentleman could not help admiring and even envying his equanimity, not knowing that his lordship had managed matters so as to be the gainer by the misfortune, which to retrieve, Peregrine purchased several horses at the recommendation of his friend, and instead of returning to London, made a tour with him to all the celebrated races in England, at which, after several vicissitudes of fortune, he made shift, before the end of the season, to treble his loss. But his hopes seemed to increase with his ill luck. In the beginning of winter he came to town, fully persuaded that fortune must necessarily change, and that next season he should reap the happy fruits of his experience. In this confidence he seemed to drown all ideas of prudence and economy. His former expense was mere parsimony compared with that which he now incurred. He subscribed to the opera, and half a dozen concerts at different parts of the town, was a benefactor to several hospitals, purchased a collection of valuable pictures, took an house and furnished it in a most magnificent taste, laid in a large stock of French wines, and gave extravagant entertainments to his quality friends, who in return loaded him with compliment, and insisted upon his making use of their interest and good will. End of chapter 88. Part 1 of Chapter 89 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 89, Part 1. He is taken into the protection of a great man, sets up for Member of Parliament, is disappointed in his expectation, and finds himself egregiously outwitted. Among these professed patrons, the greatest part of whom Peregrine saw through, there was one great personage who seemed to support with dignity the sphere in which fortune had placed him. His behaviour to Pickle was not a series of grinning complaisance in a flat repetition of general expressions of friendship and regard. He demeaned himself with a seemingly honest reserve in point of profession. His advances to Peregrine appeared to be the result of deliberation and experiment. He chid the young gentleman for his extravagance with the authority of a parent, and the sincerity of a fast friend, and having by gradual inquiries made himself acquainted with the state of his private affairs, condemned his conduct with an air of candour and concern. He represented to him the folly and dangerous consequences of the profligate life into which he had plunged himself, counselled him with great warmth to sell off his racehorses, which would otherwise insensibly eat him up, to retrench all superfluous expense, which would only serve to expose him to the ridicule and ingratitude of those who were benefited by it, to lay out his money upon secure mortgages at good interest, and carry into execution his former design of standing candidate for a borough and the ensuing election for a new Parliament. In which case this nobleman promised to assist him with his influence and advice, assuring him that if he could once procure a seat in the House, he might look upon his fortune as already made. Our adventurer perceived the wisdom and sanity of this advice, for which he made his acknowledgments to his generous monitor, protesting that he would adhere to it in every particular, and immediately set about a reformation. He accordingly took cognizance of his most minute affairs, and after an exact scrutiny gave his patron to understand that, exclusive of his furniture, his fortune was reduced to £14,330 in Bank and South Sea annuities, over and above the garrison and its appendages, which he reckoned at £60 a year. He therefore desired that, as his lordship had been so kind as to favour him with his friendship and advice, he would extend his generosity still farther by putting him in a way of making the most advantage of his money. My lord said that for his own part he did not choose to meddle in money matters, that Mr. Pickle would find abundance of people ready to borrow it upon land security, but that he ought to be extremely cautious in a transaction of such consequence, promising at the same time to employ his own steward in seeking out a mortgager to whom it might be safely lent. This agent was accordingly set at work, and for a few days made a fruitless inquiry, so that the young gentleman was obliged to have recourse to his own intelligence, by which he got notice of several people of reputed credit, who offered him mortgages for the whole sum. But when he made a report of the particulars to his noble friend, his lordship started such doubts and objections relating to each, that he was deterred from entering into any engagements with the proposers, congratulating himself in the meantime on his good fortune in being favoured with the advice and direction of such a sage counsellor. Nevertheless, he began to be impatient, after having unsuccessfully consulted all the money brokers and conveyancers about town, and resolved to try the expedient of a public advertisement. But he was persuaded by my lord to postpone that experiment until every other method should have failed, because it would attract the attention of all the pettifoggers in London, who, though they might not be able to overreach, would infallibly harass and tease him out of all tranquillity. It was on the back of this conversation that Peregrine, chancing to meet the steward near his lord's house, stopped him in the street to give him an account of his bad luck, at which the other expressed some concern, and, rubbing his chin with his hand in a musing posture, told Pickle there was a thought just come into his head, pointing out one way of doing his business effectually. The youth, upon this intimation, begged he would accompany him to the next coffee-house, in which, having chosen a private situation, this grave manager gave him to understand that a part of my lord's estate was mortgaged in consequence of a debt contracted by his grandfather for provision to the younger children of the family, and that the equity of redemption would be foreclosed in a few months, unless the burthen could be discharged. My lord, said he, has always lived in a splendid manner, and notwithstanding his ample fortune, together with the profits accruing from the posts he enjoys, he saves so little money that upon this occasion I know he will be obliged to borrow £10,000 to make up the sum that is requisite to redeem the mortgage. Now certain I am that when his design comes to be known, he will be solicited on all hands by people desirous of lending money upon such undoubted security. And 'tis odds but he has already promised the preference to some particular acquaintance. However, as I know he has your interest very much at heart, I will, if you please, sound his lordship upon the subject, and in a day or two give you notice of my success. Peregrine, ravished with the prospect of settling this affair so much to his satisfaction, thanked the steward for his friendly hint and undertaking, which he assured him should be acknowledged by a more solid proof of his gratitude, provided the business could be brought to bear. And next day he was visited by this kind manager, with the happy news of his lordship's having consented to borrow £10,000 of his stock, upon mortgage, at the interest of 5%. This information he received as an instance of the singular esteem of his noble patron, and the papers being immediately drawn and executed, the money was deposited in the hands of the mortgager, who, in the hearing of the lender, laid injunctions on his steward to pay the interest punctually at quarter-day. The best part of our hero's fortune being thus happily deposited, and the agent gratified with a present of 50 pieces, he began to put his retrenching scheme in execution. All his servants, Pipes excepted, were discharged, his chariot and running horses disposed of, his housekeeping broke up, and his furniture sold by auction. Nay, the heat of his disposition was as remarkable in this as in any other transaction of his life, for every step of his saving project was taken with such eagerness, and even precipitation, that most of his companions thought he was either ruined or mad. But he answered all their expostulations with a string of prudent apothegms, such as, "The shortest follies are the best," better to retrench upon conviction than compulsion, and divers other wise maxims, seemingly the result of experience and philosophic reflection. To such a degree of enthusiasm did his present economy prevail, that he was actually seized with the desire of amassing, and as he every day received proposals from those brokers whom he had employed about the disposal of his cash, he at length ventured £1,500 upon bottomry, being tempted by the excessive premium. But it must be observed, for the honour of our adventurer, that this reformation did not at all interfere with the good qualities of his heart. He was still as friendly and benevolent as ever, though his liberality was more subject to the restraint of reason, and he might have justly pleaded, in vindication of his generosity, that he retrenched the superfluities in his own way of living, in order to preserve the power of assisting his fellow creatures in distress. Numberless were the objects to which he extended his charity in private. Indeed, he exerted this virtue in secret, not only on account of avoiding the charge of ostentation, but also because he was ashamed at being detected in such an awkward, unfashionable practice by the censorious observers of this humane generation. In this particular he seemed to confound the ideas of virtue and vice, for he did good as other people do evil, by stealth, and was so capricious in point of behaviour that frequently in public he wagged his tongue in satirical animadversions upon that poverty which his hand had in private relieved. Yet, far from shunning the acquaintance or discouraging the solicitation of those who he thought wanted his assistance, he was always accessible, open, and complacent to them, even when the haughtiness of his temper kept his superiors at a distance, and often saved a modest man the anguish and confusion of declaring himself, by penetrating into his necessity and anticipating his request in a frank offer of his purse and friendship. Not that he practised this beneficence to all the needy of his acquaintance without distinction. There is always a set of idle, profligate fellows, who, having squandered away their own fortunes, and conquered all sense of honour and shame, maintain themselves by borrowing from those who have not yet finished the same career, and want resolution to resist their importunate demands. To these he was always inflexible, though he could not absolutely detach himself from their company, because, by dint of effrontery, and such of their original connections as they have been able to retain, they find admission to all places of fashionable resort. Several unsuccessful attacks had been made upon his pocket by beggars of this class. One of the most artful of them, having one day joined him in the Mall, and made the usual observation on the weather, damned all the fogs of London, and began a dissertation on the difference of air, preferring that of the country in which he was born to any climate under the sun. "Was you ever in Gloucestershire?" said he to Peregrine, who, replying in the negative, he thus went on: "I have got a house there, but I should be glad to see you. Let us go down together during the Easter holidays. I can promise you good country fare and wholesome exercise, for I have everything within myself, and as good a pack of foxhounds as any in the 3 kingdoms. I shan't pretend to expatiate upon the elegance of the house, which to be sure is an old building, and these, you know, are generally cold, and not very convenient. But curse the house! The dirty acres about it are the thing, and a damned fine parcel they are, to be sure. If my old grandmother was dead, she can't live another season, for she's turned to fourscore, and quite wore out. Nay, as for that matter, I believe I have got a letter in my pocket, giving an account of her being despaired of by the doctors. Let me see. No, damn it, I left it at home, in the pocket of another coat. Pickle, who from the beginning of this harangue saw its tendency, seemed to yield the most serious attention to what he said, breaking in upon it every now and then with the interjections, ha, the deuce, and several civil questions, from which the other conceived happy omens of success, till, perceiving they had advanced as far as the passage into St. James's, the mischievous youth interrupted him all at once, saying, "I see you are for the end of the walk. This is my way." With these words he took his leave of the saunterer, who would have delayed his retreat by calling to him aloud that he had not yet described the situation of his castle. But Peregrine, without stopping, answered in the same tone, "Another time will do as well," and in a moment disappeared, leaving the projector very much mortified with his disappointment. For his intention was to close the description with a demand of 20 pieces, to be repaid out of the first remittance he should receive from his estate. End of Part 1 of Chapter 89. Part 2 of Chapter 89 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Chapter 89, Part 2. It would have been well for our hero had he always acted with the same circumspection. But he had his unguarded moments, in which he fell a prey to the unsuspecting integrity of his own heart. There was a person among the number of his acquaintances whose conversation he particularly relished, because it was frank, agreeable, and fraught with many sensible observations upon the craft and treachery of mankind. This gentleman had made shift to discuss a very genteel fortune, though it was spent with taste and reputation, and now he was reduced to his shifts for the maintenance of his family, which consisted of a wife and child. Not that he was destitute of the necessaries of life, being comfortably supplied by the bounty of his friends, but this was a provision not at all suited to his inclination, and he had endeavoured, by divers unsuccessful schemes, to retrieve his former independency. Peregrine happened one evening to be sitting alone in a coffee-house, where he overheard a conversation between this schemer and another gentleman, touching an affair that engaged his attention. The stranger had been left trustee for £1,500, bequeathed to the other's daughter by an aunt, and was strongly solicited to pay the money to the child's father, who assured him he had then an opportunity to lay it out in such a manner as would greatly conduce to the advantage of his family. The trustee reminded him of the nature of his charge, which made him accountable for the money until the child should have attained the age of 18, but at the same time gave him to understand that if he could procure such security as would indemnify him from the consequences, he would forthwith pay the legacy into his hands. To this proposal the father replied that it was not to be supposed he would risk the fortune of his only child upon any idle scheme or precarious issue, and therefore he thought it reasonable that he should have the use of it in the meantime, and that as to security he was loath to trouble any of his friends about an affair which might be compromised without their interposition, observing that he would not look upon his condescension as a favour if obtained by a security on which he could borrow the same sum from any usurer in town. After much importunity on one side and evasion on the other, the moneyed gentleman told him that though he would not surrender the sum deposited in his hands for the use of his daughter, he would lend him what he should have occasion for in the meantime, and if upon her being of age he should be able to obtain her concurrence, the money should be placed to her account, provided he could find any person of credit who would join with him in a bond for the assurance of the lender. This proviso was an obstruction which the other would not have been able to surmount without great difficulty, had not his cause been espoused by our hero, who thought it was a pity a man of honour and understanding should suffer in his principal concerns on such a paltry consideration. He therefore, presuming on his acquaintance, interposed in the conversation as a friend who interested himself in the affair, and being fully informed of the particulars, offered himself as a security for the lender. This gentleman, being a stranger to Peregrine, was next day made acquainted with his funds, and without farther scruple accommodated his friend with £1,000, for which he took their bond, payable in 6 months, though he protested that the money should never be demanded until the infant should be of age, unless some accident should happen, which he could not then foresee. Pickle believed this declaration sincere, because he could have no interest in dissembling, but what he chiefly depended upon for his own security was the integrity and confidence of the borrower, who assured him that, happen what would, he should be able to stand between him and all danger, the nature of his plan being such as would infallibly treble the sum in a very few months. In a little time after this transaction, writs being issued out for electing a new Parliament, our adventurer, by the advice of his patron, went into the country in order to canvass for a borough, and lined his pockets with a competent share of banknotes for the occasion. But in this project he unfortunately happened to interfere with the interest of a great family in the opposition, who for a long series of years had made members for that place, and were now so much offended at the intrusion of our young gentleman, that they threatened to spend £10,000 in frustrating his design. This menace was no other than an incitement to Peregrine, who confided so much in his own influence and address, that he verily believed he should be able to baffle his Grace, even in his own territories. By that victory he hoped to establish his reputation and interest with the minister, who, through the recommendation of his noble friend, countenanced his cause, and would have been very well pleased to see one of his greatest enemies suffer such a disgraceful overthrow, which would have, moreover, in a great measure shaken his credit with his faction. Our hero, intoxicated with the ideas of pride and ambition, put all his talents to the test in the execution of this project. He spared no expense in treating the electors, but finding himself rivalled in this respect by his competitor, who was powerfully supported, he had recourse to those qualifications in which he thought himself superior. He made balls for the ladies, visited the matrons of the corporation, adapted himself to their various humours with surprising facility, drank with those who loved a cherishing cup in private, made love to the amorous, prayed with the religious, gossiped with those who delighted in scandal, and with great sagacity contrived agreeable presents to them all. This was the most effectual method of engaging such electors as were under the influence of their wives. As for the rest, he assailed them in their own way, setting whole hogsheads of beer and wine abroach for the benefit of all comers, and into those sordid hearts that liquor would not open he found means to convey himself by the help of a golden key. While he thus exerted himself, his antagonist was not idle. His age and infirmities would not permit him to enter personally into their parties, but his steward and adherents bestirred themselves with great industry and perseverance. The market for votes ran so high that Pickle's ready money was exhausted before the day of election, and he was obliged to write to his patron an account of the dilemma to which he was reduced, entreating him to take such speedy measures as would enable him to finish the business which he had so happily begun. This nobleman communicated the circumstances of the case to the minister, and in a day or two our candidate found credit with the receiver general of the county, who lent him £1,200 on his personal note, payable on demand. By means of this new supply he managed matters so successfully that an evident majority of votes was secured in his interest, and nothing could have obstructed his election, had not the noble peer who set up his competitor, in order to avoid the shame and mortification of being foiled in his own borough, offered to compromise the affair with his honour by giving up 2 members in another place, provided the opposition should cease in his own corporation. This proposal was greedily embraced. On the eve of election, Peregrine received an intimation from his patron desiring him to quit his pretensions, on pain of his and the minister's displeasure, and promising that he should be elected for another place. No other disappointment in life could have given him such chagrin as he felt at the receipt of this tantalizing order, by which the cup of success was snatched from his lip, and all the vanity of his ambitious hope humbled in the dust. He cursed the whole chain of his court connections, inveighed with great animosity against the rascally scheme of politics to which he was sacrificed, and in conclusion swore he would not give up the fruits of his own address for the pleasure of any minister upon earth. This laudable resolution, however, was rendered ineffectual by his friend the Receiver General, who was bearer of the message, and after having in vain endeavoured to persuade him to submission, fairly arrested him upon the spot for the money he had advanced, this expedient being performed by virtue of a writ which he had been advised to take out in case the young man should prove refractory. The reader, who by this time must be pretty well acquainted with the disposition of our adventurer, may easily conceive how he relished this adventure. At first all the faculties of his soul were swallowed up in astonishment and indignation, and some minutes elapsed before his nerves would obey the impulse of his rage, which manifested itself in such an application to the temples of the plaintiff as laid him sprawling on the floor. This assault, which was committed in a tavern whither he had been purposely decoyed, attracted the regard of the bailiff and his followers, who, to the number of 4, rushed upon him at once in order to overpower him. But his wrath inspired him with such additional strength and agility that he disengaged himself from them in a trice, and seizing a poker, which was the first weapon that presented itself to his hand, exercised it upon their skulls with incredible dexterity and execution. The officer himself, who had been the first that presumed to lay violent hands upon him, felt the first effects of his fury in a blow upon the jaws, in consequence of which he lost 3 of his teeth, and fell athwart the body of the receiver, with which he formed the figure of a St. Andrew's cross. One of his myrmidons, seeing the fate of his chief, would not venture to attack the victor in front, but wheeling to one side, made an attempt upon him in flank, and was received obliquely by our hero's left hand and foot, so masterly disposed to the right side of his leg and the left side of his neck, that he bolted foremost into the chimney, where his chin was encountered by the grate, which in a moment seared him to the bone. The rest of the detachment did not think proper to maintain the dispute, but evacuating the room with great expedition, locked the door on the outside, and bellowed aloud to the receiver's servants, beseeching them to come to the assistance of their master, who was in danger of his life. Meanwhile, this gentleman, having recollected himself, demanded a parley, which, having with difficulty obtained of our incensed candidate, in consequence of the most submissive application, he complained grievously of the young gentleman's intemperance and heat of disposition, and very calmly represented the danger of his rashness and indiscretion. He told him that nothing could be more outrageous or idle than the resistance he had made against the laws of his country, because he would find it impracticable to withstand the whole executive power of the county, which he could easily raise to apprehend and secure him, that over and above the disgrace that would accrue to him from this imprudent conduct, he would knock his own interest on the head by disobliging his friends in the administration, who were, to his knowledge, at present very well disposed to do him service; that for his own part, what he had done was by the express order of his superiors, and not out of any desire of distressing him; and that far from being his enemy, notwithstanding the shocking insult he had sustained, he was ready to withdraw the writ, provided he would listen to any reasonable terms of accommodation. Peregrine, who was not more prone to anger than open to conviction, being appeased by his condescension, moved by his arguments, and chid by his own reflection for what he had done in the precipitation of his wrath, began to give ear to his remonstrances, and the bailiffs being ordered to withdraw, they entered into a conference, the result of which was our adventurer's immediate departure for London, so that next day his competitor was unanimously chosen, because nobody appeared to oppose his election. The discontented Pickle, on his arrival in town, went directly to the house of his patron, to whom, in the anguish of his disappointment, he bitterly complained of the treatment he had received, by which, besides the disgrace of his overthrow, he was no less than £2,000 out of pocket, exclusive of the debt for which he stood engaged to the receiver. His lordship, who was prepared for this expostulation, on his knowledge of the young man's impetuous temper, answered all the articles of his charge with great deliberation, giving him to understand the motives that induced the minister to quit his interest in that borough, and soothing him with assurances that his loss would be amply rewarded by his honour, to whom he was next day introduced by this nobleman in the warmest style of recommendation. The minister, who was a pattern of complaisance, received him with the most engaging affability, thanked him very kindly for his endeavours to support and strengthen the interest of the administration, and faithfully promised to lay hold on the first opportunity to express the sense he had of his zeal and attachment, desiring to see him often at his levee, that in the multiplicity of business he might not be in danger of forgetting his services and desert. End of chapter 89.
Chapter 90, Part 1 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 90, Part 1. Peregrine commences minister's dependent, meets by accident with Mrs. Gauntlet, and descends gradually in the condition of life. This reception, favourable as it was, did not please Peregrine, who had too much discernment to be cajoled with general promises at a time when he thought himself entitled to the most particular assurance. He accordingly signified his disgust to his introductor, giving him to understand that he had laid his account with being chosen representative of one of those boroughs for which he had been sacrificed. His lordship agreed to the reasonableness of his expectation, observing, however, that he could not suppose the minister would enter upon business with him on his first visit, and that it would be time enough at his next audience to communicate his demand. Notwithstanding this remonstrance, our hero continued to indulge his suspicion and chagrin, and even made a point of it with his patron, that his lordship should next day make application on his behalf, lest the 2 seats should be filled up, on pretence of his inclinations being unknown. Thus importuned, my lord went to his principal, and returned with an answer, importing that his honour was extremely sorry that Mr. Pickle had not signified his request before the boroughs in question were promised to 2 gentlemen whom he could not now disappoint, with any regard to his own credit or interest, but as several persons who would be chosen were, to his certain knowledge, very aged and infirm, he did not doubt that there would be plenty of vacant seats in a very short time, and then the young gentleman might depend upon his friendship. Peregrine was so much irritated at this intimation that in the first transports of his anger he forgot the respect he owed his friend, and in his presence inveighed against the minister as a person devoid of gratitude and candour, protesting that if ever an opportunity should offer itself, he would spend the whole remains of his fortune in opposing his measures. The nobleman, having given him time to exhaust the impetuosity of his passion, rebuked him very calmly for his disrespectful expressions, which were equally injurious and indiscreet, assured him that this project of revenge, if ever put in execution, would redound to his own prejudice and confusion, and advised him to cultivate and improve, with patience and assiduity, the footing he had already obtained in the minister's good graces. Our hero, convinced of the truth, though not satisfied with the occasion of his admonitions, took his leave in a fit of sullen discontent, and began to ruminate upon the shattered posture of his affairs. All that now remained of the ample fortune he had inherited was the sum he had deposited in his lordship's hands. Together with £1,500 he had ventured on Bottomry and the garrison, which he had left for the use and accommodation of the lieutenant; and on the per contra side of his account he was debtor for the supply he had received from the Receiver General, and the money for which he was bound in behalf of his friend; so that he found himself, for the first time of his life, very much embarrassed in his circumstances. For the first half year's interest of his 10,000, which was punctually paid, he had but £fourscore in bank, without any prospect of a farther supply till the other term, which was at the distance of 4 long months. He seriously reflected upon the uncertainty of human affairs. The ship with his £1,500 might be lost. The gentleman for whom he was security might miscarry in this as well as in his former projects, and the minister might one day, through policy or displeasure, expose him to the mercy of his dependent, who was in possession of his notes. These suggestions did not at all contribute to the ease of our adventurer's mind, already ruffled by his disappointment. He cursed his own folly and extravagance, by which he was reduced to such an uncomfortable situation. He compared his own conduct with that of some young gentlemen of his acquaintance, who, while he was squandering away the best part of his inheritance, had improved their fortunes, strengthened their interest, and increased their reputation. He was abandoned by his gaiety and good humour. His countenance gradually contracted itself into a representation of severity and care. He dropped all his amusements and the companions of his pleasure, and turned his whole attention to the minister, at whose levees he never failed to appear. While he thus laboured in the wheel of dependence, with all that mortification which a youth of his pride and sensibility may be supposed to feel from such a disagreeable necessity, he one day heard himself called by name as he crossed the park, and turning, perceived the wife of Captain Gauntlet with another lady. He no sooner recognised the kind Sophy than he accosted her with his wonted civility and friendship. But his former sprightly air was metamorphosed into such austerity, or rather dejection of feature, that she could scarce believe her own eyes, and in her astonishment, "Is it possible," said she, "that the gay Mr. Pickle should be so much altered in such a short space of time?" He made no other reply to this exclamation but by a languid smile, and asked how long she had been in town, observing that he would have paid his compliments to her at her own lodgings, had he been favoured with the least intimation of her arrival. After having thanked him for his politeness, she told him it was not owing to any abatement of her friendship and esteem for him that she had omitted to give him that notice, but his abrupt departure from Windsor, and the manner in which he quitted Mr. Gauntlet, had given her just grounds to believe that they had incurred his displeasure, which suspicion was reinforced by his long silence and neglect from that period to the present time. She observed it was still farther confirmed by his forbearing to inquire for Amelia and her brother. "Judge then," said she, "if I had any reason to believe that you would be pleased to hear that I was in town. However, I will not detain you at present, because you seem to be engaged about some particular business. But if you will favour me with your company at breakfast to morrow, I shall be much pleased and honoured to boot by the visit." So saying, she gave him a direction to her lodgings, and he took his leave, with a faithful promise of seeing her at the appointed time. He was very much affected with his advance of Sophy, which he considered as an instance of her uncommon sweetness of temper. He felt strange longings of returning friendship towards Godfrey, and the remembrance of Amelia melted his heart, already softened with grief and mortification. Next day he did not neglect his engagement, and had the pleasure of enjoying a long conversation with this sensible young lady, who gave him to understand that her husband was with his regiment, and presented to him a fine boy, the first fruits of their love, whom they had christened by the name of Peregrine, in memory of the friendship which had subsisted between Godfrey and our youth. This proof of their regard, notwithstanding the interruption in their correspondence, made a deep impression upon the mind of our adventurer, who, having made the warmest acknowledgments for this undeserved mark of respect, took the child in his arms, and almost devoured him with kisses, protesting before God that he should always consider him with the tenderness of a parent. This was the highest compliment he could pay to the gentle Sophie, who again kindly chid him for his disdainful and precipitate retreat immediately after her marriage, and expressed an earnest desire of seeing him and the captain reconciled. He assured her nothing could give him greater satisfaction than such an event, to which he would contribute all that lay in his power, though he could not help looking upon himself as injured by Captain Gauntlet's behaviour, which denoted a suspicion of his honour, as well as contempt for his understanding. The lady undertook for the concession of her husband, who, she told him, had been extremely sorry for his own heat, after Mr. Pickle's departure, and would have followed him to the garrison, in order to solicit his forgiveness, had he not been restrained by certain punctilios, occasioned by some acrimonious expressions that dropped from Peregrine at the inn. After having cleared up this misunderstanding, she proceeded to give an account of Amelia, whose behaviour at that juncture plainly indicated a continuance of affection for her first lover, and desired that he would give her full powers to bring that matter also to an accommodation. "For I am not more certain of my own existence," said she, "than that you are still in possession of my sister's heart." At this declaration the tear started in his eye, but he shook his head and declined her good offices, wishing that the young lady might be much more happy than ever he should be able to make her. Mrs. Gauntlet, confounded at these expressions, and moved by the desponding manner in which they were delivered, begged to know if any new obstacle was raised by some late change in his sentiments or situation. And he, in order to avoid a painful explanation, told her that he had long despaired of being able to vanquish Amelia's resentment, and for that reason quitted the pursuit, which he would never renew, howsoever his heart might suffer by that resolution; though he took Heaven to witness that his love, esteem, and admiration of her were not in the least impaired. But the true motive of his laying aside his design was the consciousness of his decayed fortune, which, by adding to the sensibility of his pride, increased the horror of another repulse. She expressed her concern for this determination, both on his own account and in behalf of Amelia, whose happiness, in her opinion, depended upon his constancy and affection, and she would have questioned him more minutely about the state of his affairs, had not he discouraged the inquiry by seeking to introduce another subject of conversation. End of Chapter 90, Part 1. Chapter 90, Part 2 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 90, Part 2. After mutual protestations of friendship and regard, he promised to visit her often during her residence in town, and took his leave in a strange perplexity of mind, occasioned by the images of love intruding upon the remonstrances of carking care. He had some time ago forsaken those extravagant companions with whom he had rioted in the heyday of his fortune, and begun to consort with a graver and more sober species of acquaintance. But he now found himself disabled from cultivating the society of these also, who were men of ample estates and liberal dispositions; in consequence of which their parties were too expensive for the consumptive state of his finances, so that he was obliged to descend to another degree, and mingle with a set of old bachelors and younger brothers, who subsisted on slender annuities, or what is called a bare competency, in the public funds. This association was composed of second-hand politicians and minor critics, who in the forenoon saunter in the Mall, or lounge at shows of pictures, appear in the drawing-room once or twice a week, dine at an ordinary, decide disputes in a coffee-house with an air of superior intelligence, frequent the pit of the playhouse, and once in a month spend an evening with some noted actor whose remarkable sayings they repeat for the entertainment of their ordinary friends. After all, he found something comfortable enough in the company of these gentlemen, who never interested his passions to any violence of transport, nor teased him with impertinent curiosity about his private affairs. For though many of them had maintained a very long, close, and friendly correspondence with each other, they never dreamt of inquiring into particular concerns; and if one of the two who were most intimately connected had been asked how the other made a shift to live, he would have answered with great truth, "Really, that is more than I know." Notwithstanding this phlegmatic indifference, which is of the true English production, they were all inoffensive, good natured people, who loved a joke and a song, delighted in telling a merry story, and prided themselves in the art of catering, especially in the articles of fish, venison, and wild fowl. Our young gentleman was not received among them on the footing of a common member, who makes interest for his admission. He was courted as a person of superior genius and importance, and his compliance looked upon as an honour to their society. This their idea of his preeminence was supported by his conversation, which, while it was more liberal and learned than that to which they had been accustomed, was tinctured with an assuming air, so agreeably diffused, that instead of producing aversion, it commanded respect. They not only appealed to him in all doubts relating to foreign parts, to which one and all of them were strangers, but also consulted his knowledge in history and divinity, which were frequently the topics of their debates; and in poetry of all kinds he decided with such magisterial authority as even weighed against the opinions of the players themselves. The variety of characters he had seen and observed, and the high spheres of life in which he had so lately moved, furnished him with 1,000 entertaining anecdotes. When he became a little familiarized to his disappointments, so that his natural vivacity began to revive, he flashed among them in such a number of bright sallies as struck them with admiration, and constituted himself a classic in wit; insomuch that they began to retail his remnants, and even invited some particular friends to come and hear him hold forth. One of the players, who had for many years strutted about the taverns in the neighbourhood of Covent Garden as the Grand Turk of wit and humour, began to find his admirers melt away; and a certain petulant physician, who had shown at almost all the port clubs in that end of the town, was actually obliged to import his talents into the city, where he was now happily taken root. Nor was this success to be wondered at, if we consider that, over and above his natural genius and education, our adventurer still had the opportunity of knowing everything which happened among the great, by means of his friend Cadwallader, with whom he still maintained his former intimacy, though it was now checkered with many occasional tiffs, owing to the sarcastic remonstrances of the misanthrope, who disapproved of those schemes which miscarried with Peregrine, and now took unseasonable methods of valuing himself upon his own foresight. Nay, he was between whiles like a raven, croaking presages of more ill luck from the deceit of the minister, the dissimulation of his patron, the folly of the projector for whom he was bound, the uncertainty of the seas, and the villainy of those with whom he had entrusted his cash. For Crabtree saw and considered everything through a perspective of spleen that always reflected the worst side of human nature. For these reasons our young gentleman began to be disgusted, at certain intervals, with the character of this old man, whom he now thought a morose cynic, not so much incensed against the follies and vices of mankind, as delighted with the distress of his fellow creatures. Thus he put the most unfavourable construction on the principles of his friend, because he found himself justly fallen under the lash of his animadversion. Thus self accusation very often dissolves the closest friendship. A man conscious of his own indiscretion is implacably offended at the rectitude of his companion's conduct, which he considers as an insult upon his failings, never to be forgiven, even though he has not tasted the bitterness of reproof, which no sinner can commodiously digest. The friendship, therefore, subsisting between Crabtree and Pickle, had of late suffered several symptomatic shocks, that seemed to prognosticate a total dissolution. A great deal of smart dialogue had passed in their private conversations, and the senior began to repent of having placed his confidence in such an imprudent, headstrong, ungovernable youth. It was in such paroxysms of displeasure that he prophesied misfortune to Peregrine, and even told him one morning that he had dreamed of the shipwreck of the 2 East Indiamen, on board of which he had hazarded his money. But this was no other than a false vision, for in a few weeks one of them arrived at her moorings in the river, and he received 1,000 in lieu of £800, which he had lent upon bond to one of the mates. At the same time he was informed that the other ship in which he was concerned had in all probability lost her passage for the season by being unable to weather the Cape. He was not at all concerned at that piece of news, knowing that the longer he should be out of his money, he would have the more interest to receive, and finding his present difficulties removed by this supply, his heart began to dilate, and his countenance to resume its former alacrity. This state of exultation, however, was soon interrupted by a small accident which he could not foresee. He was visited one morning by the person who had lent his friend £1,000 on his security, and given to understand that the borrower had absconded in consequence of a disappointment, by which he had lost the whole sum and all hopes of retrieving it, so that our hero was now liable for the debt, which he besought him to discharge according to the bond, that he, the lender, might not suffer by his humanity. It may be easily conceived that Peregrine did not receive this intelligence in cold blood. He cursed his own imprudence in contracting such engagements with an adventurer whom he did not sufficiently know. He exclaimed against the treachery of the projector, and having for some time indulged his resentment in threats and imprecations, inquired into the nature of the scheme which had miscarried. The lender, who had informed himself of the whole affair, gratified his curiosity in this particular by telling him that the fugitive had been cajoled by a certain knight of the post, who undertook to manage the £1,000 in such a manner as would, in a very little time, make him perfectly independent. And thus he delineated the plan. One half of the sum, said he, shall be laid out in jewels, which I will pawn to certain persons of credit and fortune, who lend money upon such pledges at an exorbitant interest. The other shall be kept for relieving them, so that they may be again deposited with a second set of those honorable usurers. And when they shall have been circulated in this manner through a variety of hands, we will extort money from each of the pawnbrokers by threatening them with a public prosecution for exacting illegal interest. And I know that they will bleed freely rather than be exposed to the infamy attending such an accusation. The scheme was feasible, and though not very honorable, made such an impression upon the needy borrower that he assented to the proposals, and by our hero's credit the money was raised. The jewels were accordingly purchased, pawned, relieved, and repledged by the agent, who undertook to manage the whole affair, and so judiciously was the project executed that he could have easily proved each lender guilty of the charge. Having thus far successfully transacted the business, this faithful agent visited them severally on his own account, to give them intimation that his employer intended to sue them on the statute of usury, upon which every one for himself bribed the informer to withdraw his evidence, by which alone he could be convicted. And having received these gratifications, he had thought proper to retreat into France with the whole booty, including the original 1,000 that put them in motion. In consequence of this decampment, the borrower had withdrawn himself, so that the lender was obliged to have recourse to his security. This was a very mortifying account to our young gentleman, who in vain reminded the narrator of his promise, importing that he would not demand the money until he should be called to an account by his ward, and observed that long before that period the fugitive might appear and discharge the debt. But the other was deaf to these remonstrances, alleging that his promise was provisional, on the supposition that the borrower would deal candidly and fairly; that he had forfeited all title to his friendship and trust by the scandalous scheme in which he had embarked, and that his treacherous flight from his security was no proof of his honesty and intended return, but on the contrary a warning by which he, the lender, was taught to take care of himself. He therefore insisted upon his being indemnified immediately, on pain of letting the law take its course, and Peregrine was actually obliged to part with the whole sum he had so lately received. But this payment was not made without extreme reluctance, indignation, and denunciation of eternal war against the absconder and the rigid creditor, betwixt whom he suspected some collusion. End of chapter 90, part 2. Chapter 91 of the Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 91. Cadwallader acts the part of a comforter to his friend, and in his turn is consoled by Peregrine, who begins to find himself a most egregious dupe. This new misfortune, which he justly charged to the account of his own folly, recalled his chagrin, and though he endeavored with all his might to conceal the affair from the knowledge of Cadwallader, that prying observer perceived his countenance overcast. The projector's sudden disappearance alarming his suspicion, he managed his inquiries with so much art that in a few days he made himself acquainted with every particular of the transaction, and resolved to gratify his spleen at the expense of the impatient dupe. With this view he took an opportunity to accost him with a very serious air, saying a friend of his had immediate occasion for £1,000, and as Peregrine had the exact sum lying by him, he would take it as a great favour if he would part with it for a few months on undoubted security. Had Pickle known the true motive of this demand, he would in all likelihood have made a very disagreeable answer, but Crabtree had wrapped himself up so securely in the dissimulation of his features that the youth could not possibly penetrate into his intention, and in the most galling suspense replied that the money was otherwise engaged. The misanthrope, not contented with this irritation, assumed the prerogative of a friend, and questioned him so minutely about the disposal of the cash, that after numberless evasions, which cost him a world of torture to invent, he could contain his vexation no longer, but exclaimed in a rage, "Darned your impertinence! 'Tis gone to the devil, and that's enough." "Thereafter as it may be," said this tormentor, with a most provoking indifference of aspect. "I should be glad to know upon what footing, for I suppose you have some expectation of advantage from that quarter." "'Sdeath, sir," cried the impatient youth, "if I had any expectation from hell, I would make interest with you; for I believe from my soul you are one of its most favoured ministers upon earth." With these words he flung out of the room, leaving Cadwallader very well satisfied with the chastisement he had bestowed. Peregrine, having cooled himself with a solitary walk in the park, during which the violence of his choler gradually evaporated, and his reflection was called to a serious deliberation upon the posture of his affairs, he resolved to redouble his diligence and importunity with his patron and the minister, in order to obtain some sinecure which would indemnify him for the damage he had sustained on their account. He accordingly went to his lordship, and signified his demand, after having told him that he had suffered several fresh losses, which rendered an immediate provision of that sort necessary to his credit and subsistence. His noble friend commended him for the regard he manifested for his own interest, which he considered as a proof of his being at last detached from the careless inadvertency of youth. He approved of his demand, which he assured him should be faithfully transmitted to the minister, and backed with all his influence, and encouraged his hope by observing that some profitable places were at that time vacant, and, so far as he knew, unengaged. This conversation helped to restore the tranquillity of Pickle's breast, though he still harboured resentment against Cadwallader on account of the last insult, and on the instant he formed a plan of revenge. He knew the misanthrope's remittances from his estate in the country had been of late very scanty, in consequence of repairs and bankruptcies among his tenants, so that in spite of all his frugality he had been but barely able to maintain his credit, and even that was engaged on the strength of his running rent. Being therefore intimately acquainted with the particulars of his fortune, he wrote a letter to Crabtree, subscribed with the name of his principal farmer's wife, importing that her husband being lately dead, and the greatest part of her cattle destroyed by the infectious distemper, she found herself utterly incapable of paying the rent which was due, or even of keeping the farm, unless he would, out of his great goodness, be pleased to give her some assistance, and allow her to sit free for a 12-month to come. This intimation he found means to convey by post from a market town adjoining to the farm, directed in the usual style to the cynic, who, seeing it stamped with the known marks, could not possibly suspect any imposition. Hackneyed as he was in the ways of life, and steeled with his boasted stoicism, this epistle threw him into such an agony of vexation that a double proportion of souring was visible in his aspect, when he was visited by the author, who, having observed and followed the postman at a proper distance, introduced the conversation upon his own disappointments, in which, among other circumstances of his own ill luck, he told him that his patron steward had desired to be excused from paying the last quarter of his interest precisely at the appointed term, for which reason he should be utterly void of cash, and therefore requested that Crabtree would accommodate him with 100 pieces of his next remittance from the country. This demand galled and perplexed the old man to such a degree that the muscles of his face assumed a contraction peculiarly virulent, and exhibited the character of Diogenes with a most lively expression. He knew that a confession of his true situation would furnish Pickle with an opportunity to make reprisals upon him with intolerable triumph, and that by a downright refusal to supply his wants he would forever forfeit his friendship and esteem, and might provoke him to take ample vengeance for his sordid behavior by exposing him in his native colors to the resentment of those whom he had so long deceived. These considerations kept him some time in a most rancorous state of suspense, which Peregrine affected to misinterpret by bidding him freely declare his suspicion if he did not think it safe to comply with his request, and he would make shift elsewhere. This seeming misconstruction increased the torture of the misanthrope, who, with the utmost irritation of feature, "Oons," cried he, "what villainy have you noted in my conduct, that you treat me like a rascally usurer?" Peregrine very gravely replied that the question needed no answer, for, said he, "had I considered you as a usurer, I would have come with a security under my arm. But all evasion apart, will you stead me? Will you pleasure me? Shall I have the money? Would it were in your belly with a barrel of gunpowder!" exclaimed the enraged cynic, "since I must be excruciated. Read that plaguy paper. Sblood, why didn't nature clap a pair of long ears and a tail upon me, that I might be a real ass, and champ thistles on some common, independent of my fellow creatures? Would I were a worm, that I might creep into the earth, and thatch my habitation with a single straw; or rather a wasp, or a viper, that I might make the rascally world feel my resentment. But why do I talk of rascality? Folly, folly is the scourge of life. Give me a scoundrel, so he be a sensible one, and I will put him in my heart of hearts. But a fool is more mischievous than famine, pestilence, and war. The idiotical hag that writes, or causes to be writ, this same letter, has ruined her family, and broke her husband's heart by ignorance and mismanagement, and she imputes her calamity to Providence with a vengeance, and so I am defrauded of £300, the greatest part of which I owe to tradesmen, whom I have promised to pay this very quarter. Pox upon her! I would she were a horned beast, that the distemper might lay hold on her. The beldame has the impudence too, after she has brought me into this dilemma, to solicit my assistance to stock the farm anew. Before God, I have a good mind to send her a halter, and perhaps I might purchase another for myself, but that I would not furnish food for laughter to knaves and coxcombs." Peregrine, having perused the billet, and listened to this ejaculation, replied with great composure, that he was ashamed to see a man of his years and pretensions to philosophy so ruffled by a trifle. "What signify all the boasted hardships you have overcome," said he, "and the shrewd observations you pretend to have made on human nature? Where is that stoical indifference you affirm you have attained, if such a paltry disappointment can disturb you in this manner? What is the loss of £300 compared with the misfortunes which I myself have undergone within these 2 years? Yet you will take upon you to act the censor, and inveigh against the impatience and impetuosity of youth, as if you yourself had gained an absolute conquest over all the passions of the heart. You were so kind as to insult me another day in my affliction, by reproaching me with indiscretion and misconduct. Suppose I were now to retort the imputation, and ask how a man of your profound sagacity could leave your fortune at the discretion of ignorant peasants? How could you be so blind as not to foresee the necessity of repairs, together with the danger of bankruptcy, murrain, or thin crop? Why did you not convert your land into ready money, and, as you have no connections in life, purchase an annuity, on which you might have lived at your ease, without any fear of the consequence? Can't you, from the whole budget of your philosophy, cull one apothegm to console you for this trivial mischance? Rot your rapidity, said the cynic, half choked with gall. If the cancer or the pox were in your throat, I should not be thus tormented with your tongue, and yet a magpie shall speak infinitely more to the purpose. Don't you know, Mr. Wiseacre, that my case does not fall within the province of philosophy? Had I been curtailed of all my members, racked by the gout and gravel, deprived of liberty, robbed of an only child, or visited with the death of a dear friend like you, philosophy might have contributed to my consolation. But will philosophy pay my debts, or free me from the burden of obligation up to a set of fellows whom I despise? Speak, pronounce, demonstrate, or may heaven close your mouth forever. These are the comfortable fruits of your misanthropy, answered the youth. Your laudable scheme of detaching yourself from the bonds of society, and of moving in a superior sphere of your own. Had you not been so peculiarly sage, and intent upon laughing at mankind, you could never have been disconcerted by such a pitiful inconvenience. Any friend would have accommodated you with the sum in question. But now the world may retort the laugh, for you stand upon such an agreeable footing with your acquaintance, that nothing could please them better than an account of your having given disappointment the slip, by the help of a noose properly applied. This I mention by way of hint, upon which I would have you chew the cud of reflection, and should it come to that issue, I will use my whole interest with the coroner to bring in his verdict lunacy, that your carcass may have Christian burial. So saying, he withdrew, very well satisfied with the revenge he had taken, which operated so violently upon Crabtree, that if it had not been for the sole consideration mentioned above, he would in all probability have had recourse to the remedy proposed. But his unwillingness to oblige and entertain his fellow creatures hindered him from practising that expedient, till by course of post he was happily undeceived with regard to the situation of his affairs, and that information had such an effect upon him, that he not only forgave our hero for the stratagem which he immediately ascribed to the right author, but also made him a tender of his purse, so that matters for the present were brought to an amicable accommodation. Meanwhile Peregrine never slacked in his attendance upon the great. He never omitted to appear upon every levee day, employed his industry and penetration in getting intelligence of posts that were unfilled, and every day recommended himself to the good offices of his patron, who seemed to espouse his interest with great cordiality. Nevertheless, he was always too late in his application, or the place he demanded chanced to be out of the minister's gift. These intimations, though communicated in the most warm professions of friendship and regard, gave great umbrage to the young gentleman, who considered them as the evasions of an insincere courtier, and loudly complained of them as such to his lordship, signifying at the same time an intention to sell his mortgage for ready money, which he would expend to the last farthing in thwarting his honor in the very first election he should patronize. His lordship never wanted a proper exhortation upon these occasions. He did not now endeavor to pacify him with assurances of the minister's favor, because he perceived that these medicines had by repeated use lost their effect upon our adventurer, whose menaces he now combated by representing that the minister's purse was heavier than that of Mr. Pickle; that therefore, should he make a point of opposing his interest, the youth must infallibly fail in the contest, in which case he would find himself utterly destitute of the means of subsistence, and consequently precluded from all hope of provision. This was an observation, the truth of which our young gentleman could not pretend to doubt, though it did not at all tend to the vindication of his honor's conduct. Indeed, Pickle began to suspect the sincerity of his own patron, who, in his opinion, had trifled with his impatience, and even eluded, by sorry excuses, his desire of having another private audience of the first mover. His lordship also began to be less accessible than usual, and Peregrine had been obliged to dun the steward with repeated demands before he could finger the last quarter of his interest. Alarmed by these considerations, he went and consulted the nobleman whom he had obliged in the affair of his son, and had the mortification to hear but a very indifferent character of the person in whom he had so long confided. This new adviser, who, though a courtier, was a rival of the other, gave our adventurer to understand that he had been leaning upon a broken reed; that his professed patron was a man of shattered fortune and decayed interest, which extended no farther than a smile and a whisper; that for his own part he should have been proud of an opportunity to use his influence with the minister in behalf of Mr. Pickle. "But since you have put yourself under the protection of another peer," said he, "whose connections interfere with mine, I cannot now espouse your cause, without incurring the imputation of seducing that nobleman's adherents; a charge which, of all others, I would most carefully avoid. However, I shall always be ready to assist you with my private advice; as a specimen of which, I now counsel you to insist upon having another interview with Sir Steady Stierwell himself, that you may in person explain your pretensions, without any risk of being misrepresented, and endeavor, if possible, to draw him into some particular promise, from which he cannot retract, with any regard to his reputation; for general profession is a necessary armor, worn by all ministers in their own defense, against the importunity of those whom they will not befriend, and would not disoblige." This advice was so conformable to his own sentiments, that our adventurer seized the first opportunity to demand a hearing, and plainly told his patron that if he could not be indulged with that favor, he should look upon his lordship's influence to be very small, and his own hopes to be altogether desperate; in which case he was resolved to dispose of the mortgage, purchase an annuity, and live independent. Chapter 91. Chapter 92 of the Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 92. He is indulged with a second audience by the minister, of whose sincerity he is convinced. His pride and ambition revive, and again are mortified. If the young gentleman's money had been in other hands, perhaps the peer would have been at very little pains, either in gratifying his demand or opposing his revenge; but he knew that the sale of the mortgage could not be effected without an enquiry to which he did not wish to be exposed. He therefore employed all his interest in procuring the solicited audience. This being granted, Peregrine, with great warmth and elocution, expatiated upon the injury his fortune had suffered in the affair of the borough, for which he had stood candidate. He took notice of the disappointment he had sustained in the other election, reminded him of the promises with which he had been amused, and in conclusion desired to know what he had to expect from his favor. The minister, having patiently heard him to an end, replied with a most gracious aspect, that he was very well informed of his merit and attachment, and very much disposed to convince him of the regard which he paid to both; that till of late he did not know the nature of his expectations, neither had he the power of creating posts for those whom he was inclined to serve; but if Mr. Pickle would chalk out any feasible method by which he could manifest his sentiments of friendship, he should not be backward in executing the plan. Peregrine, laying hold on this declaration, mentioned several places which he knew to be vacant, but the old evasion was still used. One of them was not in his department of business; another had been promised to the third son of a certain earl before the death of the last possessor; and a third was encumbered with a pension that ate up a good half of the appointments. In short, such obstructions were started to all his proposals as he could not possibly surmount, though he plainly perceived they were no other than specious pretexts to cover the mortifying side of a refusal. Exasperated, therefore, at this lack of sincerity and gratitude, "I can easily foresee," said he, "that such difficulties will never be wanting when I have anything to ask, and for that reason will save myself the trouble of any further application." So saying, he withdrew in a very abrupt manner, breathing defiance and revenge. But his patron, who did not think proper to drive him to extremities, found means to persuade his Honour to do something for the pacification of the young man's choler, and that same evening our adventurer received a message from his lordship, desiring to see him immediately. In consequence of this intimation, Pickle went to his house, and appeared before him with a very cloudy aspect, which signified to whom it might concern that his temper was at present too much galled to endure reproof, and therefore the sagacious peer forbore taking him to task for his behaviour during the audience he had obtained, but gave him to understand that the minister, in consideration of his services, had sent him a bank note of £300, with a promise of the like sum yearly, until he could be otherwise provided for. This declaration in some measure appeased the youth, who condescended to accept the present, and next levee day made his acknowledgment to the donor, who favoured him with a smile of infinite complacency, which entirely dissipated all the remains of his resentment. For, as he could not possibly divine the true cause of his being temporized with, he looked upon this condescension as an undoubted proof of Sir Steady's sincerity, and firmly believed that he would settle him in some place with the first opportunity, rather than continue to pay this pension out of his own pocket. In all probability his prediction would have been verified, had not an unforeseen accident in a moment overwhelmed the bark of his interest at court. Meanwhile this short gleam of good fortune recalled the ideas of pride and ambition which he had formerly cherished. His countenance was again lifted up, his good humour retrieved, and his mien re-exalted. Indeed, he began to be considered as a rising man by his fellow dependents, who saw the particular notice with which he was favoured at the public levee, and some of them, for that reason, were at pains to court his good graces. He no longer shunned his former intimates, with whom a good part of his fortune had been spent, but made up to them in all places of public resort, with the same ease and familiarity as he had been used to express, and even re-embarked in some of their excesses, upon the strength of his sanguine expectation. Cadwallader and he renewed their consultations in the court of ridicule, and divers exploits were achieved to the confusion of those who had sailed into the north of their displeasure. But these enjoyments were soon interrupted by a misfortune equally fatal and unexpected. His noble patron was seized with an apoplectic fit, from which he was recovered by the physicians, that they might dispatch him according to rule, and in 2 months after they were called, he went the way of all flesh. Peregrine was very much afflicted at this event, not only on account of his friendship for the deceased, to whom he thought himself under many and great obligations, but also because he feared that his own interest would suffer a severe shock by the removal of this nobleman, whom he considered as its chief support. He put himself, therefore, in mourning, out of regard to the memory of his departed friend, and exhibited genuine marks of sorrow and concern, though he had in reality more cause to grieve than he as yet imagined. When quarter day came about, he applied to the steward of his lordship's heir for the interest of his money as usual, and the reader will readily own he had some reason to be surprised when he was told he had no claim either to principal or interest. True it is, the manager talked very civilly as well as sensibly on the subject. "Your appearance, sir," said he to Pickle, "screens you from all suspicion of an intended fraud, but the mortgage upon those lands you mention was granted to another person many years before you pretend to have lent that sum, and I have this very morning paid 1/4's interest, as appears from this receipt, which you may peruse for your satisfaction." Peregrine was so thunderstruck at this information, which stripped him of his all, that he could not utter one word, a circumstance that did no great honour to his character in the opinion of the steward, who in good earnest began to entertain some doubts of his integrity. For among the papers of the deceased, which he had examined, there was no writing, memorandum, or receipt relating to this encumbrance. After a long pause of stupefaction, Peregrine recollected himself, so far as to observe that either he was egregiously mistaken, or the predecessor of his lord the greatest villain upon earth. "But, Mr. Whadyacall'um," said he, "you must give me leave to tell you that your bare assertion in this affair will by no means induce me to put up quietly with the loss of £10,000." Having thus expressed himself, he retired from the house so discontented at this demur that he scarce knew whether he moved upon his head or heels; and the park chancing to be in his way, he sauntered about, giving vent to a soliloquy in praise of his departed friend, the burden of which was a string of incoherent curses imprecated upon himself, till his transports by degrees giving way to his reflection, he deliberated seriously and sorrowfully upon his misfortune, and resolved to consult lawyers without loss of time. But first of all he proposed to make personal application to the heir, who by a candid representation of the case might be inclined to do him justice. In consequence of this determination, he next morning put his writings in his pocket, and went in a chair to the house of the young nobleman, to whom, being admitted by virtue of his appearance, and a small gratification to the porter, he explained the whole affair, corroborating his assertions with the papers which he produced, and describing the disgrace that would be entailed upon the memory of the deceased, should he be obliged to seek redress in a public court of justice. The executor, who was a person of good breeding, condoled him upon his loss with great good nature, though he did not seem much surprised at his account of the matter, but wished that, since the fraud must have been committed, the damage had fallen upon the first mortgager, who, he said, was a thievish usurer, grown rich by the distresses of his fellow creatures. In answer to our hero's remonstrances, he observed that he did not look upon himself as obliged to pay the least regard to the character of his predecessor, who had used him with great barbarity and injustice, not only in excluding him from his countenance and assistance, but also in prejudicing his inheritance as much as lay in his power, so that it could not be reasonably expected that he would pay £10,000 of his debt, for which he had received no value. Peregrine, in spite of his chagrin, could not help owning within himself that there was a good deal of reason in this refusal. After having given loose to his indignation in the most violent invectives against the defunct, he took his leave of the complaisant heir, and had immediate recourse to the advice of counsel, who assured him that he had an excellent plea, and was accordingly retained in the cause. All these measures were taken in the first vigor of his exertion, during which his spirits were so fluttered with the diversity of passions produced by his mischance, that he mistook for equanimity that which was no other than intoxication, and 2 whole days elapsed before he attained a due sense of his misfortune. Then indeed he underwent a woeful self-examination. Every circumstance of the inquiry added fresh pangs to his reflection, and the result of the whole was a discovery that his fortune was totally consumed, and himself reduced to a state of the most deplorable dependence. This suggestion alone might, in the anguish of his despondency, have driven him to some desperate course, had it not been in some measure qualified by the confidence of his lawyers, and the assurance of the minister, which, slender as the world hath generally found them, were the only bulwarks between misery and him. The mind is naturally pliable, and, provided it has the least hope to lean upon, adapts itself wonderfully to the emergencies of fortune, especially when the imagination is gay and luxuriant. This was the case with our adventurer. Instead of indulging the melancholy ideas which his loss inspired, he had recourse to the flattering delusions of hope, soothing himself with unsubstantial plans of future greatness, and endeavoring to cover what was past with the veil of oblivion. After some hesitation, he resolved to make Crabtree acquainted with his misfortune, that once for all he might pass the ordeal of his satire, without subjecting himself to a long series of sarcastic hints and doubtful allusions which he could not endure. He accordingly took the first opportunity of telling him that he was absolutely ruined by the perfidy of his patron, and desired that he would not aggravate his affliction by those cynical remarks which were peculiar to men of his misanthropical disposition. Cadwallader listened to this declaration with internal surprise, which, however, produced no alteration in his countenance, and after some pause observed that our hero had no reason to look for any new observation from him upon this event, which he had long foreseen and daily expected, and exhorted him, with an ironical sneer, to console himself with the promise of the minister, who would doubtless discharge the debts of his deceased bosom friend. End of chapter 92. Chapter 93 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 93. Peregrine commits himself to the public, and is admitted member of a college of authors. The bitterness of this explanation being past, our young gentleman began to revolve within himself schemes for making up the deficiencies of his yearly income, which was now so grievously reduced, and determined to profit in some shape or other by those talents which he owed to nature and education. He had, in his affluence, heard of several authors who, without any pretensions to genius or human literature, earned a very genteel subsistence by undertaking work for booksellers, in which reputation was not at all concerned. One, for example, professed all manner of translation at so much per sheet, and actually kept 5 or 6 amanuenses continually employed like so many clerks in a counting house, by which means he was enabled to live at his ease, and enjoy his friend and his bottle, ambitious of no other character than that of an honest man and a good neighbour. Another projected a variety of plans for new dictionaries, which were executed under his eye by day labourers, and the province of a third was history and voyages, collected or abridged by understrappers of the same class. Mr. Pickle, in his comparisons, paid such deference to his own capacity as banished all doubts of his being able to excel any of those undertakers in their different branches of profession, if ever he should be driven to that experiment. But his ambition prompted him to make his interest and glory coincide, by attempting some performance which should do him honour with the public, and at the same time establish his importance among the copy purchasers in town. With this view he worshipped the Muse, and conscious of the little regard which is in this age paid to every species of poetic composition, in which neither satire nor obscenity occurs, he produced an imitation of Juvenal, and lashed some conspicuous characters with equal truth, spirit, and severity. Though his name did not appear in the title page of this production, he managed matters so that the work was universally imputed to the true author, who was not altogether disappointed in his expectations of success. for the impression was immediately sold off, and the piece became the subject of conversation in all assemblies of taste. This happy exordium not only attracted the addresses of the booksellers, who made interest for his acquaintance, but also roused the notice of a society of authors, who styled themselves the College, from which he was honoured with a deputation, offering to enrol him a member by unanimous consent; the person employed for this purpose being a bard, who had formerly tasted of our hero's bounty, used all his eloquence to persuade him to comply with the advances of their fraternity, which he described in such a manner as inflamed the curiosity of Pickle, who dismissed the ambassador with an acknowledgment of the great honour they conferred upon him, and a faithful promise of endeavouring to merit the continuance of their approbation. He was afterwards by the same minister instructed in the ceremonies of the college, and in consequence of his information composed an ode, to be publicly recited on the evening of his introduction. He understood that this constitution was no other than a body of authors, incorporated by mutual consent for their joint advantage and satisfaction, opposed to another assembly of the same kind, their avowed enemies and detractors. No wonder then that they sought to strengthen themselves with such a valuable acquisition as our hero was likely to prove. The college consisted of authors only, and these of all degrees and point of reputation, from the fabricator of a song set to music and sung at Marylebone, to the dramatic bard who had appeared in buskins upon the stage. Nay, one of the members had actually finished 8 books of an epic poem, for the publication of which he was at that time soliciting subscriptions. It cannot be supposed that such a congregation of the sons of Apollo would sit a whole evening with order and decorum, unless they were under the check of some established authority; and this inconvenience having been foreseen, they had elected a president, vested with full power to silence any member or members that should attempt to disturb the harmony and subordination of the whole. The sage who at this time possessed the chair was a person in years, whose countenance was a lively portraiture of that rancorous discontent which follows repeated damnation. He had been extremely unfortunate in his theatrical productions, and was, to use the words of a profane wag, who assisted at the condemnation of his last play, by this time darned beyond redemption. Nevertheless, he still tarried about the skirts of Parnassus, translating some of the classics, and writing miscellanies, and by dint of an invincible assurance, supercilious insolence, the most undaunted virulence of tongue, and some knowledge of life, he made shift to acquire and maintain the character of a man of learning and wit, in the opinion of people who had neither; that is, 39 in 40 of those with whom he associated himself. He was even looked upon in this light by some few of the college, though the major part of those who favoured his election were such as dreaded his malice, respected his experience and seniority, or hated his competitor, who was the epic poet. The chief end of this society, as I have already hinted, was to assist and support each other in their productions, which they mutually recommended to sale, with all their art and influence, not only in private conversation, but also in occasional epigrams, criticisms, and advertisements, inserted in the public papers. This science, which is known by the vulgar appellation of puffing, they carried to such a pitch of finesse, that an author very often wrote an abusive answer to his own performance, in order to inflame the curiosity of the town, by which it had been overlooked. Notwithstanding this general unanimity in the college, a private animosity had long subsisted between the two rivals I have mentioned, on account of precedents to which both laid claim, though by a majority of votes it had been decided in favour of the present chairman. The grudge indeed never proceeded to any degree of outrage or defiance, but manifested itself at every meeting in attempts to eclipse each other in smart sayings and pregnant repartee, so that there was always a delicate mess of this kind of wit served up in the front of the evening, for the entertainment and example of the junior members, who never failed to divide upon this occasion, declaring themselves for one or the other of the combatants, whom they encouraged by their looks, gestures, and applause, according to the circumstances of the dispute. This honourable consistory was held in the best room of an ale-house, which afforded wine, punch, or beer, suitable to the purse or inclination of every individual, who separately paid for his own choice. And here was our hero introduced in the midst of 20 strangers, who by their looks and equipage formed a very picturesque variety. He was received with a most gracious solemnity, and placed upon the right hand of the president, who, having commanded silence, recited aloud his introductory ode, which met with universal approbation. Then was tendered to him the customary oath, obliging him to consult the honour and advantage of the society as far as it should be in his power in every station of life, and this being taken, his temples were bound with a wreath of laurel, which was kept sacred for such inauguration. When these rites were performed with all due ceremony, the new member cast his eyes around the place, and took a more accurate survey of his brethren, among whom he observed a strange collection of periwigs, with regard to the colour, fashions, and dimensions, which were such as he had never seen before. Those who sat on each side nearest the President were generally distinguished by venerable ties, the foretops of which exhibited a surprising diversity. Some of them rose slanting backwards, like the glacis of a fortification; some were elevated in two distinct eminences, like the hills Helicon and Parnassus; and others were curled and reflective, as the horns of Jupiter Ammon. Next to these the majors took place, many of which were mere succedanea, made by the application of an occasional rose to the tail of a lank bob, and in the lower form appeared masses of hair which would admit of no description. Their clothes were tolerably well suited to the furniture of their heads, the apparel of the upper bench being decent and clean, while that of the second class was threadbare and soiled, and at the lower end of the room he perceived divers efforts made to conceal their rent breeches and dirty linen. Nay, he could distinguish by their countenances the different kinds of poetry in which they exercised the muse. He saw tragedy conspicuous in a grave solemnity of regard, satire lowering in a frown of envy and discontent, elegy whining in a funeral aspect, pastoral dozing in a most insipid languor of face, ode writing delineated in a distracted stare, an epigram squinting with a pert sneer. Perhaps our hero refined too much in his penetration when he affirmed that, over and above these discoveries, he could plainly perceive the state of every one's finances, and would have undertaken to have guessed each particular sum without varying 3 farthings from the truth. The conversation, instead of becoming general, began to fall into parties, and the epic poet had actually attracted the attention of a private committee, when the chairman interposed, calling aloud, "No cabals, no conspiracies, gentlemen." His rival, thinking it incumbent upon him to make some reply to this rebuke, answered, "We have no secrets. He that hath ears, let him hear." This was spoke as an intimation to the company, whose looks were instantly whetted with the expectation of their ordinary meal. But the President seemed to decline the contest, for without putting on his fighting face, he calmly replied that he had seen Mr. Metaphor tip the wink and whisper to one of his confederates, and thence judged that there was something mysterious on the carpet. The epic poet, believing his antagonist crestfallen, resolved to take the advantage of his dejection, that he might enhance his own character in the opinion of the stranger, and with that view asked, with an air of exultation, if a man might not be allowed to have a convulsion in his eye, without being suspected of a conspiracy. The President, perceiving his drift, and piqued at his presumption, "To be sure," said he, "a man of a weak head may be very well supposed to have convulsions in his eyes." This repartee produced a laugh of triumph among the chairman's adherents, one of whom observed that his rival had got a smart rap on the pate. "Yes," replied the bard, "in that respect Mr. Chairman has the advantage of me. Had my head been fortified with a hornwork, I should not have been so sensible of the stroke." This retort, which carried a severe allusion to the President's wife, lighted up the countenances of the aggressor's friends, which had begun to be a little obumbrated, and had a contrary effect upon the other faction, till their chief, collecting all his capacity, returned the salute by observing that there was no occasion for a hornwork, when the covered way was not worth defending. Such a reprisal upon Mr. Metaphor's yoke fellow, who was by no means remarkable for her beauty, could not fail to operate upon the hearers; and as for the bard himself, he was evidently ruffled by the reflection; to which, however, he without hesitation replied, "Egad, 'tis my opinion that if your covered way was laid open, few people would venture to give the assault." "Not unless their batteries were more effectual than the fire of your wit," said the President. "As for that matter," cried the other with precipitation, "they would have no occasion to batter in breach. They would find the angle of the La Pucelle Bastion demolished to their hands. He, he! But I believe it would surpass your understanding, resumed the chairman, to fill up the fosse. That I own is impracticable, replied the bard. There I should meet with a hiatus maxime de Flendis. The president, exasperated at this insinuation in presence of the new member, exclaimed, with indignation in his looks, "And yet, if a body of pioneers were set at work upon your skull, they would find rubbish enough to choke up all the common sewers in town." Here a groan was uttered by the admirers of the epic poet, who, taking a pinch of snuff with great composure, "When a man grows scurrilous," said he, "I take it for an undoubted proof of his overthrow." "If that be the case," cried the other, "you yourself must be the vanquished party, for you were the first that was driven to personal abuse." "I appeal," answered the bard, "to those who can distinguish. Gentlemen, your judgment." This reference produced a universal clamour, and the whole college was involved in confusion. Every man entered into dispute with his neighbour on the merits of this cause. The chairman interposed his authority in vain. The noise grew louder and louder. The disputants waxed warm. The epithets of blockhead, fool, and scoundrel were bandied about. Peregrine enjoyed the uproar, and leaping upon the table, sounded the charge to battle, which was immediately commenced in 10 different duels. The lights were extinguished. The combatants thrashed one another without distinction. The mischievous Pickle distributed sundry random blows in the dark, and the people below, being alarmed with the sound of application, the overturning of chairs, and the outcries of those who were engaged, came upstairs in a body with lights to reconnoitre, and, if possible, quell this hideous tumult. Objects were no sooner rendered visible than the field of battle exhibited strange groups of the standing and the fallen. Each of Mr. Metaphor's eyes was surrounded with a circle of a livid hue, and the president's nose distilled a quantity of clotted blood. One of the tragic authors, finding himself assaulted in the dark, had, by way of a poniard, employed upon his adversary's throat a knife which lay upon the table for the convenience of cutting cheese. But by the blessing of God, the edge of it was not keen enough to enter the skin, which it had only scratched in divers places. A satirist had almost bit off the ear of a lyric bard. Shirts and neckcloths were torn to rags, and there was such a woeful wreck of periwigs on the floor that no examination could adjust the property of the owners, the greatest part of whom were obliged to use handkerchiefs by way of nightcap. The fray, however, ceased at the approach of those who interposed. Part of the combatants being tired of an exercise in which they had received nothing but hard blows, part of them being intimidated by the remonstrances of the landlord and his company, who threatened to call the watch, and a very few being ashamed of the scandalous dispute in which they were detected. But though the battle was ended, it was impossible for that evening to restore harmony and good order to the society, which broke up after the president had pronounced a short and confused apology to our adventurer for the indecent uproar which had unfortunately happened on the first night of his admission. Indeed, Peregrine deliberated with himself whether or not his reputation would allow him to appear again among this venerable fraternity. But as he knew some of them to be men of real genius, how ridiculous soever their carriage might be modified, and was of that laughing disposition which is always seeking food for mirth, as Horace observes of Philippus, Rhesus undique quaerit, he resolved to frequent the college, notwithstanding this accident which happened at his inauguration, being thereto moreover induced by his desire of knowing the private history of the stage, with which he supposed some of the members perfectly well acquainted. He was also visited before the next meeting by his introducer, who assured him that such a tumult had never happened since the first institution of the assembly till that very night, and promised that for the future he should have no cause to be scandalized at their behaviour. Persuaded by these motives and assurances, he trusted himself once more in the midst of their community, and everything proceeded with great decorum. All dispute and altercation was avoided, and the college applied itself seriously to the purposes of its meeting, namely, to hear the grievances of individuals and assist them with salutary advice. The first person that craved redress was a noisy North Briton, who complained in a strange dialect that he had, in the beginning of the season, presented a comedy to the manager of a certain theatre, who, after it had lain 6 weeks in his hands, returned it to the author, affirming there was neither sense nor English in the performance. The president, who, by the by, had revised the piece, thinking his own reputation concerned, declared in presence of the whole society that, with regard to sense, he would not undertake to vindicate the production, but in point of language no fault could be justly laid to its charge. The case, however, is very plain, said he. The manager never gave himself the trouble to peruse the play, but formed a judgment of it from the conversation of the author, never dreaming that it had undergone the revisal of an English writer. Be that as it will, you are infinitely obliged to him for having dispatched you so soon, and I shall have the better opinion of him for it, so long as I live, for I have known other guys authors than you, that is, in point of interest and fame, kept in continual attendance and dependence during the best part of their lives, and after all disappointed in the expectation of seeing their performances exhibited on the stage. End of chapter 93. Chapter 94, Part 1 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Further proceedings of the college. This affair was no sooner discussed than another gentleman exhibited a complaint, signifying that he had undertaken to translate into English a certain celebrated author who had been cruelly mangled by former attempts, and that soon as his design took air, the proprietors of those miserable translations had endeavoured to prejudice his work by industrious insinuations, contrary to truth and fair dealing, importing that he did not understand one word of the language which he pretended to translate. This being a case that nearly concerned the greatest part of the audience, it was taken into serious deliberation. Some observed that it was not only a malicious effort against the plaintiff, but also a spiteful advertisement to the public, tending to promote an inquiry into the abilities of all other translators, few of whom, it was well known, were so qualified as to stand the test of such examination. Others said that over and above this consideration, which ought to have its due weight with the college, there was a necessity for concerting measures to humble the presumption of booksellers who had from time immemorial taken all opportunities to oppress and enslave their authors, not only by limiting men of genius to the wages of journeymen tailors, without even allowing them one Sabbath in the week, but also in taking such advantages of their necessities as were inconsistent with justice and humanity. For example, said one of the members, after I myself had acquired a little reputation with the town, I was caressed by one of those tyrants who professed a friendship for me, and even supplied me with money, according to the exigencies of my situation, so that I looked upon him as the mirror of disinterested benevolence, and had he known my disposition and treated me accordingly, I should have writ for him upon his own terms. After I had used his friendship in this manner for some time, I happened to have occasion for a small sum of money, and with great confidence made another application to my good friend, when all of a sudden he put a stop to his generosity, refused to accommodate me in the most abrupt and mortifying style. And though I was at that time pretty far advanced in a work for his benefit, which was a sufficient security for what I owed him, he roundly asked how I proposed to pay the money which I had already borrowed. Thus was I used like a young whore just come upon the town, whom the bawd allows to run into her debt, that she may have it in her power to oppress her at pleasure, and if the sufferer complains, she is treated like the most ungrateful wretch upon earth, and that too with such appearance of reason as may easily mislead an unconcerned spectator. You unthankful drab, she will say, didn't I take you into my house, when you hadn't a shift to your back, a petticoat to your tail, nor a morsel of bread to put into your belly? Han't I clothed you from head to foot like a gentlewoman, supported you with board, lodging, and all necessaries, till your own extravagance hath brought you into distress? And now you have the impudence, you nasty stinking brimstone bungaway, to say you are hardly dealt with, when I demand no more than my own. Thus the whore and the author are equally oppressed, and even left without the melancholy privilege of complaining, so that they are fain to subscribe to such terms as their creditors shall please to impose. This illustration operated so powerfully upon the conviction and resentment of the whole college, that revenge was universally denounced against those who had aggrieved the plaintiff, and after some debate it was agreed that he should make a new translation of some other saleable book, in opposition to a former version belonging to the delinquents, and print it in such a small size as would enable him to undersell their property, and that this new translation should be recommended and introduced into the world with the whole art and influence of the society. This affair being settled to the satisfaction of all present, an author of some character stood up, and craved the advice and assistance of his fellows in punishing a certain nobleman of great pretensions to taste, who, in consequence of a production which this gentleman had ushered into the world with universal applause, not only desired, but even eagerly courted his acquaintance. He invited me to his house, said he, where I was overwhelmed with civility and professions of friendship. He insisted upon my treating him as an intimate, and calling upon him at all hours, without ceremony. He made me promise to breakfast with him at least 3 times a week. In short, I looked upon myself as very fortunate in meeting with such advances from a man of his interest and reputation, who had it in his power to befriend me effectually in my passage through life, and that I might not give him any cause to think I neglected his friendship, I went to his house in 2 days with a view of drinking chocolate, according to appointment. But he had been so much fatigued with dancing at an assembly overnight, that his valet de chambre would not venture to wake him so early, and I left my compliments to his lordship, with a performance in manuscript, which he had expressed a most eager desire to peruse. I repeated my visit next morning, that his impatience to see me might not have some violent effect upon his constitution, and received a message from his minister, signifying that he had been highly entertained with the manuscript I had left, a great part of which he had read, but was at present so busy in contriving a proper dress for a private masquerade, which would be given that same evening, that he could not have the pleasure of my company at breakfast. This was a feasible excuse, which I admitted accordingly, and in a day or 2 appeared again, when his lordship was particularly engaged. This might possibly be the case, and therefore I returned the 4th time, in hopes of finding him more at leisure. But he had gone out about half an hour before my arrival, and left my performance with his valet de chambre, who assured me that his lord had perused it with infinite pleasure. Perhaps I might have retired very well satisfied with this declaration, had not I, in my passage through the hall, heard one of the footmen upon the top of the staircase pronounce with an audible voice, "Will your lordship please to be at home when he calls?" It is not to be supposed that I was pleased at this discovery, which I no sooner made, than, turning to my conductor, "I find," said I, "his lordship is disposed to be abroad to more people than me this morning." The fellow, though a valet de chambre, blushed at this observation, and I withdrew, not a little irritated at the peer's disingenuity, and fully resolved to spare him my visits for the future. It was not long after this occasion that I happened to meet him in the park, and being naturally civil, I could not pass him without a salutation of the hat, which he returned in the most distant manner, though we were both solitary, and not a soul within view, and when that very performance, which he had applauded so warmly, was lately published by subscription, he did not bespeak so much as 1 copy. I have often reflected with wonder upon this inconsistency of his conduct. I never courted his patronage, nor indeed thought of his name, until he made interest for my acquaintance. And if he was disappointed in my conversation, why did he press me so much to further connection? "The case is very clear," cried the chairman, interrupting him. "He is one of those connoisseurs who set up for taste, and value themselves upon knowing all men of genius, whom they would be thought to assist in their productions. I will lay an even bet with any man, that his lordship, on the strength of that slender interview, together with the opportunity of having seen your performance in manuscript, has already hinted to every company in which he is conversant, that you solicited his assistance in retouching the piece, which you have now offered to the public, and that he was pleased to favour you with his advice, but found you obstinately bigoted to your own opinion, in some points relating to those very passages which have not met with the approbation of the town. As for his caresses, there was nothing at all extraordinary in his behaviour. By that time you have lived to my age, you will not be surprised to see a courtier's promise and performance of a different complexion. Not but that I would willingly act as an auxiliary in your resentment." The opinion of the President was strengthened by the concurrence of all the members, and all other complaints and memorials being deferred till another sitting, the college proceeded to an exercise of wit, which was generally performed once every fortnight, with a view to promote the expectoration of genius. The subject was occasionally chosen by the chairman, who opened the game with some shrewd remark naturally arising from the conversation, and then the ball was tossed about from one corner of the room to the other, according to the motions of the spirit. That the reader may have a just idea of this sport, and of the abilities of those who carried it on, I shall repeat the sallies of this evening, according to the order and succession in which they escaped. One of the members, observing that Mr. Metaphor was absent, was told by the person who sat next to him that the poet had foul weather at home, and could not stir abroad. "What!" said the President, interposing with the signal upon his countenance, "is he windbound in port?" "Wine-bound, I suppose," cried another. "Hooped with wine? A strange metaphor," said the third. "Not if he has got into a hogshead," answered the fourth. "The hogshead will sooner get into him," replied a fifth. "It must be a tun, or an ocean." "No wonder then if he should be overwhelmed," said a sixth. "If he should," cried a seventh, "he will cast up when his gall breaks." "That must be very soon," roared an eighth, "for it has been long ready to burst." "No, no," observed a ninth, "he'll stick fast at the bottom, take my word for it. He has a natural alacrity in sinking." "And yet," remarked a tenth, "I have seen him in the clouds." "Then was he cloudy, I suppose?" cried the eleventh. "So dark," replied the other, "that his meaning could not be perceived." "For all that," said the twelfth, "he is easily seen through." "You talk," answered the 13th, "as if his head was made of glass." "No, no," cried the 14th, "his head is made of more durable stuff. It will bend before it breaks." "Yet I have seen it broken," resumed the President. "Did you perceive any wit come out at the hole?" said another. "His wit," replied the chairman, "is too subtle to be perceived." A third mouth was just open, when the exercise was suddenly interrupted by the dreadful cry of "Fire!" which issued from the kitchen, and involved the whole college in confusion. Every man endeavoured to be the first in making his exit. The door and passage were blocked up. Each individual was pummelled by the person that happened to be behind him. This communication produced noise and exclamation. Clouds of smoke rolled upwards into the apartment, and terror sat on every brow. When Peregrine, seeing no prospect of retreating by the door, opened one of the windows, and fairly leaped into the street, where he found a crowd of people assembled to contribute their assistance in extinguishing the flames, several members of the college followed his example, and happily accomplished their escape. The chairman himself, being unwilling to use the same expedient, stood trembling on the brink of descent, dubious of his own agility, and dreading the consequence of such a leap, when a chair happening to pass, he laid hold unto the opportunity, and by an exertion of his muscles pitched upon the top of the carriage, which was immediately overturned in the kennel, to the grievous annoyance of the fair, which happened to be a certain effeminate beau in full dress, on his way to a private assembly. This phantom, hearing the noise overhead, and feeling the shock of being overthrown at the same time, thought that some whole tenement had fallen upon the chair, and in the terror of being crushed to pieces, uttered a scream, which the populace supposed to proceed from the mouth of a woman, and therefore went to his assistance, while the chairman, instead of ministering to his occasions, no sooner recollected themselves, than they ran in pursuit of their overthrower, who, being accustomed to escape from bailiffs, dived into a dark alley, and vanishing in a trice, was not visible to any living soul until he appeared next day on Tower Hill. The humane part of the mob, who bestirred themselves for the relief of the supposed lady, no sooner perceived their mistake in the appearance of the beau, who stared around him with horror and affright, than their compassion was changed into mirth, and they began to pass a great many unsavoury jokes upon his misfortune, which they now discovered no inclination to alleviate. And he found himself very uncomfortably beset, when Pickle, pitying his situation, interposed in his behalf, and prevailed upon the chairman to carry him into the house of an apothecary in the neighbourhood, to whom his mischance proved a very advantageous accident, for the fright operated so violently upon his nerves that he was seized with a delirium, and lay a whole fortnight deprived of his senses, during which period he was not neglected in point of medicines, food, and attendance, but royally regaled, as appeared by the contents of his landlord's bill. Our adventurer, having seen this unfortunate beau safely housed, returned to the scene of the other calamity, which, as it was no other than a foul chimney, soon yielded to the endeavours of the family, and was happily overcome, without any other bad consequence than that of alarming the neighbours, disturbing the college, and disordering the brain of a beau. Eager to be acquainted with the particular constitutions of a society which seemed to open upon him by degrees, Mr. Pickle did not fail to appear at the next meeting, when several petitions were laid before the board in behalf of those members who were confined in the prisons of the Fleet, Marshalsea, and King's Bench. As those unhappy authors expected nothing from their brethren but advice and good offices, which did not concern the purse, the memorials were considered with great care and humanity; and upon this occasion Peregrine had it in his power to manifest his importance to the community, for he happened to be acquainted with the creditor of one of the prisoners, and knew that gentleman's severity was owing to his resentment at the behaviour of the debtor, who had lampooned him in print, because he refused to comply with a fresh demand, after he had lent him money to the amount of a considerable sum. Our young gentleman, therefore, understanding that the author was penitent, and disposed to make a reasonable submission, promised to employ his influence with the creditor towards an accommodation, and in a few days actually obtained his release. The social duties being discharged, the conversation took a general turn, and several new productions were freely criticised, those especially which belonged to authors who were either unconnected with or unknown to the college. Nor did the profession of stage playing escape the cognizance of the assembly, a deputation of the most judicious members being sent weekly to each theatre, with a view of making remarks upon the performance of the actors. The censors for the preceding week were accordingly called upon to give in their report, and the play which they had reviewed was The Revenge. "Mr. Q," said the second censor, "take him all in all, is certainly the most complete and unblemished performer that ever appeared on our stage, notwithstanding the blind adoration which is paid to his rival. I went 2 nights ago with an express design to criticise his action. I could find no room for censure, but infinite subject for admiration and applause. In Pierre he is great, in Othello excellent, but in Zanga beyond all imitation. Over and above the distinctness of pronunciation, the dignity of attitude, and expression of face, his gestures are so just and significant that a man, though utterly bereft of the sense of hearing, might, by seeing him only, understand the meaning of every word he speaks. Sure nothing can be more exquisite than his manner of telling Isabella how Alonso behaved when he found the incendiary letter which he had dropped by the Moor's direction, and when, to crown his vengeance, he discovers himself to be the contriver of all the mischief that had happened. He manifests a perfect masterpiece of action in pronouncing these 4 little monosyllables, 'Know then 'twas I.'" Peregrine, having eyed the critic some minutes, "I fancy," said he, "your praise must be ironical, because in the very 2 situations you mention, I think I have seen that player out Herod, or in other words, exceed all his other extravagances. The intention of the author is, that the Moor should communicate to his confidant a piece of information contained in a few lines, which doubtless ought to be repeated with an air of eagerness and satisfaction, not with the ridiculous grimace of a monkey, to which methought his action bore an intimate resemblance, in uttering this plain sentence." He took it up, but scarce was it unfolded to his sight, when he, as if an arrow pierced his eye, started, and trembling dropped it on the ground. In pronouncing the first 2 words, this egregious actor stoops down, and seems to take up something from the stage, then proceeding to repeat what follows, mimics the manner of unfolding a letter. When he mentions the simile of an arrow piercing the eye, he darts his forefinger towards that organ, then recoils with great violence when the word started is expressed, and when he comes to trembling dropped it on the ground, He throws all his limbs into a tremulous motion, and shakes the imaginary paper from his hand. The latter part of the description is carried on with the same minute gesticulation, while he says, "Pale and aghast, awhile my victim stood, disguised a sigh or two, and puffed them from him, then rubbed his brow and took it up again. The player's countenance assumes a wild stare. He sighs twice, most piteously, as if he were on the point of suffocation, scrubs his forehead, and bending his body, apes the action of snatching an object from the floor. Nor is this dexterity of dumb show omitted when he concludes his imitation in these 3 lines. At first he looked as if he meant to read it, but checked by rising fears, he crushed it thus, and thrust it like an adder in his bosom." Here the judicious performer imitates the confusion and concern of Alonzo, seems to cast his eyes upon something, from which they are immediately withdrawn with horror and precipitation, then shutting his fist with a violent squeeze, as if he intended to make immediate application to Isabella's nose, he rams it in his own bosom, with all the horror and agitation of a thief taken in the manner. Were the player debarred the use of speech, and obliged to act to the eyes only of the audience, this mimicry might be a necessary conveyance of his meaning; but when he is at liberty to signify his ideas by language, nothing can be more trivial, forced, unnatural, and antic than this mummery. Not that I would exclude from the representation the graces of action, without which the choicest sentiments, clothed in the most exquisite expression, would appear unanimated and insipid; but these are as different from this ridiculous burlesque as is the demeanour of a Tully in the rostrum, from the tricks of a jack pudding on a mountebank stage. And for the truth of what I allege, I appeal to the observation of any person who has considered the elegance of attitude and propriety of gesture, as they are universally acknowledged in the real characters of life. Indeed, I have known a Gascon whose limbs were eloquent as his tongue. He never mentioned the word sleep without reclining his head upon his hand. When he had occasion to talk of a horse, he always started up and trotted across the room, except when he was so situated that he could not stir without incommoding the company, and in that case he contented himself with neighing aloud. If a dog happened to be the subject of his conversation, he wagged his tail and grinned in a most significant manner; and one day he expressed his desire of going backwards with such natural imitation of his purpose, that everybody in the room firmly believed he had actually overshot himself, and fortified their nostrils accordingly. Yet no man ever looked upon this virtuoso to be the standard of propriety in point of speaking and deportment. For my own part, I confess the player in question would, by dint of these qualifications, make a very good figure in the character of Pantaloon's lackey in the entertainment of Perseus and Andromeda, and perhaps might acquire some reputation by turning the Revenge into a pantomime; in which case I would advise him to come upon the stage, provided with a handful of flour, in order to besmear his face when he pronounces pale and aghast, etc. And methinks he ought to illustrate the adder with a hideous hiss. But let us now come to the other situation, in which this modern Aesopus is supposed to distinguish himself so much. I mean that same éclaircissement, comprehended in "Know then 'twas I." His manner, I own, may be altered, since I was present at the representation of that performance; but certain I am, when I beheld him in that critical conjuncture, his behaviour appeared to me so uncouth, that I really imagined he was visited by some epileptic distemper. For he stood tottering and gasping for the space of 2 minutes, like a man suddenly struck with the palsy; and after various distortions and side shakings, as if he had got fleas in his doublet, heaved up from his lungs the letter I, like a huge anchor from foul ground. This criticism was acceptable to the majority of the college, who had no great veneration for the player in question; and his admirer, without making any reply, asked in a whisper of the gentleman who sat next to him, if Pickle had not offered some production to the stage, and met with a repulse. Chapter 94. Chapter 95 of the Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 95. The young gentleman is introduced to a virtuoso of the first order, and commences yelper. Hitherto Peregrine had professed himself an author without reaping the fruits of that occupation, except the little fame he had acquired by his late satire. But now he thought it high time to weigh solid pudding against empty praise, and therefore engaged with some booksellers in a certain translation, which he obliged himself to perform for the consideration of £200. The articles of agreement being drawn, he began his task with great eagerness, rose early in the morning to his work, at which he labored all day long, went abroad with the bats in the evening, and appeared in the coffee house, where he amused himself with the newspapers and conversation till 9 o'clock. Then he retired to his own apartment, and after a slight repast betook himself to rest, that he might be able to unroost with the cock. This sudden change from his former way of life agreed so ill with his disposition, that for the first time he was troubled with flatulencies and indigestion, which produced anxiety and dejection of spirits, and the nature of his situation began in some measure to discompose his brain; a discovery which he no sooner made than he had recourse to the advice of a young physician, who was a member of the College of Authors, at this time one of our hero's most intimate acquaintance. The son of Aesculapius, having considered his case, imputed his disorder to the right cause, namely, want of exercise, dissuaded him from such close application to study, until he should be gradually familiarized to a sedentary life, advised him to enjoy his friend and his bottle in moderation, and wean himself from his former customs by degrees, and above all things to rise immediately after his first sleep, and exercise himself in a morning's walk. In order to render this last part of the prescription the more palatable, the doctor promised to attend him in these early excursions, and even to introduce him to a certain personage of note, who gave a sort of public breakfasting to the minor virtuosi of the age, and often employed his interest in behalf of those who properly cultivated his countenance and approbation. This proposal was extremely acceptable to our young gentleman, who, besides the advantage which might accrue to him from such a valuable connection, foresaw much entertainment and satisfaction in the discourse of so many learned guests. The occasions of his health and interest, moreover, coincided in another circumstance, the minister's levee being kept betimes in the morning, so that he could perform his walk, yield his attendance, and breakfast at this philosophical board, without encroaching a great deal upon his other avocations. Measures being thus preconcerted, the physician conducted our adventurer to the house of this celebrated sage, to whom he recommended him as a gentleman of genius and taste, who craved the honour of his acquaintance. But he had previously smoothed the way to his introduction by representing Peregrine as a young fellow of great ambition, spirit, and address, who could not fail to make a figure in the world; that therefore he would be a creditable addition to the subordinates of such a patron, and by his qualifications, intrepidity, and warmth of temper, turn out a consummate herald of his fame. Upon these considerations he met with a most engaging reception from the entertainer, who was a well-bred man, of some learning, generosity, and taste; but his foible was the desire of being thought the inimitable pattern of all three. It was with a view to acquire and support this character that his house was open to all those who had any pretensions to literature. Consequently he was surrounded by a strange variety of pretenders, but none were discouraged, because he knew that even the most insignificant might, in some shape, conduce to the propagation of his praise. A babbler, though he cannot run upon the scent, may spring the game, and by his yelping help to fill up the cry. No wonder, then, that a youth of Pickle's accomplishments was admitted, and even invited into the pack. After having enjoyed a very short private audience in the closet, our young gentleman was shown into another room, where half a dozen of his fellow adherents waited for the Maecenas, who in a few minutes appeared with a most gracious aspect, received the compliments of the morning, and sat down to breakfast, and in the midst of them, without any further ceremony. The conversation at first turned upon the weather, which was investigated in a very philosophical manner by one of the company, who seemed to have consulted all the barometers and thermometers that ever were invented before he would venture to affirm that it was a chill morning. This subject being accurately discussed, the chief inquired about the news of the learned world, and his inclination was no sooner expressed than every guest opened his mouth in order to ratify his curiosity. But he that first captivated his attention was a meagre, shrivelled antiquary, who looked like an animated mummy which had been scorched among the sands of the desert. He told the patron that he had by accident met with a medal, which, though it was defaced by time, he would venture to pronounce a genuine antique, from the ringing and taste of the metal, as well as from the colour and composition of the rust. So saying, he produced a piece of copper coin, so consumed and disguised by age, that scarce a vestige of the impression was to be perceived. Nevertheless, this connoisseur pretended to distinguish a face in profile, from which he concluded that the piece was of the Upper Empire, and on the reverse he endeavoured to point out the bulb of the spear and part of the perizonium, which were the insignia of the Roman virtues, together with the fragment of one fold of the multicum in which she was clothed. He likewise had discovered an angle of the letter N, and at some distance the entire eye. From these circumstances, conjecturing and indeed concluding that the medal was struck by Severus in honour of the victory he obtained over his rival Niger, after he had forced the passes of Mount Taurus. This criticism seemed very satisfactory to the entertainer, who, having examined the coin by the help of his spectacles, plainly discerned the particulars which the owner had mentioned, and was pleased to term his account of the matter a very ingenious explanation. The curiosity was circulated through the hands of all present, and every virtuoso in his turn licked the copper and rung it upon the hearth, declaring his assent to the judgment which had been pronounced. At length it fell under the inspection of our young gentleman, who, though no antiquarian, was very well acquainted with the current coin of his own country, and no sooner cast his eyes upon the valuable antique than he affirmed without hesitation that it was no other than the ruins of an English farthing, and that same spear, perizonium, and multicum, the remains of the emblems and drapery with which the figure of Britannia is delineated on our copper money. This hearty asseveration seemed to disconcert the patron, while it incensed the medalist, who, grinning like an enraged baboon, "What do ye tell me of a brass farthing?" said he. "Did you ever know modern brass of such a relish? Do but taste it, young gentlemen, and sure I am, if you have ever been conversant with subject of this kind, you will find as wide a difference in the savour between this and an English farthing as can possibly be perceived betwixt an onion and a turnip. Besides, this metal has the true Corinthian ring. Then the attitude is upright, whereas that of Britannia is reclining. And how is it possible to mistake a branch of palm for a perizonium?" All the rest of the company espoused the virtuoso side of the question, because the reputation of each was concerned. The patron, finding himself in the same circumstance, assumed a solemnity of feature, dashed with a small mixture of displeasure, and told Peregrine that as he had not made that branch of literature his particular study, he was not surprised to see him mistaken in his opinion. Pickle immediately understood the reproof, though he was shocked at the vanity or infatuation of his entertainer and fellow guests, asked pardon for his presumption, which was accordingly excused in consideration of his inexperience, and the English farthing was dignified with the title of a true antique. The next person that addressed himself to the chief was a gentleman of a very mathematical turn, who valued himself upon the improvements he had made in several domestic machines, and now presented the plan of a new contrivance for cutting cabbages, in such a manner as would secure the stock against the rotting rain, and enable it to produce a plenteous aftercrop of delicious sprouts. In this important machine he had united the whole mechanic powers with such massy complication of iron and wood, that it could not have been moved without the assistance of a horse, and a road made for the convenience of the draught. These objections were so obvious that they occurred at first sight to the Inspector General, who greatly commended the invention, which he observed might be applied to several other useful purposes, could it once be rendered a little more portable and commodious. The inventor, who had not foreseen these difficulties, was not prepared to surmount them, but he took the hint in good part, and promised to task his abilities anew in altering the construction of his design. Not but that he underwent some severe irony from the rest of the virtuosi, who complimented him upon the momentous improvement he had made, by which a family might save a dish of greens in a quarter for so trifling an expense as that of purchasing, working, and maintaining such a stupendous machine. But no man was ever more sarcastic in his remarks upon this piece of mechanism than the naturalist, who next appealed to the patron's approbation for a curious disposition he had made touching the procreation of muck flies, in which he had laid down a curious method of collecting, preserving, and hatching the eggs of these insects, even in the winter, by certain modifications of artificial heat. The nature of this discovery was no sooner communicated than Peregrine, unable to contain himself, was seized with a fit of laughter, which infected every person at the table, the landlord himself not excepted, who found it impossible to preserve his wonted gravity of face. Such unmannerly mirth did not fail to mortify the philosopher, who, after some pause, during which indignation and disdain were painted in his countenance, reprehended our young gentleman for his unphilosophical behaviour, and undertook to prove that the subject of his inquiry was of infinite consequence to the progress and increase of natural knowledge. But he found no quarter from the vengeful engineer, who now retorted his ironical compliments with great emphasis upon this hotbed for the generation of vermin, and advised him to lay the whole process before the Royal Society, which would, doubtless, present him with a medal, and give him a place among their memoirs as a distinguished promoter of the useful arts. If, said he, you had employed your studies in finding out some effectual method to destroy those insects which prejudice and annoy mankind, in all probability you must have been contented with the contemplation of the good you had done. But this curious expedient for multiplying maggots will surely entitle you to an honourable rank in the list of learned philosophers. I don't wonder, replied the naturalist, that you should be so much averse to the propagation of insects, because in all likelihood you are afraid that they will not leave you a cabbage to cut down with the same miraculous machine. Sir, answered the mechanic, with great bitterness of voice and aspect, if the cabbage be as light-headed as some muckworm philosophers, it will not be worth cutting down. I never dispute upon cabbage with the son of a cucumber, said the fly breeder, alluding to the pedigree of his antagonist, who, impatient of the affront, started up with fury in his looks, exclaiming, "'Sdeath! Meaning me, sir?" Here the patron, perceiving things drawing towards a rupture, interposed his authority, rebuking them for their intemperance, and recommending to them amity and concord against the Goths and Vandals of the age, who took all opportunities of ridiculing and discouraging the adherents of knowledge and philosophy. After this exhortation, they had no pretence for carrying on the dispute, which was dropped in all appearance, though the mechanic still retained his resentment, and after breakfast, when the company broke up, accosted his adversary in the street, desiring to know how he durst be so insolent as to make that scurrilous reflection upon his family. The fly fancier, thus questioned, accused the mathematician of having been the aggressor in likening his head to a light cabbage, and here the altercation being renewed, the engineer proceeded to the illustration of his mechanics, tilting up his hand like a balance, thrusting it forward by way of lever, embracing the naturalist's nose like a wedge betwixt two of his fingers, and turning it round with the momentum of a screw or paratrochium. Had they been obliged to decide the dispute with equal arms, the assailant would have had great advantage over the other, who was very much his inferior in muscular strength. But the philosopher, being luckily provided with a cane, no sooner disengaged himself from this opprobrious application, than he handled his weapon with great dexterity about the head and shoulders of his antagonist, who, finding this shower of blows very disagreeable, was fain to betake himself to his heels for shelter, and was pursued by the angry victor, who chased him from one end of the street to the other, affording unspeakable satisfaction to the multitude, as well as to our hero and to his introductor, who were spectators of the whole scene. Thus was our adventurer initiated into the society of yelpers, though he did not as yet fully understand the nature of his office, which was explained by the young physician, who chid him for his blunt behaviour in the case of the medal, and gave him to understand that their patron's favour was neither to be gained nor preserved by any man that would pretend to convict him of a mistake. He therefore counselled him to respect this foible, and cultivate the old gentleman with all the zeal and veneration which a regard to his own character would permit him to say. This task was the easier to one of our young gentleman's pliant disposition, because the virtuoso's behaviour was absolutely free from that insolent self-conceit which he could not bear without disgust. The senior was, on the contrary, mild and beneficent, and Pickle was rather pleased than shocked at his weakness, because it flattered his vanity with the supposition of his own superior sense. Cautioned in this manner, Peregrine profited so much by his insinuating qualifications that in a very little time he was looked upon as one of the chief favourites of the patron, to whom he dedicated a small occasional poem, and everybody believed he would reap the fruits of his attachment among the first of the old gentleman's dependants. Chapter 95. Chapter 96 of the Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 96. Peregrine, finding himself neglected by Sir Steady Steerwell, expostulates with him in a letter, in consequence of which he is forbid his house, loses his pension, and incurs the charge of lunacy. This prospect of success, together with his expectations from the minister, whom he did not neglect, helped to comfort him under the reverse of fortune which he had undergone, and the uncertainty of the lawsuit which he still maintained for the recovery of his £10,000. The lawyers, indeed, continued to drain his pocket of money, while they filled his brain with unsubstantial hope; and he was actually obliged to borrow money from his bookseller, on the strength of the translation, in order to satisfy the demands of those ravenous harpies, rather than lay the misanthrope under any difficulties, or have recourse to his friend Hatchway, who lived at the garrison, entirely ignorant of his distress. This was not at all alleviated by the arrival of the Indiaman, in which he had ventured £700, as we have already observed, for he was given to understand that the borrower was left dangerously ill at Bombay when the ship sailed, and that his chance for retrieving his money was extremely slender. So situated, it is not to be supposed that he led a life of tranquillity, though he made a shift to struggle with the remonstrances of misfortune. Yet such a gush of affliction would sometimes rush upon his thought, as overwhelmed all the ideas of his hope, and sunk him to the very bottom of despondence. Every equipage that passed him in the street, every person of rank and fortune that occurred to his view, recalled the gay images of his former life with such mortifying reflection as stabbed him to the very soul. He lived, therefore, incessantly exposed to all the pangs of envy and disquiet. When I say envy, I do not mean that sordid passion in consequence of which a man repines at his neighbour's success, however deserved, but that self-tormenting indignation which is inspired by the prosperity of folly, ignorance, and vice. Without the intervening gleams of enjoyment which he felt in the conversation of a few friends, he could not have supported his existence, or at least he must have suffered some violent discomposure of the brain. But one is still finding some circumstance of alleviation even in the worst of conjunctures, and Pickle was so ingenious in these researches that he maintained a good battle with disappointment till the revolution of the term at which he had received his pension of £300. However, seeing the day elapse without touching his allowance, notwithstanding his significant method of presenting himself at the minister's levee, when the year was expired, he wrote a letter to Sir Steady, reminding him of his situation and promise, and giving him to understand that his occasions were such as compelled him to demand his salary for the ensuing year. In the morning after this letter was conveyed, the author went to his Honour's house, in expectation of being admitted by particular order, but was mistaken in his hope, the minister not being visible. He then made his appearance at the levee in hopes of being closeted, but though he took all opportunities of watching Sir Steady's eyes, he could not obtain one glance, and had the pleasure of seeing him retire without being favoured with the least notice. These circumstances of wilful neglect were not over and above agreeable to our young hero, who, in the agonies of vexation and resentment, went home and composed a most acrimonious remonstrance to his Honour, in consequence of which he was not only deprived of all pretensions to a private audience, but expressly denied admittance on a public day by Sir Steady's own order. This prohibition, which announced his total ruin, filled him with rage, horror, and despair. He insulted the porter who signified the minister's command, threatening to chastise him upon the spot for his presumption, and vented the most virulent imprecations upon his master, to the astonishment of those who chanced to enter during this conference. Having exhausted himself in these vain exclamations, he returned to his lodgings in a most frantic condition, biting his lips so that the blood ran from his mouth, dashing his head and fists against the sides of his chimney, and weeping with the most bitter expressions of woe. Pipes, whose perception had been just sufficient to let him see that there was some difference between the present and former situation of his master, overhearing his transports, essayed to enter his apartment with a view of administering consolation, and finding the door locked on the inside, desired admittance, protesting that otherwise he would down with the bulkhead in the turning of a handspike. Peregrine ordered him to retire on pain of his displeasure, and swore that if he should offer to break open the door, he would instantly shoot him through the head. Tom, without paying the least regard to this injunction, set himself at work immediately. His master, exasperated at his want of reverence and respect, which in his present paroxysm appeared with the most provoking aggravation, flew into his closet, and snatching up one of his pistols already loaded, no sooner saw his valet enter the apartment in consequence of having forced the lock, than he presented it full at his face, and drew the trigger. Happily the priming flashed in the pan, without communicating with the charge, so that his furious purpose did not take effect upon the countenance of honest Pipes, who, disregardful of the attempt, though he knew the contents of the piece, asked without the least alteration of feature, if it must be foul weather through the whole voyage. Peregrine, mad as he was, repented of his mischievous intent against such a faithful adherent in the very moment of execution, and had it proved fatal, according to the design, in all probability he would have applied another to his own head. There are certain considerations that strike upon the mind with irresistible force. Even in the midst of its distraction, the momentary recollection of some particular scene, occasioned by the features of the devoted victim, hath often struck the dagger from the assassin's hand. By such an impulse was Pipes protected from any repeated effort of his master's rage. The friendly cause of his present disobedience flashed upon the conviction of Peregrine, when he beheld the rugged front of his valet, in which also stood disclosed his long and faithful service, together with the recommendation of the deceased commodore. Though his wrath was immediately suppressed, and his heart torn with remorse for what he had done, his brows remained still contracted, and darting a most ferocious regard at the intruder, "Villain," said he, "how dare you treat me with such disrespect?" "Why shouldn't I lend a hand for the preservation of the ship?" answered the unruffled Pipes, "when there is more sail than ballast aboard, and the pilot quits the helm in despair? What signifies one or two broken voyages, so long as our timbers are strong, and our vessel in good trim? If she loses upon one tack, mayhap she may gain upon t'other, and I'll be darned if one day or other we don't fetch up our leeway. As for the matter of provision, you have started a pretty good stock of money into my hold, and you are welcome to hoist it up again when you will." Here Tom was interrupted by the arrival of Mr. Crabtree, who, seeing Peregrine with a pistol in his hand, and such wild disorder in his looks, his head, hands, and mouth besmeared with blood, and moreover smelling the gunpowder which had been burnt, actually believed he had either committed or was bent upon murder, and accordingly retreated downstairs with infinite dispatch. All his speed could not convey him without the reach of Pipes, who, overtaking him in his passage, carried him back into his master's apartment, observing by the way that this was no time to sheer off, when his consort stood in need of his assistance. There was something so ruefully severe in the countenance of Cadwallader, thus compelled, that at any other time our hero would have laughed at his concern. But at the present there was nothing risible in his disposition. He had, however, laid aside his pistol, and endeavored, though in vain, to compose his internal disturbance, for he could not utter one syllable to the misanthrope, but stood staring at him in silence with a most delirious aspect. This did not tend to dispel the dismay of his friend, who, after some recollection, "I wonder," said he, "that you have never killed your man before. Pray how may you have disposed of the body?" Pickle, having recovered the faculty of speech, ordered his lackey out of the room, and in a most incoherent detail made Crabtree acquainted with the perfidious conduct of the minister. The confidant was very glad to find his fears disappointed, for he had really concluded that some life was lost. Perceiving the youth too much agitated to be treated by him in his usual style, he owned that Sir Steady was a rascal, and encouraged Pickle with the hope of being one day able to make reprisals upon him. In the meantime offered him money for his immediate occasions, exhorted him to exert his own qualifications in rendering himself independent of such miscreants, and finally counselled him to represent his wrongs to the nobleman whom he had formerly obliged, with a view of interesting that peer in his behalf, or at least of obtaining a satisfactory explanation from the minister, that he might take no premature measures of revenge. These admonitions were so much milder and more agreeable than our hero expected from the misanthrope, that they had a very favourable effect upon his transports, which gradually subsided, until he became so tractable as to promise that he would conform to his advice, in consequence of which he next morning waited upon his lordship, who received him very politely as usual, and with great patience heard his complaint, which, by the by, he could not repeat without some hasty ebullitions of passionate resentment. This peer, after having gently disapproved of the letter of expostulation which had produced such unfortunate effects, kindly undertook to recommend his case to the minister, and actually performed his promise that same day, when Sir Steady informed him, to his utter astonishment, that the poor young gentleman was disordered in his brain, so that he could not possibly be provided for in a place of importance, with any regard to the service; and it could not be expected that he, Sir Steady, would support his extravagance from his own private purse; that he had indeed, at the solicitation of a nobleman deceased, made him a present of £300 in consideration of some loss that he pretended to have sustained in an election; but since that time had perceived in him such indisputable marks of lunacy, both by his distracted letters and personal behaviour, as obliged him to give order that he should not be admitted into the house. To corroborate this assertion, the minister actually called in the evidence of his own porter, and one of the gentlemen of his household, who had heard the execrations that escaped our youth when he first found himself excluded. In short, the nobleman was convinced that Peregrine was certainly and bona fide mad as a March hare, and by the help of this intimation began to recollect some symptoms of distraction which appeared in his last visit. He remembered a certain incoherence in his speech, a violence of gesture, and wildness of look, that now evidently denoted a disturbed understanding; and he determined, for his own credit and security, to disentangle himself from such a dangerous acquaintance. With this view, he, in imitation of Sir Steady, commanded his gate to be shut against our adventurer, so that when he went to know the result of his lordship's conference with the minister, the door was flung in his face, and the janitor told him through an iron grate that he needed not to give himself the trouble of calling again, for his lord desired to be excused from seeing him. He spoke not a word in answer to this declaration, which he immediately imputed to the ill offices of the minister, against whom he breathed defiance and revenge, in his way to the lodgings of Cadwallader, who, being made acquainted with the manner of his reception, begged he would desist from all schemes of vengeance until he, Crabtree, should be able to unriddle the mystery of the whole, which he did not doubt of unveiling by means of his acquaintance with a family in which his lordship often spent the evening at whist. It was not long before he had the desired opportunity. The nobleman, being under no injunctions or obligation to keep the affair secret, discovered the young gentleman's misfortune by way of news to the first company in which he happened to be; and Peregrine's name was not so obscure in the fashionable world but that his disorder became the general topic of conversation for a day, so that his friend soon partook of the intelligence, and found means to learn the particulars of the minister's information, as above related. Nay, he was in danger of becoming a proselyte to Sir Steady's opinion, when he recalled and compared every circumstance which he knew of Pickle's impatience and impetuosity. Indeed, nothing more easily gains credit than an imputation of madness fixed upon any person whatsoever; for when the suspicion of the world is roused, and its observation once set at work, the wisest, the coolest man upon earth will by some particulars in his behaviour convict himself of the charge. Every singularity in his dress and manner, and such are observable in every person, that before passed unheeded now rises up in judgment against him with all the exaggeration of the observer's fancy, and the sagacious examiner perceives distraction in every glance of the eye, turn of the finger, and motion of the head. When he speaks, there is a strange peculiarity in his argument and expression. When he holds his tongue, his imagination teems with some extravagant reverie. His sobriety of demeanour is no other than a lucid interval, and his passion mere delirium. If people of the most sedate and insipid life and conversation are subject to such criticisms, no wonder that they should take place upon a youth of Peregrine's fiery disposition, which on some occasions would have actually justified any remarks of this kind, which his greatest enemies could make. He was accordingly represented as one of those enterprising bucks, who, after having spent their fortunes in riot and excess, are happily bereft of their understanding, and consequently insensible of the want and disgrace which they have entailed upon themselves. Cadwallader himself was so much affected with the report, that for some time he hesitated in his deliberations upon our hero, before he could prevail upon himself to communicate to him the information he had received, or to treat him in other respects as a man of sound intellects. At length, however, he ventured to make Pickle acquainted with the particulars he had learned, imparting them with such caution and circumlocution as he thought necessary to prevent the young gentleman from transgressing all bounds of temper and moderation. But for once he was agreeably deceived in his prognostic. Incensed as our hero was at the conduct of the minister, he could not help laughing at the ridiculous aspersion, which he told his friend he would soon refute in a manner that should not be very agreeable to his calumniator, observing that it was a common practice with the state pilot thus to slander those people to whom he lay under obligations which he had no mind to discharge. True it is, said Peregrine, he has succeeded more than once in contrivances of this kind, having actually reduced divers people of weak heads to such extremity of despair as hath issued in downright distraction, whereby he was rid of their importunities, and his judgment confirmed at the same time. But I have now, thank heaven, attained to such a pitch of philosophical resolution as will support me against all his machinations, and I will forthwith exhibit the monster to the public, in his true lineaments of craft, perfidy, and ingratitude. This indeed was the plan with which Mr. Pickle had amused himself during the researches of Crabtree, and by this time it so effectually flattered his imagination, that he believed he should be able to bring his adversary, in spite of all his power, to his own terms of submission, by distinguishing himself in the list of those who, at that period, wrote against the administration. Nor was this scheme so extravagant as it may seem to be, had not he overlooked one material circumstance, which Cadwallader himself did not recollect when he approved of this project. While he thus meditated vengeance, the fame of his disorder, in due course of circulation, reached the ears of that lady of quality whose memoirs have already appeared in these adventures. The correspondence with which he had honoured our hero had been long broke off for the reason already advanced, namely, his dread of being exposed to her infatuating charms. He had been candid enough to make her acquainted with the cause of exiling himself from her presence, and she admitted the prudence of self-restraint, although she would have very well satisfied with the continuance of his intimacy and conversation, which were not at all beneath the desire of any lady in the kingdom. Notwithstanding this interruption, she still retained a friendship and regard for his character, and felt all the affliction of a humane heart at the news of his misfortunes and deplorable distemper. She had seen him courted and cultivated in the sunshine of his prosperity, but she knew from sad experience how all those insect followers shrink away in the winter of distress. Her compassion represented him as a poor unhappy lunatic, destitute of all the necessaries of life, dragging about the ruins of human nature, and exhibiting the spectacle of blasted youth to the scorn and abhorrence of his fellow creatures. Aching with these charitable considerations, she found means to learn in what part of the town he lodged, and, laying aside all superfluous ceremony, went in a hackney chair to his door, which was opened by the ever faithful Pipes. Her ladyship immediately recollected the features of his trusty follower, whom she could not help loving in her heart, for his attachment and fidelity, which, after she had applauded with the most gracious commendation, she kindly inquired after the state of his master's health, and asked if he was in a condition to be seen. Tom, who could not suppose that the visit of a fine lady would be unacceptable to a youth of Peregrine's complexion, made no verbal reply to the question, but beckoning her ladyship with an arch significance of feature, at which she could not forbear smiling, walked softly upstairs, and she, in obedience to the signal, followed her guide into the apartment of our hero, whom she found at a writing table, in the very act of composing a eulogium upon his good friend Sir Steady. The nature of his work had animated his countenance with an uncommon degree of vivacity, and being dressed in a neat deshabille, his figure could not have appeared to more advantage in the eye of a person who despised the tinsel of unnecessary ornament. She was extremely well pleased to see her expectations so agreeably disappointed; for instead of the squalid circumstances and wretched looks attending indigence and distraction, everything was decent and genteel, and the patient's aspect such as betokened internal satisfaction. Hearing the rustling of silk in his room, he lifted up his eyes from the paper, and seeing her ladyship, was struck with astonishment and awe, as at the unexpected apparition of some supernatural being. Before he could recollect himself from his confusion, which called the blood into his cheeks, she told him that, on the strength of old acquaintance, she was come to visit him, though it was a long time since he had given her good reason to believe he had absolutely forgot that there was such a person as she in being. After having made the most warm acknowledgments for this unforeseen honour, he assured her ladyship that the subject of her reproach was not his fault, but rather his very great misfortune, and that if it had been in his power to forget her so easily as she seemed to imagine, he should never have given her cause to tax him with want of duty and respect. Still dubious of his situation, she began to converse with him on different subjects, and he acquitted himself so well in every particular, that she no longer doubted his having been misrepresented by the malice of his enemies, and candidly told him the cause and intent of her coming. He was not deficient in expressions of gratitude for this instance of her generosity and friendship, which even drew tears from his eyes. As to the imputation of madness, he explained it so much to her ladyship's satisfaction, that she evidently perceived he had been barbarously dealt with, and that the charge was no other than a most villainous aspersion. Notwithstanding all his endeavours to conceal the true state of his finances, it was impossible for him to give this detail without disclosing some of the difficulties under which he laboured; and her ladyship's sagacity divining the rest, she not only made him a tender of assistance, but, presenting a bank note for a considerable sum, insisted upon his acceptance of it as a trifling mark of her esteem, and a specimen of what she was inclined to do in his behalf. But this mark of her benevolence he would by no means receive, assuring her that though his affairs were at present a little perplexed, he had never felt the least circumstance of distress, and begging that she would not subject him to the burden of such an unnecessary obligation. Being obliged to put up with this refusal, she protested she would never forgive him, should she ever hear that he rejected her offer when he stood in need of her aid, or if in any time to come he should not apply to her friendship, if ever he should find himself incommoded in point of fortune. "An over delicacy in this respect," said she, "I shall look upon as a disapprobation of my own conduct, because I myself have been obliged to have recourse to my friends in such emergencies." These generous remonstrances and marks of particular friendship could not fail to make a deep impression upon the heart of our hero, which still smarted from the former impulse of her charms. He not only felt all those transports which a man of honour and sensibility may be supposed to feel upon such an occasion, but the sentiments of a more tender passion awaking in his breast, he could not help expressing himself in terms adapted to the emotion of his soul, and at length plainly told her that, were he disposed to be a beggar, he would ask something of infinitely more importance to his peace than the charitable assistance she had proffered. Her ladyship had too much penetration to mistake his meaning, but as she did not choose to encourage his advances, pretended to interpret his intimation into a general compliment of gallantry, and in a jocose manner desired he would not give her any reason to believe his lucid interval was past. "In faith, my lady," said he, "I perceive the fit coming on, and I don't see why I may not use the privilege of my distemper, so far as to declare myself one of your most passionate admirers. If you do, replied her ladyship, I shall not be fool enough to believe a madman, unless I were assured that your disorder proceeded from your love, and that this was the case, I suppose you will find it difficult to prove. Nay, madam, cried the youth, I have in this drawer what will convince you of my having been mad on that strain, and since you doubt my pretension, you must give me leave to produce my testimonials. So saying, he opened an escritoire, and taking out a paper, presented her with the following song, which he had written in her praise, immediately after he was made acquainted with the particulars of her story. 1. While with fond rapture and amaze on thy transcendent charms I gaze, my cautious soul essays in vain her peace and freedom to maintain. Yet let that blooming form divine, where grace and harmony combine, those eyes like genial orbs that move, dispensing gladness, joy, and love, in all their pomp assail my view. Intent my bosom to subdue, my breast by wary maxim steeled, not those charms shall force to yield. 2. But when, invoked to beauty's aid, I see the enlightened soul displayed, that soul so sensibly sedate amid the storms of froward fate, thy genius active, strong, and clear, thy wit sublime, though not severe, the social ardor, void of art, that glows within thy candid heart, my spirit, sense, and strength decay, my resolution dies away, and, every faculty oppressed, almighty love invades my breast. Her ladyship having perused this production, were I inclined to be suspicious, said she, I should believe that I had no share in producing this composition, which seems to have been inspired by a much more amiable object. However, I will take your word for your intention, and thank you for the unmerited compliment, though I have met with it in such an accidental manner. Nevertheless, I must be so free as to tell you, it is now high time for you to contract that unbounded spirit of gallantry, which you have indulged so long, into a sincere attachment for the fair Amelia, who by all accounts deserves the whole of your attention and regard. His nerves thrilled at mention of that name, which he never heard pronounced without agitation. Rather than undergo the consequence of a conversation upon this subject, he chose to drop the theme of love altogether, and industriously introduce some other topic of discourse. End of chapter 96. Chapter 97 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 97. He writes against the minister, by whose instigation he is arrested, and moves himself by habeas corpus into the Fleet. My lady, having prolonged her stay beyond the period of a common visit, and repeated her protestations in the most frank and obliging manner, took her leave of our adventurer, who promised to pay his respects to her in a few days at her own house. Meanwhile he resumed his task, and having finished a most severe remonstrance against Sir Steady, not only with regard to his private ingratitude, but also to his maladministration of public affairs, he sent it to the author of a weekly paper, who had been long a professed reformer in politics, and it appeared in a very few days, with a note of the publisher desiring the favor of further correspondence with the author. The animadversions contained in this small essay were so spirited and judicious, and a great many new lights thrown upon the subject with such perspicuity, as attracted the notice of the public in an extraordinary manner, and helped to raise the character of the paper in which it was inserted. The minister was not the last to examine the performance, which, in spite of all his boasted temper, provoked him to such a degree, that he set his emissaries at work, and by dint of corruption procured a sight of the manuscript in Peregrine's own handwriting, which he immediately recognized. But for further confirmation of his opinion, he compared it with the 2 letters which he had received from our adventurer. Had he known the young gentleman's talents for declamation were so acute, perhaps he would never have given him cause to complain, but employed him in the vindication of his own measures. Nay, he might still have treated him like some other authors whom he had brought over from the opposition, had not the keenness of this first assault incensed him to a desire of revenge. He therefore no sooner made this discovery than he conveyed his directions to his dependent, the Receiver General, who was possessed of Pickle's notes. Next day, while our author stood within a circle of his acquaintance at a certain coffee house, holding forth with great eloquence upon the diseases of the state, he was accosted by a bailiff, who, entering the room with 5 or 6 followers, told him aloud that he had a writ against him for £1200 at the suit of Mr. Ravage Glenham. The whole company were astonished at this address, which did not fail to discompose the defendant himself, who, as it were instinctively, in the midst of his confusion, saluted the officer across the head with his cane, in consequence of which application he was surrounded and disarmed in an instant by the gang, who carried him off to the next tavern in the most opprobrious manner. Nor did one of the spectators interpose in his behalf, or visit him in his confinement with the least tender of advice or assistance. Such is the zeal of coffee-house friendship. This stroke was the more severe upon our hero, as it was altogether unexpected, for he had utterly forgot the debt for which he was arrested. His present indignation was, however, chiefly kindled against the bailiff, who had done his office in such a disrespectful manner, and the first use he made of his recollection in the house to which they conducted him was to chastise him for the insolence and indecency of his behaviour. This task he performed with his bare fists, every other weapon being previously conveyed out of his reach, and the delinquent underwent his discipline with surprising patience and resignation, asking pardon with great humility, and protesting before God that he had never willingly and wittingly used any gentleman with ill manners, but had been commanded to arrest our adventurer according to the express direction of the creditor, on pain of forfeiting his place. By this declaration Peregrine was appeased, and out of a delirium of passion waked to all the horrors of reflection. All the glory of his youth was now eclipsed, all the blossoms of his hope were blasted, and he saw himself doomed to the miseries of a jail, without the least prospect of enlargement, except in the issue of his lawsuit, of which he had for some time past grown less and less confident every day. What would become of the unfortunate, if the constitution of the mind did not permit them to bring one passion into the field against another? Passions that operate in the human breast like poisons of a different nature, extinguishing each other's effect. Our hero's grief reigned in full despotism until it was deposed by revenge, during the predominancy of which he considered everything which had happened as a circumstance conducive to its gratification. If I must be prisoner for life, said he to himself, if I must relinquish all my gay expectations, let me at least have the satisfaction of clanking my chains, so as to interrupt the repose of my adversary, and let me search in my own breast for that peace and contentment which I have not been able to find in all the scenes of my success. In being detached from the world, I shall be delivered from folly and ingratitude, as well as exempted from an expense which I should have found it very difficult, if not impracticable, to support. I shall have little or no temptation to misspend my time, and more undisturbed opportunity to earn my subsistence and prosecute revenge. After all, a jail is the best tub to which a cynic philosopher can retire. In consequence of these comfortable reflections, he sent a letter to Mr. Crabtree, with an account of his misfortune, signifying his resolution to move himself immediately into the Fleet, and desiring that he would send him some understanding attorney of his acquaintance, who would direct him into the steps necessary to be taken for that purpose. The misanthrope, upon the receipt of this intimation, sent in person to a lawyer, whom he accompanied to the sponging house, whither the prisoner had by this time retired. Peregrine was, under the auspices of his director, conducted to the judge's chamber, where he was left in the custody of a tipstaff, and after having paid for a warrant of habeas corpus, by him conveyed to the Fleet and delivered to the care of the warden. Here he was introduced to the lodge, in which he was obliged to expose himself a full half hour to the eyes of all the turnkeys and doorkeepers, who took an accurate survey of his person, that they might know him again at first sight, and then he was turned loose into the place called the Master's Side, having given a valuable consideration for that privilege. This is a large range of building, containing some hundreds of lodging rooms for the convenience of the prisoners, who pay so much per week for that accommodation. In short, this community is like a city detached from all communication with the neighbouring parts, regulated by its own laws, and furnished with peculiar conveniences for the use of the inhabitants. There is a coffee house for the resort of gentlemen, in which all sorts of liquors are kept, and a public kitchen, where any quantity of meat is sold at a very reasonable rate, or any kind of provision boiled and roasted gratis for the poor prisoners. Nay, there are certain servants of the public who are obliged to go to market, at the pleasure of individuals without fee or reward from those who employ them, nor are they cooped up so as to be excluded from the benefit of fresh air, there being an open area of a considerable extent adjacent to the building, on which they may exercise themselves in walking, skittles, bowls, and a variety of other diversions, according to the inclination of each. Our adventurer, being admitted a denizen of this community, found himself bewildered in the midst of strangers who by their appearance did not at all prepossess him in their favor, and after having strolled about the place with his friend Cadwallader, repaired to the coffee house in order to be further informed of the peculiar customs which it was necessary for him to know. There, while he endeavored to pick up intelligence from the barkeeper, he was accosted by a person in canonicals, who very civilly asked if he was a newcomer. Being answered in the affirmative, he gave him the salutation of welcome to the society, and with great hospitality undertook to initiate him in the constitutions of the brotherhood. This humane clergyman gave him to understand that his first care ought to be that of securing a lodging, telling him there was a certain number of apartments in the prison, let at the same price, though some were more commodious than others, and that when the better sort became vacant by the removal of their possessors, those who succeeded in point of seniority had the privilege of occupying the empty tenements preferable to the rest of the inhabitants, howsoever respectable they might otherwise be. That when the jail was very much crowded, there was but one chamber allotted for 2 lodgers, but this was not considered as any great hardship on the prisoners, because in that case there was always a sufficient number of males, who willingly admitted the females to a share in their apartments and beds. Not but the time had been when this expedient would not answer the occasion, because after a couple had been quartered in every room, there was a considerable residue still unprovided with lodging, so that for the time being the last comers were obliged to take up their habitation in Mount Scoundrel, an apartment most miserably furnished, in which they lay promiscuously amidst filth and vermin, until they could be better accommodated in due course of rotation. Peregrine, hearing the description of this place, began to be very impatient about his night's lodging, and the parson, perceiving his anxiety, conducted him without loss of time to the warden, who forthwith put him in possession of a paltry chamber, for which he agreed to pay half a crown a week. This point being settled, his director gave him an account of the different methods of eating, either singly in a mess or at an ordinary, and advised him to choose the last as the most reputable, offering to introduce him next day to the best company in the fleet, who always dined together in public. Pickle, having thanked this gentleman for his civilities, and promised to be governed by his advice, invited him to pass the evening at his apartment, and in the meantime shut himself up with Crabtree, in order to deliberate upon the wreck of his affairs. Of all his ample fortune nothing now remained but his wardrobe, which was not very sumptuous, about 30 guineas in cash, and the garrison, which the misanthrope counselled him to convert into ready money for his present subsistence. This advice, however, he absolutely rejected, not only on account of his having already bestowed it upon Hatchway during the term of his natural life, but also with a view of retaining some memorial of the Commodore's generosity. He proposed, therefore, to finish in this retreat the translation which he had undertaken, and earn his future subsistence by labor of the same kind. He desired Cadwallader to take charge of his movables, and send to him such linen and clothes as he should have occasion for in his confinement. But among all his difficulties, nothing embarrassed him so much as his faithful Pipes, whom he could no longer entertain in his service. He knew Tom had made shift to pick up a competency in the course of his ministration, but that reflection, though it in some measure alleviated, could not wholly prevent the mortification he should suffer in parting with an affectionate adherent, who was by this time become as necessary to him as one of his own members, and who was so accustomed to live under his command and protection, that he did not believe the fellow could reconcile himself to any other way of life. Crabtree, in order to make him easy on that score, offered to adopt him in the room of his own valet, whom he would dismiss, though he observed that Pipes had been quite spoiled in our hero's service. But Peregrine did not choose to lay his friend under that inconvenience, knowing that his present lackey understood and complied with all the peculiarities of his humour, which Pipes would never be able to study or regard. He therefore determined to send him back to his shipmate Hatchway, with whom he had spent the fore part of his life. These points being adjusted, the two friends adjourned to the coffee house, with a view of inquiring into the character of the clergyman to whose beneficence our adventurer was so much indebted. They learned he was a person who had incurred the displeasure of the bishop in whose diocese he was settled, and being unequal in power to his antagonists, had been driven to the Fleet in consequence of his obstinate opposition, though he still found means to enjoy a pretty considerable income by certain irregular practices in the way of his function, which income was chiefly consumed in acts of humanity to his fellow creatures in distress. His eulogium was scarce finished when he entered the room, according to appointment with Peregrine, who, ordering wine and something for supper to be carried to his apartment, the triumvirate went thither, and Cadwallader taking his leave for the night, the two fellow prisoners passed the evening very sociably, our hero being entertained by his new companion with a private history of the place, some particulars of which were extremely curious. He told him that the person who attended them at supper, bowing with the most abject civility, and worshipping them every time he opened his mouth with the epithets of your lordship and your honour, had a few years before been actually a captain in the Guards, who, after having run his career in the great world, had threaded every station in their community, from that of a buck of the first order, who swaggers about the Fleet in a laced coat, with a footman and with blank, to the degree of a tapster, in which he was now happily settled. If you will take the trouble of going into the cook's kitchen, said he, you will perceive a bow metamorphosed into a turnspit. And there are some hewers of wood and drawers of water in this microcosm, who have had forests and fish ponds of their own. Yet, notwithstanding such a miserable reverse of fortune, they are neither objects of regard nor compassion, because their misfortunes are the fruits of the most vicious extravagance, and they are absolutely insensible of the misery which is their lot. Those of our fellow sufferers who have been reduced by undeserved losses, or the precipitation of an inexperienced youth, never fail to meet with the most brotherly assistance, provided they behave with decorum, and a due sense of their unhappy circumstances. Nor are we destitute of power to chastise the licentious, who refuse to comply with the regulations of the place, and disturb the peace of the community with riot and disorder. Justice is here impartially administered by a court of equity, consisting of a select number of the most respectable inhabitants, who punish all offenders with equal judgment and resolution, after they have been fairly convicted of the crimes laid to their charge. The clergyman, having thus explained the economy of the place, as well as the cause of his own confinement, began to discover signs of curiosity touching our hero's situation, and Pickle, thinking he could do no less for the satisfaction of a man who had treated him in such a hospitable manner, favoured him with a detail of the circumstances which produced his imprisonment, at the same time gratifying his resentment against the minister, which delighted in recapitulating the injuries he had received. The parson, who had been prepossessed in favour of our youth at first sight, understanding what a considerable part he had acted on the stage of life, felt his veneration increase, and pleased with the opportunity of introducing a stranger of his consequence to the club, left him to his repose, or rather to ruminate on an event which he had not as yet seriously considered. I might here, in imitation of some celebrated writers, furnish out a page or two with the reflections he made upon the instability of human affairs, the treachery of the world, and the temerity of youth, and endeavour to decoy the reader into a smile by some quaint observation of my own, touching the sagacious moralizer. But besides that, I look upon this practice as an impertinent anticipation of the peruser's thoughts. I have too much matter of importance upon my hands to give the reader the least reason to believe that I am driven to such paltry shifts in order to eke out the volume. Suffice it then to say, our adventurer passed a very uneasy night, not only from the thorny suggestions of his mind, but likewise from the anguish of his body, which suffered from the hardness of his couch, as well as from the natural inhabitants thereof that did not tamely suffer his intrusion. In the morning he was waked by Pipes, who brought upon his shoulder a portmanteau filled with necessaries, according to the direction of Cadwallader, and tossing it down upon the floor, regaled himself with a quid, without the least manifestation of concern. After some pause, "You see, Pipes," said his master, "to what I have brought myself?" "Ay, ay," answered the valet, "once the vessel is ashore, what signifies talking? We must bear a hand to tow her off if we can. If she won't budge for all the anchors and capstans aboard, after we have lightened her by cutting away her masts, and heaving our guns and cargo overboard, why then mayhap a brisk gale of wind, a tide, or a current setting from shore, may float her again in the blast of a whistle. Here is 210 guineas by the tail in this here canvas bag. and upon this scrap of paper, Noah Vass, that's my discharge from the parish for Mall Trundle. Ah, here it is, an order for £30 upon the what do you call 'em in the city, and 2 tickets for 25 and 18, which I lent, do you see, to Sam Stedding to buy a cargo of rum when he hoisted the sign of the Commodore at St. Catherine's. So saying, he spread his whole stock upon the table for the acceptance of Peregrine, who, being very much affected with this fresh instance of his attachment, expressed his satisfaction at seeing he had been such a good economist, and paid his wages up to that very day. He thanked him for his faithful services, and observing that he himself was no longer in a condition to maintain a domestic, advised him to retire to the garrison, where he would be kindly received by his friend Hatchway, to whom he would recommend him in the strongest terms. Pipes looked blank at this unexpected intimation, to which he replied that he wanted neither pay nor provision, but only to be employed as a tender, and that he would not steer his course for the garrison unless his master would first take his lumber aboard. Pickle, however, peremptorily refused to touch a farthing of the money which he commanded him to put up, and Pipes was so mortified at his refusal that, twisting the notes together, he threw them into the fire without hesitation, crying D the money. The canvas bag with its contents would have shared the same fate, had not Peregrine started up, and snatching the paper from the flames, ordered his valet to forbear, on pain of being banished for ever from his sight. He told him that for the present there was a necessity for his being dismissed, and he discharged him accordingly, but if he would go and live quietly with the lieutenant, he promised on the first favourable turn of his fortune to take him again into his service. In the meantime he gave him to understand that he neither wanted nor would make use of his money, which he insisted upon his pocketing immediately, on pain of forfeiting all title to his favour. Pipes was very much chagrined at these injunctions, to which he made no reply, but sweeping the money into his bag, stalked off in silence, with a look of grief and mortification which his countenance had never exhibited before. Nor was the proud heart of Pickle unmoved upon the occasion. He could scarce suppress his sorrow in the presence of Pipes, and soon as he was gone, it vented itself in tears. Having no great pleasure in conversing with his own thoughts, he dressed himself with all convenient dispatch, being attended by one of the occasional valets of the place, who had formerly been a rich mercer in the city, and this operation being performed, he went to breakfast at the coffee house, where he happened to meet with his friend the clergyman, and several persons of genteel appearance, to whom the doctor introduced him as a new messmate. By these gentlemen he was conducted to a place where they spent the forenoon in playing at fives, an exercise in which our hero took singular delight, and about 1 o'clock a court was held for the trial of 2 delinquents, who had transgressed the laws of honesty and good order. The first who appeared at the bar was an attorney, accused of having picked a gentleman's pocket of his handkerchief, and the fact being proved by incontestable evidence, he received sentence, in consequence of which he was immediately carried to the public pump, and subjected to a severe cascade of cold water. This cause being discussed, they proceeded to the trial of the other offender, who was a lieutenant of a man of war, indicted for a riot which he had committed in company with a female not yet taken, against the laws of the place and the peace of his fellow prisoners. The culprit had been very obstreperous, and absolutely refused to obey the summons, with many expressions of contempt and defiance against the authority of the court. Upon which the constables were ordered to bring him to the bar, vi et armis, and he was accordingly brought before the judge, after having made a most desperate resistance with a hanger, by which one of the officers was dangerously wounded. This outrage was such an aggravation of his crime, that the court would not venture to decide upon it, but remitted him to the sentence of the warden, who by virtue of his dictatorial power ordered the rioter to be loaded with irons and confined in the strong room, which is a dismal dungeon situated upon the side of the ditch, infested with toads and vermin, surcharged with noisome damps, and impervious to the least ray of light. Justice being done upon these criminals, our adventurer and his company adjourned to the ordinary, which was kept at the coffee house, and he found upon inquiry that his messmates consisted of 1 officer, 2 underwriters, 3 projectors, an alchemist, an attorney, a parson, a brace of poets, a baronet, and a knight of the Bath. The dinner, though not sumptuous nor very elegantly served up, was nevertheless substantial and pretty well dressed. The wine was tolerable, and all the guests as cheerful as if they had been utter strangers to calamity, so that our adventurer began to relish the company, and mix in the conversation with that sprightliness and ease which were peculiar to his disposition. The repast being ended, the reckoning paid, and part of the gentlemen withdrawn to cards or other avocations, Those who remained, among whom Peregrine made one, agreed to spend the afternoon in conversation over a bowl of punch; and the liquor being produced, they passed the time very socially in various topics of discourse, including many curious anecdotes relating to their own affairs. No man scrupled to own the nature of the debt for which he was confined, unless it happened to be some piddling affair, but on the contrary boasted of the importance of the sum, as a circumstance that implied his having been a person of consequence in life, and he who made the most remarkable escapes from bailiffs was looked upon as a man of superior genius and address. Among other extraordinary adventures of this kind, none was more romantic than the last elopement achieved by the officer, who told them he had been arrested for a debt of £200, at a time when he could not command as many pence, and conveyed to the bailiff's house, in which he continued a whole fortnight, moving his lodgings higher and higher from time to time in proportion to the decay of his credit, until from the parlour he had made a regular ascent to the garret. There, while he ruminated on his next step, which would have been to the Marshalsea, and saw the night come on, attended with hunger and cold, the wind began to blow, and the tiles of the house rattled with the storm. His imagination was immediately struck with the idea of escaping unperceived, amidst the darkness and noise of the tempest, by creeping out of the window of his apartment, and making his way over the tops of the adjoining houses. Glowing with this prospect, he examined the passage, which, to his infinite mortification, he found grated with iron bars on the outside; but even this difficulty did not divert him from his purpose. Conscious of his own strength, he believed himself able to make a hole through the roof, which seemed to be slender and crazy; and on this supposition he barricaded the door with the whole furniture of the room. Then setting himself to work with a poker, he in a few minutes effected a passage for his hand, with which he gradually stripped off the boards and tiling, so as to open a sallyport for his whole body, through which he fairly set himself free, groping his way towards the next tenement. Here, however, he met with an unlucky accident. His hat, being blown off his head, chanced to fall into the court just as one of the bailiff's followers was knocking at the door, and this myrmidon, recognizing it, immediately gave the alarm to his chief, who, running upstairs to the garret, forced open the door in a twinkling, notwithstanding the precautions which the prisoner had taken, and with his attendant pursued the fugitive through his own track. After this chase had continued some time, said the officer, to the imminent danger of all three, I found my progress suddenly stopped by a skylight, through which I perceived 7 tailors sitting at work upon a board. Without the least hesitation or previous notice, I plunged among them with my backside foremost. Before they could recollect themselves from the consternation occasioned by such a strange visit, I told them my situation, and gave them to understand that there was no time to be lost. One of the number, taking the hint, led me instantly downstairs, and dismissed me at the street door, while the bailiff and his follower, arriving at the breach, were deterred from entering by the brethren of my deliverer, who, presenting their shears like a range of chevaux de frise, commanded them to retire on pain of immediate death. And the catchpole, rather than risk his carcass, consented to discharge the debt, comforting himself with the hope of making me prisoner again. There, however, he was disappointed. I kept snug, and laughed at his escape warrant, until I was ordered abroad with the regiment, when I conveyed myself in a hearse to Gravesend, where I embarked for Flanders. But being obliged to come over again on the recruiting service, I was nabbed on another score; and all the satisfaction of my first captor has been able to obtain is a writ of detainer, which I believe will fix me in this place, until the Parliament in its great goodness shall think proper to discharge my debts by a new act of insolvency. Everybody owned that the captain's success was equal to the heartiness of his enterprise, which was altogether in the style of a soldier. But one of the merchants observed that he must have been a bailiff of small experience who would trust a prisoner of that consequence in such an unguarded place. If the captain, said he, had fallen into the hands of such a cunning rascal as the fellow that arrested me, he would not have found it such an easy matter to escape; for the manner in which I was caught is perhaps the most extraordinary that ever was practised in these realms. You must know, gentlemen, I suffered such losses by insuring vessels during the war, that I was obliged to stop payment, though my expectations were such as encouraged me to manage one branch of business, without coming to an immediate composition with my creditors; and in short, I received consignments from abroad as usual, that I might not be subject to the visits of those catchpoles. I never stirred abroad; but turning my first floor into a warehouse, ordered all my goods to be hoisted up by a crane fixed to the upper story of my house. Divers were the stratagems practised by those ingenious ferrets, with a view of decoying me from the walls of my fortification. I received innumerable messages from people who wanted to see me at certain taverns upon particular business. I was summoned into the country to see my own mother, who was said to be at the point of death. A gentlewoman one night was taken in labour on my threshold. At another time I was disturbed with a cry of murder in the street, and once I was alarmed by a false fire. But being still upon my guard, I baffled all their attempts, and thought myself quite secure from their invention, when one of those bloodhounds, inspired I believe by the devil himself, contrived a snare by which I was at last entrapped. He made it his business to inquire into the particulars of my traffic, and understanding that, among other things, there were several chests of Florence entered at the custom house on my behalf, he ordered himself to be enclosed in a box of the same dimensions, with air holes in the bottom for the benefit of breathing, and marked upon the cover, and being conveyed to my door in a cart, among other goods, was in his turn hoisted up to my warehouse, where I stood with a hammer in order to open the chest, that I might compare the contents with the invoice. You may guess my surprise and consternation, when upon uncovering the box I saw a bailiff rearing up his head like Lazarus from the grave, and heard him declare that he had a writ against me for £1,000. Indeed, I aimed the hammer at his head, but in the hurry of my confusion missed my mark. Before I could repeat the blow, he started up with great agility, and executed his office in sight of several evidences, whom he had assembled in the street for that purpose, so that I could not possibly disentangle myself from the toil without incurring an escape warrant, from which I had no protection. But had I known the contents of the chest, by all that's good, I would have ordered my porter to raise it up as high as the crane would permit, and then have cut the rope by accident. That expedient, said the knight with the red ribbon, would have discouraged him from such hazardous attempts for the future, and would have been an example in terrorem of all his brethren. The story puts me in mind of a deliverance achieved by Tom Hackabout, a very stout honest fellow, an old acquaintance of mine, who had been so famous for maiming bailiffs, that another gentleman having been ill used at a sponging house, no sooner obtained his liberty, than with the view of being revenged upon the landlord, he for 5 shillings bought one of Tom's notes, which sold at a very large discount, and taking out a writ upon it, put it into the hands of the bailiff who had used him ill. The catchpole, after a diligent search, had an opportunity of executing the writ upon the defendant, who without ceremony broke one of his arms, fractured his skull, and belaboured him in such a manner that he lay without sense or motion on the spot. By such exploits this hero became so formidable that no single bailiff would undertake to arrest him, so that he appeared in all public places untouched. At length, however, several officers of the Marshalsea Court entered into a confederacy against him, and 2 of the number, attended by 3 desperate followers, ventured to arrest him one day in the Strand, near Hungerford Market. He found it impossible to make resistance, because the whole gang sprung upon him at once, like so many tigers, and pinioned his arms so fast that he could not wag a finger. Perceiving himself fairly overpowered, he desired to be conducted forthwith to jail, and was stowed in a boat accordingly. By the time they had reached the middle of the river, he found means to overset the wherry by accident, and every man, disregarding the prisoner, consulted his own safety. As for Hackabout, to whom the element was quite familiar, he mounted astride upon the keel of the boat, which was uppermost, and exhorted the bailiffs to swim for their lives, protesting before God that they had no other chance to be saved. The watermen were immediately taken up by some of their own friends, who, far from yielding any assistance to the catchpoles, kept aloof and exulted in their calamity. In short, 2 of the 5 went to the bottom, and never saw the light of God's sun, and the other 3 with great difficulty saved themselves by laying hold on the rudder of a dung barge, to which they were carried by the stream, while Tom, with great deliberation, swam across to the Surrey shore. After this achievement he was so much dreaded by the whole fraternity, that they shivered at the very mention of his name. And this character, which some people would think an advantage to a man in debt, was the greatest misfortune that could possibly happen to him, because no tradesman would give him credit for the least trifle, on the supposition that he could not indemnify himself in the common course of law. The parson did not approve of Mr. Hackabout's method of escaping, which he considered as a very unchristian attempt upon the lives of his fellow subjects. "It is enough," said he, "that we elude the laws of our country without murdering the officers of justice. For my own part, I can lay my hand upon my heart, and safely say that I forgive from my soul the fellow by whom I was made a prisoner, although the circumstances of his behaviour were treacherous, wicked, and profane. You must know, Mr. Pickle, I was one day called into my chapel, in order to join a couple in the holy bands of matrimony, and my affairs being at the same time so situated as to lay me under apprehensions of an arrest, I cautiously surveyed the man through a lattice which was made for that purpose, before I would venture to come within his reach. He was clothed in a seaman's jacket and trousers, and had such an air of simplicity in his countenance as divested me of all suspicion. I therefore, without further scruple, trusted myself in his presence, began to exercise the duty of my function, and had actually performed one half of the ceremony, when the supposed woman, pulling out a paper from her bosom, exclaimed with a masculine voice, "Sir, you are my prisoner. I have got a writ against you for £500. I was thunderstruck at this declaration, not so much on account of my own misfortune, which, thank Heaven, I can bear with patience and resignation, as at the impiety of the wretch, first, in disguising such a worldly aim under the cloak of religion, and secondly, in prostituting the service when there was no occasion for so doing, his design having previously taken effect. Yet I forgive him, poor soul, because he knew not what he did, and I hope you, Sir Simple, will exert the same Christian virtue towards the man by whom you were likewise overreached." "Oh, d the rascal!" cried the knight. "Were I his judge, he should be condemned to flames everlasting. A villain, to disgrace me in such a manner before almost all the fashionable company in town." Our hero expressing a curiosity to know the particulars of this adventure, the knight gratified his desire by telling him that one evening, while he was engaged in a party of cards at a drum in the house of a certain lady of quality, he was given to understand by one of the servants that a stranger, very richly dressed, was just arrived in a chair, preceded by 5 footmen with flambeaux, and that he refused to come upstairs until he should be introduced by Sir Simple. "Upon this notice," continued the knight, "I judged it was some of my quality friends, and having obtained her ladyship's permission to bring him up, went down to the hall, and perceived a person whom, to the best of my recollection, I had never seen before. However, his appearance was so magnificent that I could not harbour the least suspicion of his true quality, and seeing me advance, he saluted me with a very genteel bow, observing that though he had not the honour of my acquaintance, he could not dispense with waiting upon me, even on that occasion, in consequence of a letter which he had received from a particular friend. So saying, he put a paper into my hand, intimating that he had got a writ against me for £10,000, and that it would be my interest to submit without resistance, for he was provided with a guard of 20 men, who surrounded the door in different disguises, determined to secure me against all opposition. Enraged at the scoundrel's finesse, and trusting to the assistance of the real footmen assembled in the hall, "So you are a rascally bailiff," said I, "who have assumed the garb of a gentleman in order to disturb her ladyship's company? Take this fellow, my lads, and roll him in the kennel. Here are 10 guineas for your trouble." These words were no sooner pronounced than I was seized, lifted up, placed in a chair, and carried off in the twinkling of an eye. Not but that the servants of the house and some other footmen made a motion towards my rescue, and alarmed all the company above; but the bailiff affirming with undaunted effrontery that I was taken up upon an affair of state, and so many people appearing in his behalf, the Countess would not suffer the supposed messenger to be insulted, and he carried me to the county jail without further let or molestation. End of chapter 97. Chapter 98, Part 1 of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle, Volume 2, by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 98, Part 1. Pickle seems tolerably well reconciled to his cage, and is by the clergyman entertained with the memoirs of a noted personage, whom he sees by accident in the Fleet. The knight had scarce finished his narrative, when our hero was told that a gentleman in the coffee-room wanted to see him, and when he went thither, he found his friend Crabtree, who had transacted all his affairs according to the determination of the preceding day, and now gave him an account of the remarks he overheard on the subject of his misfortune. For the manner of the arrest was so public and extraordinary, that those who were present immediately propagated it among their acquaintance, and it was that same evening discoursed upon at several tea and card tables, with this variation from the truth, that the debt amounted to 12,000 instead of 1,200 pounds. From which circumstance it was conjectured that Peregrine was a bite from the beginning, who had found credit on account of his effrontery and appearance, and imposed himself upon the town as a young gentleman of fortune. They rejoiced therefore at his calamity, which they considered as a just punishment for his fraud and presumption, and began to review certain particulars of his conduct that plainly demonstrated him to be a rank adventurer long before he had arrived at this end of his career. Pickle, who now believed his glory was set forever, received this intelligence with that disdain which enables a man to detach himself effectually from the world, and with great tranquillity gave the misanthrope an entertaining detail of what he had seen and heard since their last parting. While they amused themselves in this manner over a dish of coffee, they were joined by the parson, who congratulated our hero upon his bearing mischance with such philosophic quiet, and began to regale the two friends with some curious circumstances relating to the private history of the several prisoners, as they happened to come in. At length a gentleman entered, at sight of whom the clergyman rose up and saluted him with a most reverential bow, which was graciously returned by the stranger, who, with a young man that attended him, retired to the other end of the room. They were no sooner out of hearing than the communicative priest desired his company to take particular notice of this person to whom he had paid his respects. "That man," said he, "is this day one of the most flagrant instances of neglected virtue which the world can produce. Over and above a cool discerning head, fraught with uncommon learning and experience, he is possessed of such fortitude and resolution as no difficulties can discourage and no danger impair, and so indefatigable in his humanity that even now, while he is surrounded with such embarrassments as would distract the brain of an ordinary mortal, he has added considerably to his encumbrances by taking under his protection that young gentleman who, induced by his character, appealed to his benevolence for redress of the grievances under which he labors from the villainy of guardian." Peregrine's curiosity being excited by this encomium, asked the name of this generous patron, of which, when he was informed, "I am no stranger," said he, "to the fame of that gentleman, who has made a considerable noise in the world on account of that great cause he undertook in defense of an unhappy orphan, and since he is a person of such an amiable disposition, I am heartily sorry to find that his endeavors have not met with that successful issue which their good fortune in the beginning seemed to promise. Indeed, the circumstance of his espousing that cause was so uncommon and romantic, and the depravity of the human heart so universal, that some people, unacquainted with his real character, imagined his views were altogether selfish, and some were not wanting who affirmed he was a mere adventurer. Nevertheless, I must do him the justice to own, I have heard some of the most virulent of those who were concerned on the other side of the question bear testimony in his favor, observing that he was deceived into the expense of the whole by the plausible story which at first engaged his compassion. Your description of his character confirms me in the same opinion, though I am quite ignorant of the affair, the particulars of which I should be glad to learn, as well as the genuine account of his own life, many circumstances of which are by his enemies, I believe, egregiously misrepresented." "Sir," answered the priest, "that is a piece of satisfaction which I am glad to find myself capable of giving you. I have had the pleasure of being acquainted with Mr. M. from his youth, and everything which I shall relate concerning him you may depend upon as a fact which hath fallen under my own cognizance, or been vouched upon the credit of undoubted evidence. Mr. M.'s father was a minister of the Established Church of Scotland, descended from a very ancient clan, and his mother nearly related to a noble family in the northern part of that kingdom. While the son was boarded at a public school, where he made good progress in the Latin tongue, his father died, and he was left an orphan to the care of an uncle, who, finding him determined against any servile employment, kept him at school, that he might prepare himself for the university, with a view of being qualified for his father's profession. Here his imagination was so heated by the warlike achievements he found recorded in the Latin authors, such as Caesar, Curtius, and Buchanan, that he was seized with an irresistible thirst of military glory and desire of trying his fortune in the army. His Majesty's troops taking the field in consequence of the rebellion which happened in the year 1715, this young adventurer, thinking no life equal to that of a soldier, found means to furnish himself with a fusil and bayonet, and leaving a school, repaired to the camp near Stirling with a view of signalizing himself in the field, though he was at that time but just turned of 13. He offered his service to several officers in hope of being enlisted in their companies, but they would not receive him, because they rightly concluded that he was some schoolboy broke loose, without the knowledge or consent of his relations. Notwithstanding this discouragement, he continued in camp, curiously prying into every part of the service, and such was the resolution conspicuous in him, even at such a tender age, that after his small finances were exhausted, he persisted in his design, and because he would not make his wants known, actually subsisted for several days on hips, haws, and sloes, and other spontaneous fruits, which he gathered in the woods and fields. Meanwhile he never failed to be present when any regiment or corps of men were drawn out to be exercised and reviewed, and accompanied them in all their evolutions, which he had learned to great perfection by observing the companies which were quartered in the place where he was at school. This eagerness and perseverance attracted the notice of many officers, who, after having commended his spirit and zeal, pressed him to return to his parents, and even threatened to expel him from the camp if he would not comply with their advice. These remonstrances having no other effect than that of warning him to avoid his monitors, they thought proper to alter their behavior towards him, took him into their protection, and even into their mess, and what, above all other marks of favor, pleased the young soldier most, permitted him to incorporate in the battalion and take his turn of duty with the other men. In this happy situation he was discovered by a relation of his mother, who was a captain in the army, and who used all his authority and influence in persuading him to return to school. But finding him deaf to his admonitions and threats, he took him under his own care, and when the army marched to Dumblane, left him at Stirling, with express injunctions to keep himself within the walls. He temporized with his kinsman, fearing that, should he seem refractory, the captain would have ordered him to be shut up in the castle. Inflamed with the desire of seeing a battle, his relation no sooner marched off the ground than he mixed in with another regiment to which his former patrons belonged, and proceeded to the field, where he distinguished himself, even at that early time of life, by his gallantry in helping to retrieve a pair of colors belonging to M.'s regiment, so that after the affair he was presented to the Duke of Argyle, and recommended strongly to Brigadier Grant, who invited him into his regiment, and promised to provide for him with the first opportunity. But that gentleman in a little time lost his command upon the Duke's disgrace, and the regiment was ordered for Ireland, being given to Colonel Nassau, whose favor the young volunteer acquired to such a degree that he was recommended to the King for his ensigncy, which in all probability he would have obtained, had not the regiment been unluckily reduced. In consequence of this reduction, which happened in the most severe season of the year, he was obliged to return to his own country, through infinite hardships to which he was exposed from the narrowness of his circumstances. And continuing still enamored of a military life, he entered into the regiment of Scots Greys, at that time commanded by the late Sir James Campbell, who, being acquainted with his family and character, encouraged him with a promise of speedy preferment. In this corps he remained 3 years, during which he had no opportunity of seeing actual service, except at the affair of Glensheal, and this life of insipid quiet must have hung heavy upon a youth of M.'s active disposition, had not he found exercise for the mind in reading books of amusement, history, voyages, and geography, together with those that treated of the art of war, ancient and modern, for which he contracted such an eager appetite, that he used to spend 16 hours a day in this employment. About that time he became acquainted with a gentleman of learning and taste, who, observing his indefatigable application and insatiable thirst after knowledge, took upon himself the charge of superintending his studies, and by the direction of such an able guide, the young soldier converted his attention to a more solid and profitable course of reading. So inordinate was his desire of making speedy advances in the paths of learning, that within the compass of 3 months he diligently perused the writings of Locke and Malebranche, and made himself master of the first 6 and of the 11th and 12th books of Euclid's Elements. He considered Puffendorf and Grotius with uncommon care, acquired a tolerable degree of knowledge in the French language, and his imagination was so captivated with the desire of learning, that seeing no prospect of a war, or views of being provided for in the service, he quitted the army and went through a regular course of university education. Having made such progress in his studies, he resolved to qualify himself for the Church, and acquired such a stock of school divinity under the instructions of a learned professor at Edinburgh, that he more than once mounted the rostrum in the public hall, and held forth with uncommon applause. But being discouraged from a prosecution of his plan by the unreasonable austerity of some of the Scotch clergy, by whom the most indifferent and innocent words and actions were often misconstrued into levity and misconduct, he resolved to embrace the first favorable opportunity of going abroad, being inflamed with the desire of seeing foreign countries, and actually set out for Holland, where for the space of 2 years he studied the Roman law with the law of nature and nations under the famous professors Tolier and Barbeyrac. Having thus finished his school education, he set out for Paris with a view to make himself perfect in the French language, and learn such useful exercises as might be acquired with the wretched remnant of his slender estate, which was by that time reduced very low. In his journey through the Netherlands he went to Namur, and paid his respects to Bishop Strickland and General Collier, by whom he was received with great civility, in consequence of letters of recommendation with which he was provided from The Hague, and the old general assured him of his protection and interest for a pair of colors, if he was disposed to enter into the Dutch service. Though he was by that time pretty well cured of his military quixotism, he would not totally decline the generous proffer, for which he thanked him in the most grateful terms, telling the general that he would pay his duty to him on his return from France, and then, if he could determine upon re-engaging in the army, should think himself highly honored in being under his command. After a stay of 2 months in Flanders, he proceeded to Paris, and far from taking up his habitation in the suburbs of Saint Germain, according to the custom of English travelers, he hired a private lodging on the other side of the river, and associated chiefly with French officers, who, their youthful sallies being over, are allowed to be the politest gentlemen of that kingdom. In this scheme he found his account so much, that he could not but wonder at the folly of his countrymen, who lose the main scope of their going abroad, by spending their time and fortune idly with one another. During his residence in Holland he had made himself acquainted with the best authors in the French language, so that he was able to share in their conversation, a circumstance from which he found great benefit, for it not only improved him in his knowledge of that tongue, but also tended to the enlargement of his acquaintance, in the course of which he contracted intimacies in some families of good fashion, especially those of the long robe, which would have enabled him to pass his time very agreeably had he been a little easier in point of fortune. But his finances, notwithstanding the most rigid economy, being in a few months reduced to a very low ebb, the prospect of indigence threw a damp upon all his pleasures, though he never suffered himself to be thereby in any degree dispirited, being in that respect of so happy a disposition, that conscious poverty or abundance made very slight impressions upon his mind. This consumption of his cash, however, involved him in some perplexity, and he deliberated with himself whether he should return to General Collier, or repair to London, where he might possibly fall into some business not unbecoming a gentleman. though he was very much mortified to find himself incapable of gratifying an inordinate desire which possessed him of making the grand tour, or at least of visiting the southern parts of France. While he thus hesitated between different suggestions, he was one morning visited by a gentleman who had sought and cultivated his friendship, and for whom he had done a good office in supporting him with spirit against a brutal German, with whom he had an affair of honor. This gentleman came to propose a party for a fortnight to Fontainebleau, where the court then was, and the proposal being declined by M. with more than usual stiffness, his friend was very urgent to know the reason of his refusal, and at length with some confusion said, "Perhaps your finances are low." M. replied that he had wherewithal to defray the expense of his journey to London, where he could be furnished with a fresh supply. And this answer was no sooner made than the other, taking him by the hand, "My dear friend," said he, "I am not unacquainted with your affairs, and would have offered you my credit long ago, if I had thought it would be acceptable. Even now I do not pretend to give you money, but desire, and insist upon it, that you will accept of the loan of these 2 pieces of paper, to be repaid when you marry a woman with a fortune of £20,000, or obtain an employment of 1,000 a year." So saying, he presented him with 2 actions of above 2,000 livres each. M. was astonished at this unexpected instance of generosity in a stranger, and with a suitable acknowledgment peremptorily refused to incur such an obligation. But at length he was, by dint of importunity and warm expostulation, prevailed upon to accept one of the actions, on condition that the gentleman would take his note for the sum, and this he absolutely rejected, until M. promised to draw upon him for double the value or more, in case he should at any time want a further supply. This uncommon act of friendship and generosity afterwards had an opportunity to repay tenfold, though he could not help regretting the occasion on his friend's account, that worthy man having, by placing too much confidence in a villainous lawyer and a chain of other misfortunes, involved himself and his amiable lady in a labyrinth of difficulties which threatened the total ruin of his family. M. felt the inexpressible satisfaction of delivering his benefactor from the snare. Being thus reinforced by the generosity of his friend, M. resolved to execute his former plan of seeing the south of France, together with the seaports of Spain, as far as Cadiz, from whence he proposed to take a passage for London by sea; and with this view sent forward his trunks by the diligence to Lyons, determined to ride post in order to enjoy a better view of the country, and for the conveniency of stopping at those places where there was anything remarkable to be seen or inquired into. While he was employed in taking leave of his Parisian friends, who furnished him with abundant recommendation, a gentleman of his own country, who spoke little or no French, hearing of his intention, begged the favor of accompanying him in his expedition. With this new companion, therefore, he set out for Lyons, where he was perfectly well received by the intendant and some of the best families of the place, in consequence of his letters of recommendation; and after a short stay in that city, proceeded down the Rhone to Avignon, in what is called the Coche d'Eau, then visiting the principal towns of Dauphiny, Languedoc, and Provence, he returned to the delightful city of Marseilles, where he and his fellow traveler were so much captivated by the serenity of the air, the good nature and hospitality of the sprightly inhabitants, that they never dreamed of changing their quarters during the whole winter and part of the spring. Here he acquired the acquaintance of the Marquis d'Argens, Attorney General in the Parliament of Aix, and of his eldest son, who now makes so great a figure in the literary world. And when the affair of Father Girard and Mademoiselle Cardier began to make a noise, he accompanied these 2 gentlemen to Toulon, where the Marquis was ordered to take a precognition of the facts. On his return to Marseilles, he found a certain noble lord of great fortune, under the direction of a Swiss governor, who had accommodated him with 2 of his own relations of the same country, by way of companions, together with 5 servants in his train. They being absolute strangers in the place, M. introduced them to the intendant and several other good families, and had the good fortune to be so agreeable to his lordship, that he proposed and even pressed him to live with him in England as a friend and companion, and to take upon him the superintendence of his affairs, in which case he would settle upon him 400 a year for life. This proposal was too advantageous to be slighted by a person of no fortune or fixed establishment. He therefore made no difficulty of closing with it, but as his lordship's departure was fixed to a short day, and he urged him to accompany him to Paris, and from thence to England, M. thought it would be improper and indecent to interfere with the office of his governor, who might take umbrage at his favour, and therefore excused himself from a compliance with his lordship's request, until his minority should be expired, as he was within a few months of being of age. However, he repeated his importunities so earnestly, and the governor joined in the request with such appearance of cordiality, that he was prevailed upon to comply with their joint desire, and in a few days set out with them for Paris by the way of Lyons. But before they had been 3 days in the city, M. perceived a total change in the behaviour of the Swiss, and his two relations, who in all probability became jealous of his influence with his lordship. And he no sooner made this discovery than he resolved to withdraw himself from such a disagreeable participation of that young nobleman's favour. He therefore, in spite of all his lordship's entreaties and remonstrances, quitted him for the present, alleging as a pretext that he had a longing desire to see Switzerland and the banks of the Rhine, and promising to meet him again in England. End of Chapter 98, Part 1.